It's the afternoon. I am here doing a stream. I got my box of Reaper stuff. Nothing super exciting, but I might start painting some of that up. I've got a couple other things I want to paint up. I like this warrior. He's just kind of got the smack beat out of him. This guy, you can't really see it, but his shield's all dented in. He's just barely hanging on. I kind of like it. He's all worn out. But bone stuff, ants. Yeah, ants. You know what? I've never had any ants. So I'm a little surprised about that. It's kind of it's not really a monster I normally use, but it's definitely one I intend to use. So, you know. So, boom, 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 boom. Let's do this. And then we will probably contact my brother. Oh, I should listen to something in there loud. Let's see if I can get in touch with my brother. Brother, where are you? I can't see the screen, so he might actually be back on the air screen being like, where you at, nerd? Okay. Uh-huh. Give me them rings. Give me them rings. Give me them rings. I'm the Lord of the Rings. That's a funny video. I don't know who did it, but it's funny. Them rings. Them rings. Hello, Dean. How are you doing, my good man? You're up at a normal time, I guess, for you guys. Since I'm on pretty early. So, yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's not letting me. Well, it never does let me post to Facebook. But they put out these damn ants here. These damn ants. And I don't even know if I'll paint the ants that much. I might just paint the bases dirt colored. Just be like, ants. I already got a few of them. I decided that the number I had, bit tired from work, but otherwise okay. Well, all right. Well, that's good. To quote one of the actors from my favorite TV show of all time, all right, all right, all right. Except he didn't say that in my favorite TV show of all time. So basically, even though there's looks like a sizable box of things, nothing in this box costs more than like $4, really. Because you can do that with the Reaper plastics. You can actually, like these ants and stuff, they're not super expensive at all. And they're just decent little. I mean, they look the part. They really do. So, I needed a bunch of them for reasons that I can't say in case anyone in my game happens to be listening in. So yeah, I think I picked up well, I picked up this lady here. She's listed as a human rogue, but she could make a really good alternate for miniature for the Amazon assassin that's in the group, you know.
I'll be right back, babe. I'm going to Walmart.
Going to Walmart.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Then I need to sear our meat.
Sear my meat. My wife is making a pot roast tonight. I am so happy because pot roast is like one of my favorite things to eat in the world, you know. Just a big old chunk of meat with some carrots and stuff. Hell yeah. And I don't even care. It can be beef, it can be pork, it could be lamb, you know, venison, whatever. Just cook that stuff up. Love you, baby. Be safe.
Love you too, if you like that.
Okay. My poor wife, she hasn't been quite the same since the two people who worked under her got laid off. It's been really sad. What are you going to do, though? There's Mobius. Mobius. Mobius, Mobius, Mobius. Well, good day, eh? Mobius. And there he is. I knew if I summoned him, he would appear.
Yeah, like, I don't care what kind of meat it is, as long as it's roasted with carrots.
Pretty much an onion, right? A little onion,
Yeah.
little carrots, some garlic.
Except celery, I'm the same way.
I'm glad you're on here because I needed somebody to talk to, and I wanted it to be you.
What's up, my brother?
I'm starting to get like a really negative thought about some things.
Yeah?
Yeah.
About what?
And I don't understand if maybe my negative thought is true or not.
What's that?
I'm beginning to think that my fallout with a certain Canadian had to do with the fact that I refused to not call Eskimo Eskimo, and it pissed him off.
I don't know, because he sent me a message to watch a stream last night on Discord and didn't say anything to me about it.
Well, that's the problem, though, is he didn't say anything to me about it either, but he kept correcting me about Eskimo, and he's like, it's actually an insult to the First Nations, you know, because it's eaters of flesh. And I'm like, they are eaters of fucking flesh. You know, like, and in this game book right here, you can play an Eskimo. It doesn't say anything about Kikuk or fucking Inuit or a Tlingit or whatever.
Message him on Discord. He's always on there.
Nope, not gonna do it. I did, and he said he was taking time just to himself, and he was just gonna work on his own thing and not deal with anyone else. And then immediately later, he was on someone else's stream.
I hadn't seen him on anybody's
And he was not being nice on that other person's stream either. He like went after Tim like crazy, you know.
What stream was he on?
I made a joke about you guys are using too big of words, and he kind of made a comment about that wasn't necessarily flattering. And I'm just like,
I'll tell you what, bro. You get a thought in your head and you just let it run.
I do, but this particular thought, I don't know. I'm starting to think it might be right.
I don't know.
Well, you're just like,
I wouldn't worry about it if it was me.
Of course you wouldn't. You never worry about anything.
I worry about you.
Yeah, but I mean, you like if somebody were to do you away, you're just like, well, F them, right?
Exactly, you know, and when you finally start doing that, life gets so much better.
Yeah, I like that meme Bubba posted is like one day you're going to be old and you're going to realize there were a lot more people you should have told the fuck up.
Yeah,
It's
it,
just a funny meme, but yeah. I mean, I shouldn't let it run through my brain because
yeah. Don't let it bother you. It's like that
I
old
mean,
saying:
fuck it,
you loan somebody $20 and you never see them again. That's a good investment.
right? And if somebody gets offended on behalf of a bunch of fucking Eskimos, then me and my meme master were talking about because we actually talk in private quite often, recently, and he's the one that actually he said something that stuck in my mind about people being oversensitive, and then it caused the whole. Now I'm not even going to mention Mobius because whatever Mobius. I'm not even mentioning what was going on there. But the first time PB came on and was in chat and was talking, freaking my homeboy started cussing at him and shit.
What you eating?
Uh, Larenco remineralizing bubblegum.
Nice. They got Dr. Pepper Tic Tacs.
Yeah, this is that stuff that's made out of actual tree
Gum.
sap, but it's got like a shit ton of hydroxyapatite, which repairs your enamel.
That's the stuff you get from your dentist, ain't it?
Yeah, or you buy it. So I'm like, see, I don't know anything about anything like that, Modifius. But now all of a sudden, I'm remembering having to step in between him and PB, who is one of the nicest guys ever. And then when I went over and watched Legion of Myth, watching him jump down that old dude Tim's throat, and you can tell that guy is a really like passive kind of guy, and he was like getting all kinds of out of hand with him and Jade, and it just got me thinking, and while I should maybe have said all this to you in private, no, I'm not going to, man. I mean, if there's something going on, I'll air that shit out right in front of everybody. I don't care. I
I know
think,
that.
I think, honestly, which to me is laughable because I don't care. But he has this weird thing with trying to correct, like, what I don't like? A lot of things I don't like.
Vegans.
Vegans is a big one, yeah. Because the only people who are actually vegans are like first world upper middle class white women who can afford to be vegans.
Yeah.
Because when you're poor, fucking veganism goes right out the fucking window. You eat whatever you can get, right? Away from the keyboard trolls. I don't know. Am I being away from the keyboard troll or what? I don't know. I'm Coco. I'm just thinking a lot, and I'm starting to notice things that I don't know if they're true or not, but they certainly don't make me feel good. And I'm not the only one who has noticed them, and I'm not even counting Modifius in any of this shit because the Modifius bear debate has nothing to do with what I'm talking about right now. And I'm not asking anybody to take sides either. 100% not, because that's not my way to do anyway. I'd rather have 3 people who are actually solid stand-up dudes join me and bullshit around with me. I'm a classic keyboard tough guy. No, I'm not. I'll disagree with that. I mean, one, a keyboard tough guy is a guy who's never did anything in their life, right? If you're talking to me, I've done a lot of stuff in my life. And when I say things I've done or would do, you can take that to the bank. I don't lie. But no, I've never threatened anybody online. So
He's saying not you, bro.
oh, not me. Okay, good. Yeah. So if you're talking to Modifius, well, I mean, hey, yeah.
He's talking about the Mobius goof.
Yeah, Mobius and Bear's argument, I stopped wanting to be a part of because one, Mobius has been kind of part of the gang for years, and Bear is my bro. So my hope was that they could just find a way to put the shit behind them and move on. But I don't think it's a Canadian thing. But I mean, more than once he tried to correct me on the Eskimo thing. And I'm like, well, you know, in the book, they are called Eskimo. And he's like, well, the guy who wrote the book is wrong. And I'm just like, why do you care so much, right? You know what it is? It's tone policing. That's what got me. And then Mobius showed up, and then he got really mad, and he stormed out. And he said he was not going to, you know, hang out with anybody and just take some time for himself, which I thought totally awesome, dude. Do what you got to do. Except then he's on, you know, like 10 different other people's channels.
Well, you know me, how
And
I
it's
feel
like,
about freedom.
okay, so it is personal about me, obviously. Because
You
if
know,
it wasn't personal about me, you wouldn't be on all these other people's channels. You'd be
you
back
know
on
me
this
about freedom. You know how I feel about freedom of speech. Say whatever the hell you want to. I don't care.
It just seems like a weird thing to get aggravated about, if I'm even right, because I will leave that. I could be totally wrong. This could be, again, that's why I talk it out with people, because I don't know if I'm right.
Because my brother James will take a snowflake and turn it into an avalanche.
No, it's because when something like this happens, I do what I do now, which is immediately think I must have done something wrong.
Coco
And
says,
the only
listen
thing I
to
can
me.
think of that I might have done wrong was the Eskimo thing, because
Yeah, listen to Coco. He's got a good idea. He says,
well,
listen
I
to your
did
brother and
talk
talk
to
to
him
him.
on Discord. I talked to him and said, hey, man. And he said, I'm taking time for myself, you know, whatever. I may, or, you know, come back, or I may just devote myself to my own channel. And I was like, well, I understand that, bro. If you're stressed out, I know how it is. I mean, you know, I said all the right things, I think, about, yeah, take care of yourself, you know, take care of your mental health. I mean, that's got to be
Then I would
your first priority, right? Is to make sure you were okay before you can help anyone else, right?
just leave it at that and not worry about it. He said he may come back, he may not. There you go. There's your answer to it all. And if he comes back, cool. If he doesn't, cool. One way or the other, you're still going to do your streams and people are still going to enjoy them.
Well, you know, some people
And just,
might enjoy them.
you've always got Timmy.
Yeah, Leth is my freaking Andy Richter. Leth is my Andy Richter. I can always count on Leth.
Oh, I heard they arrested Prince Andrew.
Did they?
Yeah.
God, that makes me happy, because I'm sitting here getting pissed off by the lack of arrests.
Yeah, well, they kicked out one of the prime ministers in Norway or some shit like that and arrested him. And they arrested Prince Andrew. All these other countries are arresting people, but we ain't got no arrests yet. We need some arrests.
We need like 100 arrests.
We
Do you
need
know
some.
what? I
We need
watch
some.
Asmongold quite a bit. You know that?
Yeah, I love Asmongold.
I was watching Asmongold talk about Mel Gibson today. And it
Yeah,
turned
everybody
out
owes
that
him an
Mel
apology.
Gibson, in the height of his craziness, right? When he's running around saying all kinds of crazy shit, that he was right. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? When he's accusing Hollywood and all this shit of like sacrifices and all this weird shit and how he wouldn't play ball. So, you know,
yeah.
like
They say that we owe Mel Gibson an apology.
like everyone in everywhere owes Mel Gibson an apology. I'm not saying he's not crazy. He might be a little bit on the edge there, but hey, genius and insanity a lot of times are strange bedfellows, right?
Well. Just think what made him crazy.
Well, I think in the
All the
thing
Hollywood
they had
shit.
an interview of him, and it was like when he came from Australia to Hollywood, it was the culture shock because apparently, like when he made Road Warrior and Mad Max and then Mad Max Part Two, The Road Warrior, that was all in Australia, and there wasn't quite any of the fucking weirdness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he come to Hollywood, and he said he was lucky because he couldn't be controlled the way a lot of people could in Hollywood because he wasn't connected to anybody. But he said all Hollywood is people sitting around trying to figure out who they can F over and suffer the least for it.
Yeah, Robert Downey Jr.
Robert
credited
Downey
Mel
Jr.
Gibson.
stood up for him.
Yeah, credited Mel Gibson for saving his life and his career.
Yep. I
You know
saw
who
that
what?
Robert Downey Jr. got up there and said, you know, you people who claim to be so-called whatever, he's like, I think it's about time we forgive somebody, you know. And he said some shit like, if you don't have any sin, you know, you can cast the first stone. And since this is Hollywood, we all know you do. You
Yeah.
know, it was a funny speech. And he's like, you know, Mel Gibson. And I thought, damn, Robert Downey Jr., I already liked you.
He's my favorite black actor.
Mine too.
You know who wasn't on the Epstein
That's
list?
a lie, though. Denzel Washington actually is my favorite.
You know who wasn't on the Epstein list?
Probably Mel Gibson.
Mr. Tiger Blood himself.
Really?
Charlie Sheen was not on the Epstein list. He ain't got no time for that shit. He's too busy doing cocaine and hookers.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen ain't a weirdo. He just likes banging hot porn chicks and getting AIDS.
And doing cocaine.
And
This is
doing
a hell of a drug.
Yeah, so okay, he is kind of a weirdo, but he's a weirdo I can respect. Like he don't need to go to prison forever. He's just banging whores and doing coke. Let's be
Denzel,
honest. There, but for the grace of God, go I.
yeah, Denzel
I don't
Washington.
know how I would be if I was a multimillionaire with endless access to whores and coke. I mean, I like to think my Christian willpower would kick in and I'd be like, no. But I don't know.
But
Because you never know till your feet are in the fire. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Right. And you just never know how you're going to be until, you know, it's like Bill Burr back when he was funny. He said it best. He's like Tiger Woods. He's banging all these hot chicks. And you got some dude that works at Lowe's. And he's talking shit about Tiger Woods. But the reality is the guy at Lowe's isn't having to deal with that level of temptation on the daily, you know?
Rod White said it best about Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods had a chance to sleep with hundreds of thousands of people. See, everybody looks at all the chicks he banged, but you got to look at all the chicks that he didn't bang. I mean, that's willpower right there.
Well, that's the problem with Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen, if you look at all the chicks he could have banged, he did.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to chime in on that real quick. There was all the talk about him and River Phoenix. And
Charlie Sheen has some bad stories about him.
And Corey Haim was another name that got brought up with him.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how old Charlie Sheen was at that time.
I mean, I don't know either, but it's just, you know, Corey Feldman, everybody said, oh, he's a drug addict. Oh, he's losing his mind. And he kept saying, no, they're they're predators. They came at us and everything. And I don't know. During all that, I heard Charlie Sheen's name dropped a couple of times about River
You're
Phoenix and
not
Corey
wrong.
Haim. So
Well, both of the Corys were abused.
yeah,
Yeah, the Corey said that the Corey, one of the Corey that's still alive, he said that he's one of the ones who said that Michael Jackson was helping all these kids from being predatorized.
yeah, that's a thing that's going around now.
That maybe MJ might have been set up.
Yeah,
Because
MJ was set up with all the scandal, and they're also saying that it might have been not accidental, his demise.
hmm
well, I mean, you're a medical doctor and you accidentally give somebody way, way too much. What was that shit? Or whatever.
Yeah, milk of
they
amnesia.
call it.
Yeah. And then you look at, they're also coming out saying that Anthony Bourdain, Chester Bennington, and Chris Cornell were doing a documentary about the lost children, and they all died mysteriously in hotel rooms the exact same way.
yeah. I remember that they say Anthony Bourdain committed suicide.
So
Right.
they say the same thing about Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington. But they were all working together on a project called The Lost Children, a documentary about children being trafficked and stuff, trying to expose it. And they all committed suicide in hotel rooms the
Well,
same way.
they say a lot of things, brother.
It's just too many coincidences. Too many conspiracy theories are coming true for me not to start believing a lot more of them.
Oh, yeah. Another person that everyone in America owes an apology to is probably Alex Jones.
Yeah. Well, Jim Carrey got up there on like talk shows and was doing the triangle thing with his hand and talking about how evil Hollywood shit was, and everybody said that he was just gone crazy. He's like, Jimmy Kimmel's like, "What's that symbol you're making?" And Jim Carrey's like, "You know what it is, Jimmy. You know what it is. Don't act like you don't."
Well, anyway, thank you for distracting me from my sitting here being melancholy. And I was just talking a little bit cold iron about something I mentioned to you.
You're melancholy, and I'm infinite sadness.
Oh God.
Yeah, I love that album though.
If there was, oh, never mind. Not going there.
We got a Pumpkins hater over here.
Yes, you do.
Tonight. What? How can you not like Avador or
Disarm?
Zero?
I'm a Cocktail Twins fanboy.
Zero?
You're what?
I'm a Cocktail Twins and My Bloody Valentine fanboy. If I'm going to listen to Smashing Pumpkins, I'm going to listen to the bands that inspired them. So, besides, I mean, in the generation I grew up in, and like y'all's generation too, Pumpkins were just over fucking played. I mean,
you know what? That's
there
like
were
saying,
a few songs that were on the radio way too much.
it's like saying you don't like Rancid because they
I
got
hate Rancid.
inspiration
I loathe
from the
Rancid.
Ramones.
I loathe and
Chris
despise
was an
Rancid.
identical overdose, accidental. The one that I was really sad about when it happened a couple of years back was Mac Miller.
Yeah.
But what happened with Mac Miller is he had bad back problems, and he sent someone out to try and score some probably oxys, because that's what people do. But whatever the guy got for him had a lot of fentanyl in it. So he took what he thought was oxycodone or some shit. And the fentanyl just killed him dead, because fentanyl will. I mean,
yeah, and the guys who sold it to him knew that it was laced with fit, and they ended up going to prison, which is
they
good.
needed to. And because I was always like, back when he was just like starting out, I was a fan of Mac Miller.
Sitting on his couch watching cartoons.
Yeah. It's sad that when Donald Trump actually became president, he came out, talking shit. because everybody knows the reality was he liked Donald Trump, but then when Donald Trump became president, he had to toe the line and
You
say
know who
Donald Trump
did?
sucked.
You
And
know
it's
who didn't
like,
toe the line, which surprised the shit out of me.
who?
He didn't toe the line about Donald Trump. Elton John. Elton John. They're like, what do you think about Donald Trump calling Kim Jong Un the Rocket Man? And Elton John's like, I thought it was hilarious. Donald Trump's always been very kind to me and always supportive and come to my shows and let me perform in his areas. Donald Trump's a great man, you know? And I think that it's hilarious that he got that. And I was like, wow, Mr. Liberal himself defending the Trumpster.
No, wait. Elton John's gay. That don't mean he's liberal.
Yeah, he's a little liberal.
But I'm just saying, don't assume because some dude is gay that they're liberal. Because
Oh, I know. There's a lot of. I mean,
there's
you're
like
gay.
dudes out there that don't want anything to do
Whoa.
with that bullshit.
You're gay, and you're not a liberal.
I mean, look, I get sassy once in a while, but it doesn't mean I'm outright gay, dude. I mean,
come on.
Everybody's a little gay.
I'm
Cornell
straight
hung
as a circle,
himself.
so
Fucking
I'm not-
kung fu guy hung himself in a closet. I think Anthony
Oh.
Bourdain might have hung
Carradine.
himself.
Yeah, I'm not to sound gay or anything, but you know, your YouTube channel is pretty cool.
Dude, I don't want to sound gay or anything, but I think unicorns effing rock.
Yeah,
I think
No,
they sound like Depeche Mode.
Wasn't that Orgasmo?
yeah. My name is Sacho. You got a lot of Jeffs, and a lot of Tims, and a lot of James, but I am Sacho.
But I am Sancho. And the guy's like, fine. I heard him just because his name was Sancho. Yeah. And Sancho at the end, he's like, I don't want to sound gay or anything, but I think fires are really romantic. And you just see the other guy look at him and grin like, uh-oh. So really cool. So anyway, yeah. I guess I've gotten over my mopiness.
Melancholy, mopiness. Just think of that delicious pot roast that the monster's gonna make for you.
What did you grab me?
Is that
Oh,
okay?
some more popcorn.
Well,
Nice.
didn't you eat it all?
I did eat it all.
This was on sale.
Hi, monster.
Hey, I wasn't
Love ya.
sure if we should do butter or extreme butter, so I went extreme butter.
Well, you know me.
Butter?
I'm an extremist.
You are. So,
Especially when it comes to butter.
When it comes to butter, anyway. Either way, too soon. Yeah, very too soon. And it was really kind of heartbreaking when they had that video where all these people all around the world were singing the Linkin Park song. What is that?
almond cherry macaroon creamer. I felt like we needed to try it.
It's good.
It doesn't sound like anything I want in coffee.
You love
It's good.
Sounds French.
Yesterday, when I had coffee with my neighbor, we had bourbon pecan coffee with sweet cream creamer and white chocolate cold foam.
That sounds gay.
I don't care if it sounds gay. It's delicious.
It
It's
sounds
okay to-
gay. It
It's
sounds
okay
like
to
you.
enjoy. It's
sounds
okay
like you
to
like men.
enjoy things that taste good, you bastard.
Do you like men? I mean, do you like men too? Do you like the
No.
embrace of a man's hairy chest upon you? And
Don't worry, bro. If I was gay, you would know it, because I'd be the gayest gay fucker out in all of
I
gay.
mean, the glow of male skin in the
I
moonlight.
like how he says if.
Brother, you know I'm not gay. If anybody knows I'm not gay, it would be you.
Well, I mean,
I was just going to regale everybody with how no matter where we go or what we were doing, if there was a gay man in the building, they would hit on Hungar.
Because I'm
well,
just that damn sexy.
you've got you're putting out the vibe, dude. You've got the musk, the pheromones, man. They know their own.
Yeah, but my brother fails to mention all the chicks that always hit on me too.
Well, they're fag hags.
See,
You know,
and the
fuck
thing-
you,
the
Code
thing that
Iron.
was really- right? The thing that was really annoying which I got over it, but it was annoying at the time, guys, is none of them ever hit on me.
Isn't that disheartening? Isn't that
And,
awful?
and I started getting like a complex about it, you know?
It is. It's bad.
Because I'm like, here's my
But
brother, all 5'6" feet of him, you know, walking around looking like freaking, you know, Albert from Albert and Costello or whatever. And all these people are just falling all over him. And here
you,
I am.
you don't
know,
have the gene.
6
You
foot,
don't
you
secrete the
know,
musk.
yeah, apparently.
I'm not 5'6". I'm 5'8", you bastard.
I'm
And
not even sure you're 5'6". Shut up.
apparently have the genetic predisposition to be a homosexual. So
Me and him are brothers.
well, okay, some brothers are born like what does that have to do with anything? It doesn't mean you share the exact
We
same
have the
traits.
same genetics. You cock smoker.
And to be fair, there's no way that Hungar would be gay, but he might be for sure bi.
Oh, okay. See, that's what it is. Okay, so he gets women and the men. Hey, there you go. It's a bigger playing field.
What's up,
You
crafting gamer?
dirty
I mean,
court.
not that I want to go around and around on that day about this, but I do know for a fact that the dude could pull chicks like crazy.
You friggin' arseholes. You dirty cork soakers.
Cork choker. My
Yeah.
Neo TT RPG. I
You know,
almost bought
I
that
remember what was that was from
Johnny Dangerously.
Johnny Dangerously. You dirty cork sucker. Yeah, he's like, I will fucking kill you. The Greek guy that they had
Yeah.
deported back to Greece or some shit. And the theme song for that movie was Weird Al.
Yeah.
What a wild, you know. This is the life, Weird Al. I eat filet mignon 7 times a day.
I brush my teeth with Dom Perrier.
Yeah. Hey, what can I say? This is
This
the
is
life.
the life.
Right. But yeah, I got an order in from Reaper. And I am just gluing them to bases, and I'll have to wash them because the thing with the Reaper miniatures, whether they're plastic or metal, is if you don't wash them, you will have an issue. You will have a problem. You got to wash them with some Dawn dish detergent or some other kind of dish detergent that gets all the oil off of them, because sometimes when they show up, they still have the mold release on them. And paint will not stick to mold release.
No.
Tom Petty's dead?
Yeah, he died years ago.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God. How did I? That okay. I mean, that's wild to me because he was one of my favorite musicians of all times.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kavorka. Hey, PB, how are you, man? You must have heard me talking about you and freaking felt your ears burning. But now
You know
we're
what's
back.
on Amazon Prime, bro?
No.
I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Because
Oh, yeah.
the only time I go to Amazon Prime is because I own movies on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
And the main one that's there is Event Horizon.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get you, sucker.
That's a pretty good movie. I like when they're bragging about their badges. I got this badge because somebody hit me in the eye with a stapler.
With a paper clip.
Yeah. But I convinced our mother to watch Sinners.
Yeah, I watched it too.
And I'm going to have to get with her and ask her So, was it as good as I thought it was, or am I just hallucinating?
I talked to our mother day before yesterday, asking her if we're coming down to Florida in October. She said she'd let me know,
October.
or in April. Oh shit! Hell comes to Frogtown.
Hey, so you watched it, you said.
Yeah, it was great.
See, I don't know though. You lie a lot. How do I know you watched it?
Oh, I'd seen bits and pieces of it where the fat dude, cornbread, poor old cornbread man, talking about you got me sick with your stale grease. I ain't never used no stale grease when I cook food.
Yeah.
Poor cornbread. I like cornbread.
Well, I mean,
He just tried to make some money. You know, he goes and they pick up all his friends out of the sharecropper field to come work and, party down at the jute joint. But the end, when that clan dude got freaking just unloaded on with a Tommy gun,
okay. So I'm thinking maybe you have seen it then.
that was some good shit, dude.
Yeah. And who was your? Okay, that wasn't the end though. Did you see the real end?
Where the cousin is playing in the joint with a picture of himself on the wall with Scar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who was your favorite character then?
The fat black sassy woman, voodoo chick.
Oh yeah, the Louisiana Swamp Witch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see you being appealing to you. You've dated that a couple times.
Fruit sand.
No, she just had her shit together. When all the shit was going down, she's the one who kept her head.
Yeah, she's one to let them all know what was what too.
Yep.
Who do you think my favorite character was?
The Irish vampire.
Remick, 100%.
That song
And-
that they were playing when they showed up, when they all started singing.
Oh,
About
the one about
plucking the robin.
I picked that old Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, I picked his head, I picked his feet. I wouldn't pick his body because it wasn't fit to eat.
Yeah, that shit was a little crazy.
But did you notice that Stack was digging it though, right?
Oh yeah.
Stack was
Because
like, these guys are good, you know.
I think it might have had a lot to do with their vampire power too.
And Smoke was like, nah, you guys can't come in.
Yeah, you
Because they
guys.
had to be invited in.
Yeah,
And if
you guys.
they been invited in, that'd just been the end of it. Right there. That'd been the end of the movie, right?
Yeah, yeah. When the one chick goes out and comes back, it's like, "Ain't you gonna invite me in, cornbread?" It's like, "Shit, you been in all day. Come on in."
Yeah. She went out there and they got her. And then they got everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think my favorite scene, though, is when they're singing Rocky Road to Dublin.
Yeah.
And the 1,000-year-old vampire busts out into the river dance.
Oh, the dude could dance. The dude could
You
dance.
can dance, and you got all of them out, you know. And in the end, when he's there, and you see Stack run up and start like slapping him on the back, and their eyes are glowing and shit, and it's just like,
Yeah.
ugh. So the thing you didn't know is when Smoke had Stack down and had the stake to him, he made a deal with him that as long as he would never harm their cousin, he'd let him live, but he had to swear on it, right?
Yeah.
And so the vampire swore on it, and he grabbed that pale skinned lady, and they ran off and hid before the sun come up. So when the sun come up, it roasted all of them, including Remick. But those two lived.
Yeah.
And it was all because, you know, Smoke and Stack being twin brothers, even though his brother was a vampire, he just couldn't bring himself to end his ass, you know? Sad, really, if you think about it. Pretty sad.
Yeah. Very sad.
But great movie. I was so surprised because I was not expecting I was expecting some kind of cheesy, preachy, woe is us, slavery bullshit. And instead, I got a badass movie full of amazing characters that I liked every one of. Great direction, great cinematography, and in the middle of nowhere for no reason that I can think of, vampires. You know, but even if there hadn't been any vampires, the movie was still been good.
Yeah.
You know, and yes, that old fat Klansman, when he got most of a drum of 45 put into him, I was like, he deserves it. Because you remember in the thing how when they bought the juke joint, they noticed that the floor was washed.
Yeah, they told him, it's like, don't you come around here no more.
Right. But they noticed the floor of the juke joint was washed clean, right?
Yeah.
And then when Remy's talking to him, or Remick says, this isn't a juke joint. This is a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not thinking right, you think that Remick's threatening them, telling them this is a slaughterhouse. I'm getting ready to kill all of you, which I mean, kind of, yeah, but no, because remember the vampires in this movie, if they make another person a vampire, they share memories.
Yeah.
Well, the two white people he had embraced right off the bat, that was the clan Grand Dragon, whatever guys, freaking
Her nephew and wife.
and
Yeah.
his wife. So apparently the clan guy had been selling this building to black people
And then killing them.
and then coming back like the next day and killing them, then washing it all out clean and putting it up for sale again. And just, throwing the bodies in the swamp or whatever, right? And Remick was trying to warn them about that. Because for whatever reason, he's a 1,000-year-old vampire. He didn't have a racist bone in his body. But what the guy who directed the movie said, the reason he picked an Irish guy to be the vampire is he wanted the Irish guy to have lived through the oppression the Irish suffered under Cromwell and the British.
Yeah.
So the vampire, he kind of had a understanding of what it was like to get effed over all the time. So yeah, he wasn't a big fan of the clan at all. But he's still gonna eat them all. Don't sleep on that shit. He did 100% intend to eat every one of them,
Yeah.
but hey, at least he wasn't racist, I guess.
Have you seen the preview for the Spider-Man Noir?
Like you said the other day, my brother, who knew we would live to see the day that Nicolas Cage would play Spider-Man in the 1930s?
Isn't it so freaking awesome?
Well, I mean, you already know how I feel because
Nick
you
Cage.
already know I'm a Nicolas Cage super fan and have been forever.
Yeah, I never knew I'd live long enough to see Nick Cage play Spider-Man.
Because everybody likes to make fun and talk shit. And I'm like, you guys are all full of shit. Nicolas Cage is one of the greatest actors of all time.
Mm.
He gave us
I hear
Valley
you,
Girl.
and I don't even want to hear it, Cold Iron.
I didn't
He
say
gave-
anything.
Oh,
gave us Valley
said
Girl.
enough.
I didn't say nothing.
Face
Yeah.
Off.
You can't tell me Kiss of the Vampire or Con
It was good.
Air.
It was good.
Fucking
I didn't say anything. Just
Color Out of
greatest
Space, Mandy.
greatest actor of all time. I mean, I don't know. I've seen him in some junk before. So
Well, a lot of guys. Well, look, the thing with him, bro, you got to remember this. He's got to take any movie he can get. He is in so much debt for spending all those millions of dollars on fake dinosaur bones
mm,
that dude has to take movies because he'll
Look
be
at
on
it
the
like-
street.
Look at it like Sam Jackson said. Bad movie checks cash just as good as good movie checks. Paid actors get paid to act.
You know, I didn't think the Color Out of Space was as bad as people said it was.
I thought it was really good because anyone who thinks you can just make a great Lovecraft movie doesn't really understand what they're dealing with, you know?
Yeah.
It's not easy to translate like the Color Out of Space, the way they did it as good as they could. Not exactly like in the book, obviously, but they did
Yeah.
what they could. But how could you do it the right way? It would be my argument because, like, there's
Yeah,
just
that is a
some
weird thing.
Lovecraftian
It's
stories.
like the most Lovecraftian movies are not Lovecraftian, like The Void and Jugface and stuff like that.
Oh, The Void is so good, though.
The Void is easily the most Lovecraftian, non-Lovecraftian movie ever. Like it plays out just like a module of Call of Cthulhu. Like
The
it's
Void,
NPCs
and there's another one called Iron. And you're going to have to help me out here. Remember the name of it?
and if you haven't seen Jugface,
I haven't
James,
seen Jugface.
oh my god, it takes place in Appalachia and is something else, man. That's strap in for that one, dude.
Well, living in Appalachia is like being in a Lovecraft.
It's a rough one, dude. I went to Atlanta Comic Con and met Sean Young and told her, like, first thing I was getting her a photo of her as Chani signed. But first thing I brought up to her, I was like, about Jugface, and she just started laughing. I was like, that what just come on.
Chani.
Like-
That name sounds so familiar to me.
Yeah, Chani, Dune. She played Chani in Lynch's Dune.
Oh, you're talking about Rachel also from
Sean Young.
Yeah, Sean Young.
yeah, she
Yeah,
was Rachel in Blade Runner.
Yeah, she was in Jugface, that movie, and it's rough, dude.
Okay, well, I'm not really into super gory stuff. Mouth of Madness, definitely one of the top 5 or 10 Lovecraftian weird movies. But the one I'm talking about, and I forgot the name, but there was like this professor with a Greek name, and he invented a machine that caused vibrations that allowed you to see into like an overlaying dimension. And the guy who was in The Reanimator was the main star. And they go back to the mansion and they turn the machine on and it makes his pioneer gland or whatever stick out, and like these things, you know, start freaking out. And then the hot chick scientist dresses up in BDSM clothes and starts running. I mean, it's real. Is it From Beyond? Which might actually be based on a Lovecraft story.
Yeah.
And you know the dude that was the main star of like The Reanimator, Bride of the Reanimator. Yep, Just a Passerby got me on it. From Beyond. Yeah, that movie is freaking Lovecraftian as hell. Mad scientists, cosmic entities from just beyond. I mean, and it gets pretty wild pretty quick. That's a great one. And a little, just a little piece of information most of you probably already know anyway. The FBI agent in The Frighteners is that guy from Beyond. And also The Reanimator. And all
wasn't he in DS9 also?
Yeah, I think he was.
Yeah.
It was like
I forget that guy's name.
he was like the super B star, and everything he starred in was like based on some kind of Lovecraftian.
I think he
thing.
was in an episode or two or Tales from the Crypt, maybe
Yeah,
too.
he was way into that whole scene.
I was sad the other day when I heard Robert Duvall died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Hub McCain. Fought in 2 world wars and countless others.
I did not like that movie.
You're a
My
fucking.
favorite character that he played was
Fucking
Killboy.
thought it was lame.
Do you remember that one, Haas?
Which one?
Colonel Kilgore.
No,
Oh yeah,
there's a character.
Yeah. Apocalypse
Charlie.
Now.
Charlie don't surf. I'm so
Yeah.
sad. One day, all of this war end.
Jeffrey
love the smell
Combs, I
of it.
believe. He's a dark haired guy. He just looks like a normal dude. And yeah, he was the weird FBI agent in Frighteners, but he was in all of the Reanimators, basically. He's the main guy. And like he plays his character name is the same name that Lovecraft used for one of the characters in some of his books. You know, like he's got the same name as I think Carter.
Randolph Carter.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
That's one of the best short story. That was one of my favorites, at least, was The Statement of Randolph Carter with Lovecraft.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, isn't that the one where he goes with his friend and his friend goes in the cave?
Yeah, he goes down into a crypt.
Right. And he's
Yeah,
got a wire he's dragging behind him so they can talk on the phone. And then
and
the
he's
last thing you hear is Carter is dead.
yeah, it's a raspy, like, apparently there was like a lich or something down there.
Might have ran into a bunch of ghouls.
Well, I am
Making
going
a
to bounce
Trek
out
show
of
with
here.
that dude playing all the roles. Yeah, that guy is definitely super underrated as an actor. But
Hey, bro, I'm going to bounce and have some lunch and then take a nap.
you do that.
Love you.
I love you. Always have.
Good. Always will. Good to see you, like always.
Yeah. Thank you for helping me deal with my ennui.
Yeah, you know, I got your back.
I know you do.
Love you, bye.
Bye. Yeah, that's always my problem is when something bad happens, I start trying to figure out how it's my fault.
I don't think it's your fault, man.
But that no. I get that. I'm just saying that's what I do. I can't help it. I always
Yeah, I feel
I
you.
learned the other day that I was yes.
My water, babe. I could have done it if I wasn't making your dinner.
Your water will wait. It is literally in plastic bottles
But
in
I
the
would
back
like
of the
to put
car.
some on. I mean,
You don't have any water, babe.
no,
So you're asking me to please go get your water.
please.
Okay, guys, entertain yourselves.
I mean, I could do it, but I'm currently browning your.
You could do it, but you're cooking the pot roast. I get it. You're a good wife. I'll be right back.
Alrighty, just us, chat. Howdy do. Let's see who's on here. Uh, let's see who's in here in chat. Hello, Dean. Hello, Mobius. What else we got in here? We got Dean. We got Mobius. That's about it. I hope everyone's having a good day. James the Water Fetcher, the Water Boy. She sounded pissed. I don't know. I'm kind of worried about that pot roast now. It might get flung at him if he don't tote that water quick enough. I hope she doesn't beat him too hard. That'd be tragic. I mean, he's tough. He can handle it. He's probably been through worse, and I'm sure she's thrashed him before because of his smart mouth. But and muted. You're muted.
Here I am. Hey,
There you
Squirrel.
go. There you go.
The Christian guilt trip never. Well, I am the husband. And I don't know if you know anything, PB, about orthodoxy, but roles within the marriage are pretty freaking not only well defined, but expected. You know? It's like you gotta take care of your wife, man. You gotta take care of her. Even if you don't want to. But you know what? The good news is she has to do the same. So another hour and you get to go home. Man, oh man. So, you know, that's the point of when you get married, the crowns that they put on and how they put them on and then they switch and do that. It's supposed to, it represents the fact that you have become one flesh instead of two people. And everything that goes with that, which is a lot of sacrifice and whatnot. See, modern feminists have freak out about it because if you were to tell a modern feminist that part of her marital obligation, according to God, is that if her husband's feeling a certain way, that even if she's not necessarily feeling that way, she needs to just do something, people would freak the fuck out. But that's a religious doctrine. You know what I mean? Because, you know,
I bought the ticket. It's time to ride.
Well, and the other thing is religiously, it's supposed to keep you, you know, connected. Well, okay, stop. You took what I was saying, which was supposed to be kind of pure, and you turned it into a thing.
Well, I'm ignorant. Please explain. Connected?
Spiritually.
Oh, okay.
Right? I mean,
so it's not the thing where you pee in her and then the baby comes out the butt?
Oh my God. I remember the balls are full of pee. Man, the old internet.
That's how it works.
It was pretty good. But no, it's about just basically, you know, I mean, if everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, then you ain't got to worry about cheating or any of that, really. I mean, maybe you do, but maybe that. I don't know. I don't know. You're asking me hard questions that I don't know because I'm not.
Well,
I'm not a priest, so I don't know. But I do know it's a rule. You know what I mean? But no one can hope James isn't forced to buy steamed hams. Steamed hams. What was that from? Was that from like the Brack show or something like that? Steamed hams. And then like the weirdest cartoon I think I ever saw, or one of them, was the Adventure Time cartoon when they went to war with the Goblin Kingdom. And the Goblin King, all he wanted to do is like spank the shit out of the other goblins.
It was kind of a strange cartoon anyway.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying too much attention to it because like I worked at Toys R Us like during its hype.
Right.
And I don't know. I kind of disregarded it as just one of those low animation, like just whatever. It's the new thing. Don't care.
Californication, which Cali animation I hate.
Then
Bean mouths and stupid looking characters, but
actually sat down to watch it, and it was like, wow, this is really surreal and esoteric. So
yep.
it was a weird one.
Well, it was after the Great Mushroom War,
Oh
which
God!
apparently had blown Ooh in half or something.
There was supposed to be some graphic novel in between seasons, like Misadventure Time and all that stuff, and
Didn't happen.
no, it didn't. There was a big divide when they were going to come out with because the graphic novels were going to come out like towards the series end, and there was that huge like divide between the fandom about Marceline and Princess Bubblegum being like lesbians and shit like that. So
I never really got that, not because of whatever, but because Marceline's a vampire and Princess Bubblegum is some kind of mutant slime that just
yeah,
decided to take the form of, because she don't gotta look that way.
yeah.
Because I remember the one where they talk about when Marceline was young and Simon Petrov saved her, and Princess Bubblegum was there, but it's like 1,000 years in the past, and she was just this big giant pink slime that was hanging out on a bridge overpass.
Yeah, like the mother gum or something that she broke off from, or something weird like that. I
Yeah.
don't know.
So
I said that
but
show was
she's
just
worse than Kim Jong Il. Like the Candy Village is covered in freaking cameras. She's constantly spying on them. But she's
a
a
weird one.
dictator for real. How you doing, Dean?
Relative all right.
Good.
Like I said, her work has been a little rough today. Basically, one of the shift managers decided he wanted to break his personal, what do you call it, record on how much people get done. And if he does that again, I need to talk with his manager. Because there was way too much work for a position that's supposed to be like for someone whose health isn't that good.
Right. Well, on the other hand, it's nice to know that you got assholes in Denmark too.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. That seems fair then. But
so how are you two doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm looking at the chats. PB must be at work. Mobius is at work. Coco dropped in. I haven't heard from Shadow yet. Squirrel Hermit had to go.
Shadow just uploaded one of his top 10 videos.
Yeah, he told me he's going to. So now we know what Shadow's been up to. He said he's gone to, but I didn't know when.
He just did like tens of minutes ago.
I do not have an easy time picking my top 10 usually of anything.
Yeah, I'm like that person where like my top 10 keeps changing, so it's like really hard to narrow one down.
Mm-hmm. Same. Because, like, I Like the Way You Kissed Me by Artemis wouldn't have been in my top 10 2 years ago.
Is that a song or?
It is.
Okay.
It's in my top 10 now.
Gay?
Really? All right. I like the video too because
I'm just kidding. I'm just playing around.
98.
I don't even know who that is, honestly.
I think he's British, but maybe originally Greek. and he sings like a bunch of songs. Uh, most of which I'm like, that's okay, whatever. But I like the way you kiss me. I'm a huge fan of. My wife hates it, so that makes it a lot more fun to play.
As long as you don't become a teenage girl, not like playing in a repeat.
No, I don't do that too much, not too often. But she don't like it because in the song there's a verse where it's like, I'll hit it from the back so that you don't get attached.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
And she feels like that's not cool.
I mean, she has a point, but yeah.
But I just like the beat and everything, the whole. I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss me. I can tell you hit. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a modern song. It just come out within the last couple of years, but it sounds so like 80s or 90s gothy kind of club music. Kind of like, I don't know if you guys remember when the Killers very first came out and like 2000 whatever, and it was like, oh my god, these guys sound just like 80s music, Somebody told me that you have a boyfriend that looks like a girlfriend. And it's like, that sounds like 80s music, man.
Yeah.
So everybody loved it,
Yeah, the Killers are kind of fun because like so you would think like they only play what do you call it, like Mr. Brightside because that's the song everyone wants to, but it's apparently the other way around.
Yeah.
They are forcing it upon everyone, all their concert, and it just happened that people likes it, so it's okay.
Right. Yeah. Mr. Brightside was good though.
Yeah. You can like argue that like it's kind of unfortunate that it's about a threesome and cheating and then overcoming that, but still, it's a good song.
Well, I have definitely a rule about all that. And that is I don't do it.
Nope. You pee in one woman and one baby comes out of the butt, and that is the way it goes.
You are out of control.
Sometimes twins come out of the butt, sometimes triplets, sometimes more. But you're only supposed to pee inside one woman.
Family, they have I don't know if it's a genetic thing, but twins. Twins are a common thing in her family. They have a lot of twins.
That's both a genetic thing and a timing thing. I don't remember what the timing is supposed to be, but it's like, yeah.
You pee in them twice.
Oh, cold iron skillet.
That's the way it works.
I almost could believe you would think that because you're from Georgia.
Wow. God. Wow. Shots fired.
Well, I'm just saying, I've known a lot of people and lived in Georgia a while, and I am not surprised.
Look, man, we have to make our own fun up here, okay?
Right. But yeah, I do remember like 10 or 15 years ago when the whole argument online was about pee is stored in the balls or some shit.
Yeah.
And everybody was, and I don't know. I think it was 4chan or one of those assholes that started it just to troll. And it worked. It worked. Yeah. He trolled the shit out of everybody. It turned into a whole meme.
It started out with a kiss. How did it end up with piss?
Yeah, it was a whole meme, a whole freaking. Now, the worst part of the internet back in those days was how inescapable it was to get away from bronies.
Ah.
Yeah.
So no matter what community you were in, the bronies would invade.
I mean, there is a reason why there was that meme of like months asleep post ponies.
And yeah. And the thing that got me was when the Bronies invaded MechWarrior Online, back when it was good, and I was just like, ugh.
At
But
least
the problem
on,
is, if you acknowledge them, they just stay longer.
it was kind of like at least on some of the forums on 4chan, it was to make fun of Lego, how they Legoed everything. So people would try to pony everything.
Well, it worked. There was a mercenary unit on the one server I played on a lot that was called the Iridani Light Ponies.
I actually saw a Trench Crusade warband of ponies. So
I mean, these guys.
so it's still going on. So
Yeah. But back then it was like you could join a board, a forum, a BBS. It didn't matter. Some 10 people would be on there going off about ponies. And it would just be like, oh my God.
What was the last thing you said you could join?
BBS, a forum.
Oh, sorry, I thought like you said BDSM, and yes, that would be awkward that there's suddenly like brony there.
oh, there's plenty of that. There's plenty of pony.
In the
porn.
old days, people would start like BBSs or whatever and do their own little like vlogs, but they weren't vlogs because there's no video. It was just like people posting.
Yeah.
And so kind of like a Discord thread, except that's all there was. There was nothing else. This I'm talking about before there was like MySpace.
Yeah, it
and
was
stuff
like
that.
a big truck
Right.
where you could
And-
dump it everything into.
And the frickin' ponies or bronies, as they're known, they would invade everything they could invade.
Bronies
Well,
and
okay,
Pegasus.
I'll take bronies over Turks any day, though. That was an SNL skit. I am an upwardly mobile, educated European, and you are a Turk. And they're talking about how Europeans could learn to get along with the Turks, you know, and however they said it, it was always really bad. Like,
Yeah.
it always ended with, and you are a Turk. Oh, Hungar put me on to SNL actually has a funny thing on now. Not always funny, but sometimes funny. The new SNL Weekend Update. And there's the two guys on there, and when it's funny is when they swap jokes.
Yeah, that is funny, but it's not Norm. It'll never be Norm.
Well, no one will ever be Norm.
I mean,
Norm
literally,
is-
what do you call it? Other than having the joke about Frank Stallone, he also has somehow got Sylvester Stallone to do a bit with him where like he tries to rescue him from a car, but Norm keeps dissing his movies.
Right. Well, the one I saw that I was a little bit like, oh my God, they went there, was the what's her name? Everybody used to think she was such a Scarlett Johansson. The white dude on Weekend Update is married to Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah.
And they have kids. Now, how that happened, I don't know. But it happened. He's not a bad looking guy either, though. So, you know, whatever. And so the black dude wrote the joke for him. And it was like, it started out with like, many people were upset that Costco has discontinued their not roast beef, like Arby's, their sliced beef or whatever. And he says, I, on the other hand, don't have to worry about it since I eat that every night since my wife had kids. And she was in the audience.
Hmm.
And it's just like, wow. They just like on live TV joke that Scarlett Johansson's vagina looks like a roast beef sandwich from Arby's.
That is definitely yeah.
It's a possibility. but it is kind of crossing the line, maybe, you know. But yeah, I was surprised because for some reason I imagined Scarlett Johansson marrying, like, I don't know, some much older Hollywood kind of guy. But nah, she married some comedian, which I'll tell you, I mean, you know, women do like a guy that can keep them entertained and make them laugh. So
Yeah. But though I also imagine that like maybe like they had like a rule, okay, you get one joke.
dude, here's what happens. The black dude usually writes really racist jokes that the white guy has to read.
Hmm?
And then the white guy writes racist jokes, but they're slightly different in their racism. Like all the jokes the white guy writes that the black guy has to read has to do with the fact that he refuses to date black women and will only date white girls.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And then the ones that the white guy has to read, they're like blatantly racist stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like where he's got to be like, look, I got to ask you a question and shit like this. But it is literally the only part of Saturday Night Live worth watching. And I wouldn't even watch the show. I just catch it on clips. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yes, there'll never be another Norm, who I also watch all of his clips. Yeah, that's the problem, Mobius. Weekend Update's funny because you got two guys that are writing like really, really outrageous jokes for each other. But the whole rest of the show is trash. Like everyone on it's trash. It's just horrible. I wouldn't waste any time watching it. It's the worst. But the Weekend Updates where they're like getting really wild with each other and talking shit, you know, like there was the one joke where the black guy said, like, a lot of people don't know this, but before I met whatever the white guy's name is, I was selling crack in front of the Brooklyn Zoo. And look at me now. And he gives the pause and everybody cheers. And he said, now I'm selling crack in front of, and he names some other place. And it's like, you know, it's more uptown. So,
Yeah.
And that's the kind of shit they do. That's kind of funny.
So
It's
I have
not
a question.
Norm funny because Norm would tell a joke that wasn't funny, but then he'd explain the joke and his explanation of the joke would be hilarious.
And typically it was always, and in other news, Madonna is still a whore.
Yeah, he hated her. I don't know if he
Madonna,
hated Madonna, but he did not cut that chick any breaks at all.
Madonna is definitely a woman who should have not worn a burqa, but I definitely got more clothes as she aged.
Truth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Norm was not a fan of Madonna, and another one he really didn't like was what's her name? Sarah Silver.
Sarah Silverman, that
Oh
awful
my God.
bitch.
He does not care for her very much either.
Well, it's not hard to hate her. I'll say that.
And I know I've told this joke before, or not joke, this thing before, maybe not to you, Iron Oven, but one time a comedian was showing up late and they asked Norm if he would do a set until the comedian that was supposed to be on could show up. And Norm got on stage and did that comedian's whole set. Like joke for joke.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Hilarious, but oh dear.
He shows up and Norm had already did his entire set. He's just like,
to be fair, that sounds like they were like friends and like he wanted to pull the biggest prank he could ever or something like that.
Norm was crazy. You know, he would sometimes go on stage and bomb on purpose.
I mean, he is kind of what you call it, a proto. What's that online comedian guy who like who now looks like Lenin? He also had a show called Fish Tank.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but he's like a proto version of that, where some of the humor is just other people feeling awkward, and
Yeah,
usually people who deserves it.
yeah. Norm would fell on purpose just because. That was just, and most of the jokes he told were like 3-layered jokes. It'd be like the obvious thing, and then the less obvious thing, and then the real thing.
Yeah.
And that's why comedians all loved him for the most part. He was considered to be like the comedian's comedian,
Yeah.
back when they were all together. It was funny when they asked him to host SNL, and his monologue was like, they fired me for not being very funny, and now here I am. yeah, Sam Hyde. He's the one that looks like Trotsky. He was
Trotsky, yeah.
he was the ghost of Kiev for a while.
Oh, he's been a lot of things. He can't keep getting away with it on all that.
And that's where he can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, which is hilarious where it came from. For all of you who don't know internet lore, is basically every time there was like a school shooter or something, they tried to like get the news to report that it was Sam Hyde, and it did work occasionally.
Yep. He would put out weird stories about some other name, but it was always him in the pictures. And then you had all of the news media talking about the brave pilot that shot down all these Russian fighters over Kiev. And they show a picture of Sam Hyde, like photoshopped into a fucking MiG or something. Because that shit never happened. It was just Sam Hyde. Then he beat one guy's ass at that damn celebrity boxing match.
Yeah.
And they asked him what he planned to do next. And he said he was going to go to Hassan Piker's house and skin him and wear skin like a cloak. And people were like, "Wait, what?" Because
the announcer were like in Minecraft, and
Yeah,
then he's
like-
just like, no, in real life, and then continue from there.
yeah, because they tried to give him that, they're like, "Is that a joke?" or whatever they said. And he's like, "No, I mean it for real." Like, God.
And you can like see him like smile, and then I'm about to crack up all the way through.
Yeah, that guy's a weirdo, man. Funny though. He is a funny dude. I seen one where he was hanging out with that Korean guy, and they were just freaking riffing back and forth on each other, and the Korean guy's all like, at least Korea.
Oh yeah, never had slavery.
Yeah, that one. At least Korea never had slavery. And he's like, "Oh yeah, look it up." And the guy looks it up, and it's like, it turned out Korea had, not only did they have slavery, but they had slavery until like 100 years ago or some shit.
Yeah,
And
that's
he's like,
the uncomfortable thing about Korea. Not so much that they have slaves, but like, if you know a thing about World War II history, that the pleasure women might actually not be the Japanese fault. That may just have been, what do you call it, the Korean family selling a daughter or two.
yeah, they had some things they did. Of course, that's not going to keep Johnny Somali out of prison for like ever.
I still hope they at least one send him to pick up cabbages. That is the thing you can do.
He got his ass beat by some Korean special forces dude right in front of a hospital. And then some guy with a lot of money paid all the legal everything for the Korean guy. They were calling him the Golden Goblin.
Yeah.
Because they were tracking everywhere he went so that people could go and beat him up. Well,
he did make it hard for them, and not just in the way that he needs to stream to earn money kind of way. I mean, like, he also like let's just say said inappropriate things around children in public spaces.
Well,
Not
yeah,
like hitting on
and
them
then
or
he
something, but just
baby
like,
oiled up a statue of a pleasure woman and
yeah.
basically was hugging all over that. And at that point, the Koreans just literally started chasing him down and beating his ass everywhere they could find him. And then he disrespected the whole Korean court system, and it was like, yep, he's an American. You can tell because he ain't got
He
no
was
damn
definitely
sense. They don't play around over there.
he was definitely banging on what do you call it, getting what do you call it, getting the rapper treatment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he got kicked out of Israel and he got kicked out of Japan, so he thought, it was going to be a way, right?
To be fair, Japan only kicked him out. Well, first off, not to clog up their legal system, but also because they were close to vigilante justice. So,
Right.
and they didn't want to deal with that. Like, sorry, America.
Right. So they're just like, we'll just boot this guy out. So instead of coming back to America where he might have been able to continue being a knucklehead, he decides to go to Korea. This is like bad move, homie. Bad move. Because those dudes are serious over there, man. I've known a lot of my buddies when I was in the Army that spent like a year and a half on the DMZ and shit. And they all speak incredibly highly of the Republic of Korea guys. But you do not F around in Korea.
Yeah, the legal system is definitely not. Let's just say it's meant for peace, not so much justice. So,
Right.
Which how should we say, sucks if you make an what do you call accident, but I guess it's fair for someone like Johnny Somali.
I am very pleased that you guys decided to take some time out of your day and hang out. I know we're just bullshitting around about nothing, and if there's something you guys actually wanted to talk about, I am 100% down. I mean, I was feeling mopey and sad for myself earlier, but I'm over that now. So,
nothing to be mopey about. It'll be all right, man.
Well,
yeah, he will be back if he will be back. It's happened before.
I talked to him earlier. He's I don't know. He was ranting about D&D still, about how much it sucks. So.
I mean, it does, but it's still.
Whoa! All right, like, gosh. See, I'm on a different schedule. I'm on a different schedule than everybody, so I don't ever get to chime in on those discussions. Like the D&D hate, like y'all are just allergic to the 6 ability scores, like for real. Like you're just like,
I don't hate D&D. You're wrong.
No, it's just like everybody else on there. It's just kind of like, it's so boring. It's just D&D rehashed. It's like, so you're saying you're a bad writer and unimaginative. Cool. So it has to be a new system. It has to be something different.
Like, yeah, I don't even hate 6th edition. And as a matter of fact, I ran it for over a year.
6th edition of D&D?
Or 5th.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I ran 5th edition for a year and a half.
I mean, I'm not a fan of 5th edition at all, but it's just anything that it doesn't even have to mimic D&D really, just other than it's a D20 and the 6 ability scores. They hate it. They're just like, it's garbage, blah, blah, blah. It's the same old thing. It's like, all right, just.
Well, I mean,
what do you know? Okay. It's like, it's fine.
I love the die 20. Because it's a percentile die just rounded 5.
Yeah.
So.
And I mean, I like other systems too. That. It's just.
As a matter of fact, I actually thought about taking a game like Rollmaster and just converting all the percentile charts to die 20 charts. And I honestly think it would work very well, And
I was actually trying to tell Shadow. Like, I wasn't joking about the bunnies and burrows stuff. like Bunnies and Burrows second edition, which is the superior. Like it's first edition, just written more clearly. That's kind of a rough game. That's a rough game.
Well, if it's based off Watership Down,
It is.
that is a horror game.
It's a rough one. I mean,
That
yes, there is a
game has
lot of
me nuts.
micromanaging. There's a lot of micromanaging, and you will spend time on the rules, but it's overall a very intense game.
I mean, can you imagine getting together with your friends to talk about the game you played that weekend, and your story involves how your character got killed by a snare or a dog? I mean, that's just sad. That just doesn't make me feel happy at all. That makes me feel like, damn, bro.
Yeah, I think my favorite quote about Watership Down is, "Why are the bunnies bleeding from their eyes, mommy?"
That was when the one got in the wire snare and you see him start bleeding out of his eyes and shit.
Yeah, and then there's also when the storm, the Varan, the evil bunnies, and
Yeah.
the big bunny fights the other big bunny.
Yeah,
Afterwards,
that's
the evil bug bunny is like, oh,
that's more often how you die in that game is a rival
yeah.
Well, the big
territory.
bunny decided when the dog showed up, that big rabbit decided, fuck it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And third edition, Bunnies and Burrows was just, oh god, I backed it too. I backed the Kickstarter private, very quietly back then. So I was in a group that just wasn't going to tolerate that shit. They'd let me have it, and I got kind of pissed off about it because it had an illustration. I mean, it's petty, it's nitpicking, but an illustration of a striped skunk doing a handstand, and it's like it should be a spotted skunk, but it wasn't good. Like they had kind of like really toned the flavor down to where now you could be a possum, a hedgehog, a chipmunk, and all this. And they made it kind of like just a whimsical like flavor game type thing.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to play either version.
Because the second, like
But
told
the
Shadow, it's
original
like I'm not
version-
kidding, dude. It's rough.
Yeah, that original version, I don't want any part of that.
It's a bad one, especially when you get into the like the herb craft of it. Like,
No,
oh,
I'm just saying the whole idea that you're a rabbit and you're constantly getting whacked. You know what I mean?
incidentally, I got the rules right next to me, so in that stack.
So is it like Paranoia but for kids?
BB's right too. There are so many like Mouse Knight type RPGs out now.
Yeah,
There's tons of them now. I mean,
they had already
pretty
kind of
much-
done the whimsy thing with the GURPS edition.
right.
Yeah,
I own a lot of this stuff for Pugmire, but that is not a whimsical game.
Mm.
It's a post-apocalyptic game where humanity has vanished, and somehow, for some reason, before they vanish, they uplifted their pets. So you have the Kingdom of Pugmire, you have the monarchies of Mao, and then in between that, you've got like all kinds of monsters, including robots, but your character doesn't know they're robots. And the dogs have a religion about serving man, and how like part of their goal is to go out into the wilderness and find the things that used to belong to man and recover them and return them to the church and protect them, because the dogs, what is going on with my computer?
uh-oh.
Yeah, my computer's freaking the hell out because the dogs are they're hoping if they do all the right things and follow the rules of the Church of Man, that the humans will come back. And they believe the humans left because they did something wrong. And of course, in the monarchies of Mount, which is
Oh, that's a
cats.
weird vibe.
Yeah, the cats, they believe the same thing except reversed. Like they believe the humans were their servants, but then something happened and they vanished. So they're trying
Yeah.
to find out whatever happened because they want the humans to come back and continue to serve them.
I
Right?
think I'd pass on that one.
Well, really, the difference is the cats are kind of evil. Not necessarily, but like the cats can be necromancers and assassins and shit like that, and the dogs generally are your basic D&D type classes. You know.
Oh, D&D. D&D bad.
Well,
Buh.
the game was based on a simplified version of 5e. It was.
Oh yeah,
but,
yeah,
but it's a
Copenhagen.
very simplified, like a lot of the shit that old schoolers hate about 5e, they got rid of. So and
Oh, yeah, Copenhagen. When I said I hate D&D, I don't actually. I just played it enough that like I can't ignore some. Basically, I see the holes there's here and there, but that's in any system. That's when I say I dislike or hate D&D. I don't actually mean I do it.
I know. It was just Bear was really going off on it earlier, and
yeah.
Well, the only system I've been playing for a while that I've yet to find an issue with, and that doesn't mean I won't, is Hyperborea.
Yeah, of course.
That's why I'm playing it, because it's so good. I mean, it's like, wait, you want me to play a game that sucks, or do you want me to play a game that everyone at my table thinks is awesome? Right?
It's cool. There's just
because
a lot of subclasses. Good grief, the subclasses got me. I was like, wow.
It's not that. I mean, come on. You're a grown ass man. You hold a job. Those subclasses shouldn't bother you.
I mean, what the?
When you say subclasses, do you mean like in 5e D&D, or is it like kits from 2nd edition, or?
It's more like kits from 2nd edition. So let's say you've got the basic fighter, which is actually badass. The basic classes might actually, in a lot of cases, be the best classes, depending on your mood, right?
Yeah.
But then each basic class has 4 or 5 subclasses, which for the most part operate like the basic class, except with like some different abilities, but they're also a little weaker in a way, So like you got the fighter, he gets 2 weapon proficiencies, he gets a shit ton of hit points, he gets all this great shit. He can use any weapon and wear any armor. I mean, he's the fighter. That's what he does, right? He's good at being the fighter, right?
Yeah.
Or you might have the barbarian who gets more hit points, but he doesn't get as many weapon proficiencies.
It's like they're a little more specialized. I noticed.
Yeah, so it's more like you're still playing a fighter. You're just a specialized fighter. And every class has that. Now, Haas is playing a straight up basic cleric. And let me tell you, so far, we've played 5 or 6 games. That standard basic cleric is a beast. I mean, his fighting ability is not that much less than an actual fighter. And he can wear any armor, use any shield, use almost any weapon. He's got decent hit points. He actually put his second highest stat in the strength, so he gets a bonus to hit and damage. And right now he's wearing splinted armor, so he's got a decent armor class with the damage resistance. And then on top of that, because he's level 3, he's got, well, if he ever learns the spells, the ability to cast 3 first level and 1 second level spell, I think, plus a bonus first and a bonus second level spell because of his wisdom. So let's see, their own classes. I don't think they're. I guess they could be, but I agree with
they're their own thing. But
I agree with kind of his second part a little bit. It's more like they're they're specialization classes from like second edition, but cleaned up. You know, because remember, I think it was second edition where you could play a fighter, and then if you met certain prerequisites, you could become like a blackguard or some shit like that, you know. And they're kind of like that, but the difference is a lot of the abilities of classes in Hyperborea are very front loaded. So when you start the game, you already have a good handful of abilities.
Yeah, I will admit I don't. Front loading is not my favorite thing.
Well, okay, that's fine. If you want to play a human fighter that has absolutely no abilities whatsoever, looking for a Civil War era system. If you're talking a war game, homie, I would 100% always suggest Warlord Games Black Powder system, which can also be used for Napoleonics and basically any time period involving, you know, muskets and black powder and all that. And you can play that game at like 12 millimeter up to 28. So, you know, it's pretty good. But see, I'm different though, Dean, because a tabletop role-playing game. That's the only one I can think of, because when I actually got to be a player, I played a Confederate, was Deadlands. And it's basically like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly mixed with Demon Knight.
Yeah, you just need to play the first edition because
Yeah, and I would definitely just stick to the Orange Book first edition, except the 20th edition that Shadow was talking about is the first edition. They just put the player's manual and the DM's manual in one book.
Okay, that's pretty neat, because I know like the problem with Deadlands is people were literally whining about either the Confederates winning or there being a white peace.
The Confederates didn't win, but after Gettysburg, when the Union Army went to chase the Confederates down to actually, you know, put an end to the war, the dead on the battlefield got up and started attacking everybody.
Yeah.
So the Confederate Army pulled south back into, you know, Confederate territory, and they just started digging in. And by the time the Union got all the undead put down, you know, it was like not going to be easy for them to try to attack all these entrenchments and stuff. So they called an armistice, but there was never a peace. It was always just, you know, an armistice. And then when they found the ghost rock or super coal, both sides started building like crazy shit, like, you know, ghost rock powered tanks, and so the battles just kept ripping and raging across the line there, right? But out west, it gets a lot more kind of foggy as far as whose territory is whose.
Yeah. But yeah, it just some people don't like that if Confederate exists at all, even if it's in another form.
Well, that's why in the Suede version, the Savage World version, they rewrote the history and made it where the Confederacy just didn't exist. And they basically did that because the guy who runs the company was running a game of Deadlands at a convention. And one of the players approached him and said how uncomfortable they felt by the fact that one of their players was playing a Texas Ranger or some shit. And so when he wrote the book, he just got rid of that. Now, I would have told the person to buck up because it's a fantasy role-playing game, basically.
Yes, I've also done that, but it's also like, okay, a Texas Ranger, you know, the thing that still exists today.
Yeah, in Deadlands, Texas Rangers are like the secret agents of the Confederacy.
Yeah.
Like they have the saying, one riot, one ranger. Because they're the ones that go out to hunt down werewolves and vampires and all the crazy shit and put them down, you know?
Yeah.
And then the Union has the Pinkertons
Have what?
or Pinkertons.
Oh yeah, Pinkertons. Yeah.
The Pinkerton Detective Agency ended up getting absorbed into the federal government and become their kind of go out there and put down whatever freaky shit is going on unit.
To be fair, it is a world where you had a lot more issues than workers wanting to be compensated for their work and currency you can spend everywhere.
Well, I mean, California doesn't exist. It fell off the coast, and now it's just a maze of rocks and bullshit with Chinese pirates in there effing shit up. And then the more the fear level increases in any area, then the more the terrain actually alters and becomes more of a hellscape. So that's why you have your rangers, adventures, whatever, is if you start having a monster in an area that's causing the fear level to go up, you got to put that shit down quick before the land will actually turn into, as they call it, a dead land.
Yeah.
And that's a land where literally demons and shit are walking around.
Yeah. And ironically, that's okay. That's a little slower. That is mechanics actually like in kind of like any game that like, we do actually have to keep some kind of order whether we are good or evil because there are these foreign powers or something like that that can screw us over if we don't.
It's a good role-playing thing to put in the background, like you said, because it can force the players to actually engage with the world.
Well, not only it forced the players to engage the world, but it also like you basically wouldn't have like wars that drags out for 100 years because eventually, you know, like all the death and so forth would make issues.
Well, that's why the armistice, which got broke at some point, but then re agreed to, is on because both the Confederacy and the Union are constantly dealing with like the incursions of the undead or monsters or demons or, you know, so it's like, it's not a matter of, hey, we're at war, because there's no front lines anymore. You know what I mean? There's front lines between the Confederacy and the Union, but in the backfield there's a lot of shit going on, right? So neither side really can afford to really try to win because they're constantly having to put down zombie hordes and shit.
Yeah.
And also that's why the player characters are the heroes, because the actual militaries of the governments are too busy trying to keep shit cool back east that they just don't got a lot of manpower to handle the shit going on out west, which is even worse than back east. Like, remember the city of Lost Angels?
Yeah.
It's kind of based on Mormonism, except not. Yeah, that one's all jacked up. But that is a really cool game. I always really liked that game a lot.
Yeah, I kind of want to play it, but okay, I can always force my players to play something, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't have a large group to play with.
Right. I get that. And see, that is probably one of the non-fantasy role-playing games my players would play. Because I kind of pitched it to them a while back, like, what about if we played Deadlands? And they were sending me like texts on our gaming group texting about, one of them wanted to be a muckraker, and one of them wanted to be a mad scientist, and one of them wanted to be a hex guy, and huckster.
Yeah,
and
I wonder if you can be a sane scientist.
Right. So, I mean, everybody was jumping on board of it pretty quick. Haas wanted to play a priest.
Makes sense.
And I was going to set it somewhere out west in like New Mexico or Arizona territory. It's cool. It's cool, Cold Iron. I figured you either had somewhere to go or you don't give a shit about hearing me and Dean talk about Deadlands. But yeah, if you can find the 20th edition book, it's basically just the original rule book and referee's guide in one cover. But I mean, the problem is the one I saw was pretty expensive. And the not problem is you can get the PDF for like, I don't know, $9 on DriveThruRPG.
Yeah.
So there are some problems, but there's some not problems too.
Yeah, I understand. What do you call it? Someone like Shadow who always wants the physical book, because I kind of want it too, but I also feel like physical books, that's more like for when you are, what do you call it, at a table. Whereas if you're in front of a computer, it's a lot easier either to have like a tablet next to you, or what do you call it, just the PDF open on your PC, so like you can make use of bookmarks and so forth.
Yeah, I would like to have the physical book, but when I went looking for it, the only one I could find, the people wanted $220.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
And I'm like, nah. I mean, it's $220 or download a PDF for like $9.
Yeah.
I'll download the PDF. Not that matters since I have all the original first couple books anyway.
Yeah.
Like I've got the Huckster book, the Ranger book, the referee's book, all that sort of thing. So, I mean, I don't even need the 20th edition book. I've got the stuff.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah. James, is Deadlands one of the few games where you allow people to play a Kung Fu monk?
I absolutely will.
Okay.
David Carradine style, Quackane chain and shit, running around the West. He used to work on the train tracks, and now he's out here kung fu fighting and shit. Why not?
Yeah, because
if anything that you've ever seen in any Western, pretty much, I allow.
Okay, that's pretty cool. It's just because I remember that one of the things you noted you didn't like about second edition Shadow one was that they added their own version of the Kung Fu monk.
The physical adept is such bullshit. I don't like it. But the other thing, I don't think it was second. I think it was third that they added a lot of that shit. It was like, it might have been second. As they kept pushing forward the timeline of Shadowrun, they started adding stuff that made no sense to be in Shadowrun. Like eventually you get the tech mage, which is a mage that can hack a computer system by magic. Right. And the thing I liked about Shadowrun is that magic and technology both exist, but there was a definite delineation between the two.
Yeah.
You know, you either did one or the other. And when they start adding classes that like the physical adept, why play a street samurai if you can just play a physical adept and bump all your shit to crazy, levels? And you're walking around completely basically naked, but you've got the, you basically got like wired reflexes too, and your punches are deadly damage from the start, strength D. And I've seen people do all this shit.
Yeah.
And it's just like, so you're basically better than a street samurai with a sword. You do more damage with a punch. I'm like, nah, I don't care for that.
Yeah, I can see the issue there, yeah.
But again, to be fair though, Dean, I am a huge fan of, like, if I'm playing a game like D&D, I am kind of a stickler for roles.
For what?
One of the things I didn't like about third edition was the fact that any character class could just spend points to raise their like thief skill.
Oh, rolls. Okay, yeah.
So I like it best when every character class, even if it isn't a character class, has a very defined reason to be involved. And I'm not saying that's the right way. That's just what I like. How you doing, PB?
I heard shit being talked about physical adepts. I was like, this cannot stand.
Well, you're welcome to buy me $500 worth of books, but I digress.
Well, one of my best friends currently alive loves the physical adept.
Oh, sorry, he said physical adept. My bad. I thought he said like
Physical adept, right? The
Yeah,
physical adept. And I have to admit to being kind of a softy and letting him play the freaking thing as much as I hate it,
Right.
but I don't like it. Because like I said, you heard probably, I like the fact that the technology and the magic are separate.
Well, they are.
They both
Like,
exist, but they're separate.
Physical adepts, just like magicians, had to go like expand through karma. Like getting money didn't do a whole lot for physical adepts until they added like the tattoo fetishes, which was later. That was like, I don't know,
Yeah.
4th edition or some shit. But like physical adepts as they were, it was like, oh, okay, cool. This is a way that you could be like part of a
samurai
magician's
without-
circle without like and be the enforcer without having to do cybernetics and stuff. But it wasn't as efficient. Like straight money, you can make cyborg guys that were just ass kickers for street sams. They were always going to have better reaction, always have better soak and stuff like that as far as physical adepts go. Like
Yep.
they were okay if you wanted to do ninja type stuff, but it like again that really depended on your group. Like if you had some asshole who was like, you know, yeah, he's a street samurai. It's like, well, stealth usually goes out the window because the guy wants to roll in like he's a tiger tank because he's got like an 18 body and he's wielding an auto
Not
cannon.
a
So it's
tiger
like,
tank so much, more like a panther,
sure,
just based on the weapon he's carrying. Because
right.
you know, the last Shadowrun game I ran, which is two years ago, my beloved brother ran a troll street samurai, and he had like a panther cannon. He's like rolling around with an auto cannon strapped down. You know, it's like okay.
Well, even there, I think about it. I remember, that was the cool thing about creating the characters in there, like trolls, because people would be like, "Why would you want to play that?" And, you know, you would just play an elf bleu, and it's like troll is the number one ass kicker. Period. Like if you're getting into a fight, just having that base reach advantage, and then you give them another weapon with a reach advantage, like a sword with die coat or something on it,
Or a big fucking axe.
yeah, or a big axe or something, plus their strength bonus. It was just like, yeah, they were just cleaving. It was like they were mowing the lawn.
Yeah,
You know,
before you even added technology to a troll, they already had a great damage resistance.
Yep.
They were already stronger than shit.
Yep.
I mean,
and the way reach worked in that game was brilliant. You could use it offensively or defensively to kind of like hedge your opponent. I was like, this is just it went a level that I was like, this is so simple. How did nobody else take this and run with it?
and since they were large creatures, they could carry certain weapons that no one else could, like panther, automatic, auto cannons and shit.
You could, and if most of them were street Sam, so it was like, sure, just get the thing bolted into his spine or whatever, and you could just have like a big gimbal, kind of like in Aliens,
Right.
But
Right.
But yeah,
And-
Paul, I can hear we two will get along because my motto is not stealth is optional for this mission.
No, yeah, and that's the thing, because it's like, do you want to fight the entire security like retinue at this place? It's like, no, it's easy. You either have a spider rigger hack into the building, or you bring a hacker with you, and then you have a team just kind of drop in somewhere, or go through a waste entrance, go through the roof, and get the thing done without alerting everybody. And then it's like, well, now you got corp security and Lone Star on your ass. You're going to be shooting up half the city for this low-paying piece of shit job that's going to cost you more than you're going to make. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one thing I never liked about the not flanderification, but like the exaggeration of it. Like you go out with a bang of glory, like in Cyberpunk and so forth. Like I like to get paid,
Hmm.
which means let's try to fight as little as possible, even if we can drop a nuke. Okay, not a nuke, but like we can drop an improvised explosive here and there.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the last guy I ran, it was like it wasn't really flashy. I think he was like I had a dwarf hacker or what are they, a decker rather, and I had the disadvantage where I had a day job. Like I ran an automated stuffer shack on the side to make money, and then at night I would go and like help these guys like hack into buildings and stuff, and then go back. And like I just had a seat at home. I just kind of plug in. And
Sorry,
be like, all right,
that's a funny line. I had the disadvantage or the drawback of a day job.
yeah, that's pretty much what it is. So they would be like, "All right, it's footwork time." I'm like, "Yeah, I got to go work, man. You guys, I'll be around
Let
when
me know.
yeah, let me know when the thing goes down. I'll be there, but I got to make sure nobody's robbing my stuffer shack."
Yep. What I did when I ran that last game, because me and Haas were the only ones at the table who had ever played the game, is I just let the players pick the archetypes from the book,
Mhm.
and that's what they played.
Yeah.
So they didn't even make their own characters. They just, I'm going to play this Troll Street Sam. I'm going to play this. I'm going to play that. Like one of the ladies at the table was playing like a shaman whose totem was like man or something like that. Dog, I think maybe. So like a street shaman, a freaking urban shaman,
Mhm.
and yeah, so they all picked pretty cool characters, and we had a blast. They like got into a big fight at a stuffer shack with a gang, and all kinds of stuff went down because I mean, that's the way that game can be. I mean, I have friends that I used to hang out with before they decided to become hermits, and they absolutely hated that game, and I never understood it. But their argument was they just hated the technology and the magic together.
Yeah.
And I was like, but it's not that big of a deal, and a mage can really f up everybody's plans.
Yeah.
If you
That's-
let them do what they want to do, they are not. It's going to go really bad really quick.
That's why Geek the Mage was like one of the number one sayings for Shadowrun. That was what I thought was cool about Shadowrun. I was like, wow, magicians are interesting and fun to play, unlike D&D, where it's like, all right, I've got Levitate and Fireball. I'm ready to be, I could be in a, what is that, like an F4 Phantom or something like that, just napalming VC. That's how you play D&D. It's like, it's not fun at all. Like magicians and Shadowrun, yeah, there was danger to it, but it was like you had bullet barrier, you had all these spells. One time we played, my one buddy, he focused all his magic into making deals with fire elementals, and he was like the heavy hitter because it sucked because it cost a lot of money to make those. But if you called a rank 8 fire elemental into the middle of a combat, it would kill everything. Like that thing was invincible, and then we could get the hell out of there.
And that was kind of the same situation with the shaman. If you gave the shaman enough time just to whip up a spirit, I mean, depending on what they whipped up, it could be some bad shit.
And it fills holes in your ranks too, because I remember there was one time where it was like, shit, we don't have a rigger, and then a shaman's like, I'm going to get a wind spirit to do a scout for us and come back to me and tell me like what the guard pattern is.
Yeah.
I was like, cool, do it,
But at the end of the day, no, I'm not a huge fan of physical attacks.
Yeah.
Or anything past that. Like when they added the technomancers and shit, I was like, get out here.
Well, that was weird. That was where they started dipping their toe in anime, which, like, I mean, Talsorian was doing all that wacky bullshit with, like, bunny ears and cat ears and all that nonsense. They wanted to kind of, like, be the anime cyberpunk game. But people were like, well, it was the original, so they could do what they want. And it's like, yeah, sure. But it's bad that there's magic and Tolkien races or whatever like that, which I could give or take. Like, as long as all the elves die, I don't give a fuck because I hate elves. You know what? I have to rephrase that. I keep always thinking I hate elves. I hate people that play elves. I think they're the worst players in the world. But anyway, I digress. Dean Paul.
Let's see if Shadow feels like he's
my question
being
is going
summoned.
to be in Shadowrun, what kind of class do you think James O'Keefe would be? Like, because he seems like to be able to, disguise himself and go everywhere? Or would he be like a fake creature or something?
Yeah, right. What were those ones that could turn invisible? A Bandersnatch or whatever? I mean, that's a magician. They've got spells for all that stuff. Because other than that, it's like, I think tech-wise, you can use, what was that stuff called? There was like a fiber you could have woven into things. It was like the Predator, where you did like a light imaging bending and stuff like that. I think that was in Shadow Tech, if I remember. Ruthenium fibers. And it was like you had to pay by the meter.
Shadowrun, I can tell you what I played. I played a shaman. My totem was sun, and it came out of the Tir Nanog book, I think.
Mm.
I was a human, though. So basically, I was a druid instead of the standard shaman.
Right.
But it worked the same way. I just had different spirits and spells I could call on.
Yeah. I think that's the thing too. It's like when you ask people like what would they play in Shadowrun, there's such a broad swath that you could have. Whereas like if you say, well, I played a thief in D&D, it's like you will have these skills, you know exactly what the guy played. There is no branching out from that. That's it, period. Whereas Shadowrun, it's like, yeah, like I played one of the last times one of my favorite characters was I was like the third man on an ambulance. Because I was like the team's medic, but I was a full magician. But I did the thing with like I had physical stuff, but I was able to do some spells, and I took the bear totem for healing, and I was just using healing fetch. So it was like my focused all my magic on healing, surgery, all that stuff, to the point where it was like we got enough money. I had my own hidden surgery room beneath a building that I bought, and I would use that to install everybody's cyberware and stuff. But I would use magic to kind of enhance the healing and stuff. It was like, it's. The options you have are almost limitless. It's really cool.
How you doing, Tim?
Good. Hey, Paul, you ready for tonight's game?
I didn't think it was happening because, Doc looks like he's warmed over death, and what's his name? And Bloodworth was having like stomach issues. I was like, oh shit, are we even gonna play this week?
Yeah,
I'm wondering, maybe.
Doing Deadland, but it's Savage Worlds. Originally, it was going to be original Deadland, and then Bear dropped out, and then Bloodworth was like, let's just do Savage Worlds. It's a little easier.
What is Savage World? Because I heard it like that a lot of games had a Savage World version, kind of like GURPS, but apparently a lot easier to play.
You can play any setting with Savage Worlds, basically.
Yeah, it's a simplified, generic kind of system. You've got like 2 dice for pretty much everything. You've got like your attribute and your skill. And I think you roll both of those, but you only keep the best one. I think I'll figure it out. I haven't played it. Last time I played was a couple of years ago at a con, so I forget exactly how it runs.
I've never played it, so this will be my first time.
It's not hard. It's a very simple system mechanically, so that's why I know people love running it at cons, because you could just throw a punch out.
I can explain it super simple. You have a dice value for each of your attributes and a dice value for each of your skills.
Yep.
And whenever you try to use a skill, you roll the 2 dice, the one for the attribute that covers that skill. And every increment of 4 counts as a level of success.
Okay.
So it's really simple. Like if you have a fighter with a strength of die 8 and fighting ability of die 6, you roll it, and if you roll an 8, then that means that not only did you hit the guy, but you hit him pretty good, right?
Right. And you add it together, or is it you keep the highest? I forget.
No, you add them together.
You add them together? Okay, there you go.
Right. And, I mean, I think the highest an attribute can actually go in that game is like die 12.
I think it's D12. Yeah.
D12.
So you could literally have a guy rolling 2D12 to try to do something and needing 4s. A lot of people have an issue with not Shadowrun, obviously. Savage World is because it does kind of come off like it really, really wanted to be a war game and not a role-playing game. And the reason is because it was directly based on a war game they had created for use with Deadlands.
Yeah, it was a miniatures game.
They made a skirmish game for Deadlands, and then somehow the skirmish game become Deadlands.
Right. It's not, ever since I found out about how they made the Braunstein and the Napoleonics and stuff like that, I'm realizing that's all it is. It just it oscillates back and forth from miniature game to role-playing game.
Yep.
back and forth. 4th edition D&D was a miniatures game. 5th edition D&D swung away from that. And it's like it's just back, kind of a little bit of back and forth.
Yep.
But yeah, that's, I mean, when people play a role-playing game, what do they criticize usually? The combat rules. What usually has good combat rules? A miniature war game, because that's what it focuses on. So
Yeah.
when that keeps oscillating back and forth, there's a certain reason for it. It's because somebody missed a scratch or an itch that needed scratching. So, you know.
Well, with most, I can't say modern RPGs, because most of the modern RPGs I've looked at, I thought, that's pretty cool. I'm not going to play it, but it's cool.
Yeah.
Well,
The 5th edition, I don't hate. Okay. And I might have told you guys this before, and I apologize because I know sometimes I repeat myself.
Just a little bit.
The 3 core books for 5e, that is a perfectly playable, fun game.
Yeah.
It just got worse every time they added
Anything
another
new?
source book.
Yeah.
And for me, and believe it or not, Professor Dungeon Master talked about this too. It was Tasha's. When they added Tasha's, it was like,
so usually everybody agrees on that was the
it's like
point.
You couldn't even recognize what you were even playing anymore. It was like,
people usually say like the last time you glimpsed the shoreline was Xanathars or whatever like that, and then after it's the further you got away from that, the more it drifted from being a decent game into being like, we need to sell more product.
It's also kind of wild how their winters really went downhill as time went on when they fired people.
Yep.
Well,
I know Curse of Strahd, it basically overstays its welcome, but it's all right.
Sure. Wizards of the Coast has a history of, as soon as they put a product on market, firing everyone that worked on it. And then if they go to make a new product, they'll rehire some of them back, maybe, and they'll put out the next book, and then they'll lay everybody off again. They've been doing that since 3rd edition, at least.
Well, it's just you wonder why. You wonder why they wouldn't go the traditional route of like, okay, we're going to have you guys as freelancers. Any of the guys that were notably good during the process, we're going to keep on for the next one instead of firing people for no. I don't know. That's a management issue, and that
that's a corporate.
I was seeing corporate issues when I was working at the retail branch like a quarter century ago. So it's like it's just never.
Honestly,
it takes a long time.
Other than what you suggested is like basically take up the Dragon and Dungeons magazine again and be like, you write an article for there, and we like basically start people off there before them hire them for anything else.
Right.
Yeah. If they'd been smart, they would have kept Monty Cook. They would have kept Matt Murrows. They would have kept James Wyatt, who I think they did bring him back. I mean, they did have a stable back in the day of like really good game creators, and they kind of let him go. So Monty Cook just made his own shit, which is doing pretty good.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Mike Merles will do.
Yeah, Monty Cook's definitely making shit, all right.
And I'll be honest. I'm not a huge fan of the system for Numenora.
Yeah.
But some people seem to love that shit.
Honestly,
the interface system or whatever they call it.
Bless them.
Yeah, my issue with Numenora is 2 things. First off, everyone want to play the mage, aka the Jedi problem, because they're just more interesting. And then there's also like you can find what you call it, like the old tech and so forth, but you can't really build stuff yourself, even if it's not the old tech. They still have the treasure loop instead of like an end game or something like that, where like you understand it enough to make something of your own. Actually, the game doesn't have much of an end game, if I remember correctly.
And your character might be lucky enough to start out with like a can of spray paint, but you don't know what it is. It's like, okay. But I bought it a long time ago, and I read it, and I thought, well, it's not the worst thing I've ever read, because that would be Cyborg Commandos. But it just didn't grab me and make me want to actually be involved with it.
Yeah.
And like I always say about Cyborg Commandos, with a better system and a little bit of fleshing out, that could have actually been a really good game.
Is that the game where like they make people into cyborg and like put their brain into their stomach?
Yeah, they take like these special operators and they put their brains in these cyborgs and then they send them out to fight these giant aliens.
Yeah, I remember that one. I think also Mr. Waltz reviewed that one, and basically he says it's a half-cooked system with a decent plot hook.
Somebody should try to make a second edition of it. Go for it, man. It's out there.
Right. The setting is really cool, and the aliens are really cool because how they invade the Earth is they actually dehydrate the aliens until they're like flakes, and they drop them over the oceans. And when they rehydrate, the alien cells are very large because each cell is an individual life form, right?
Yeah.
But when they cluster together, they can form whatever they want. And the more cells that are there, the more brain power the alien has. You know, like because every cell is its own brain, right? And the shape the aliens decided to take to scare the shit out of humans was dust mites.
Was what?
Dust mites.
Ah, yeah.
So they come boiling out of the ocean, bigger than a tank. And because every cell is its own creature, they can have cavities within them where they have weapons, like freaking plasma cannons and shit sticking out of them. Like, so they're basically like giant insectoid, arachnid type things with guns sticking out of them and heavily armored shells. In the game, the more damage you do to one of them, the stupider they get. And that's basically the only way to kill them is you just got to freaking, burn them to nothing, right?
Yeah. And hi, Timmy. We forgot to say hi.
Yeah, I said it. Well, hi, Timmy.
Yep.
So
I was gonna say he showed up. We were like, "Hey, Timmy." He was like, "We're gonna play Deadlands." We're like, "Yeah," and then we just went off a tangent.
Well, that's the good part of Cyborg Commando. The bad part is anytime you had to make a skill check, it looked like it's percentile, but it's not. You rolled the 2 die 10 and you multiply them. And that's the number. So if you roll a 9 and a 1, it's not 91, it's a 9.
Oh.
9 times 1.
I was like 10, you're like 9, and I'm like, impossible. My brain just couldn't handle it. No, that's
how they made the system. You multiplied the die 10s. So
yeah, he was
77 ain't a 77, it's 49.
That sounds like Gygax, all right. How can I make this more swingy?
Yeah,
you have to multiply the dice.
And in the GM book that came in the box set, which I have, hey Shadow.
Hey Shadow.
And it's like he explains that like all this bell curve shit. There's like a whole damn 3 pages of bell curves and how
I don't need probability lessons.
The dice gives you a flatter bell curve and all. And I'm just like, but who cares?
Nobody gives a shit. Exactly.
It was kind of interesting in Advanced.
How do I role play the character? I don't care about the probability.
Dungeons and Dragons, but it's probably too much if it's like 3 pages.
Well, on top of the role-playing game, they came out with like 3 novels too. And my mom got them and read them and said they were really good.
Oh, who wrote them?
I don't know because we're talking like 35, 40 years ago.
Let's see.
Let's have a looky here. I'm wondering if it was old
Gort
the Wizard here.
And the only reason I bought it was because it had Gary Gygax's name on it. But then she ended up reading the novels and she said the novels were really good. The characters were cool. They were running around fighting the aliens. There's all this shit going on. Shadow, you should stop writing, join us, and then when I shut down the live stream in a little while, then you could write because I'm not going to be on all day. waiting for you. So you got to take your shot when you can, buddy.
Pamela O'Neill and Kim Mohan apparently are the writers for it. So there you go. But it does say Gary Gygax is Cyborg Commando.
Yeah,
Planet
and I'm not
Imperial.
100% sure how much he actually had to do with anything anyway.
Just gotta put your name on it, like like they're doing with Luke Gygax. You just need that name.
Right.
Oh my god, that reminds me. William Shatner's his cyberpunk books, which we all kind of know he didn't write, but
Oh, Shatner, the Tech War books.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, it worked.
yeah,
People are like, "What the hell is this? Oh my god, William Shatner!" And it's like, yeah, he's nothing to do with it.
yeah.
Uh,
They're kind of quaint, but I also wish like that he had like whoever wrote them had like an extra month or two to write them.
I want to say something to Not Your Echo that's going to make some people groan.
Uh-oh.
I agree with you 100%, Not Your Echo, about people playing demi-humans and stuff like that.
Yep.
Which is why Hyperborea, you can only play humans. There are no demi-humans.
That's
Or
what my
if they are, they're evil little fuckers, and you want them dead as soon as you see them. Like
That's what
dwarves are the worst. They're a bunch of essaying little twisted bastards.
I knew that was going to come up. Now,
So-
I showed my Sunday DM the Hyperborea, and he's like, "Oh, I know why you like this, because it's all humans." And I'm like, "Exactly, no goddamn elves."
Yep.
What's wrong? Oh wait, you said they play who play elves. What's wrong with the people who play elves?
They just like they put on this like supercilious attitude. They always talk about like master race and stuff like that. And it happens more than once. So this wasn't like one guy did it. It's like, oh, we live
No.
forever and all this and that. And it's just
Paul.
they put this attitude on, and it's just like, okay, dude. If you
You know
say so.
what made me hate elves? It's how the online DM showed how they played their elves as like tree-hugging snooty hippies. And I'm like, fucking hate elves now.
Yeah. I think there probably are some people out there who can play elves really good, but
Doubtful. I mean, honestly, I think the elves that really work are in the One Ring, because they're the only way you can play them is like you play the Dunedain. You have disadvantages because you start off so powerful, because you have
Right.
like this ancient bloodline and all these powers front loaded. Whereas, like, yeah, who's the guy's playing a hobbit's going to be anywhere near as powerful as you are? No, they're the baseline, like the hobbits, the humans that live around Mirkwood that serve Radagast, stuff like that. You know, those are just those are the regular baseline guys. If you're playing like an elf or a Dunedain or whatever, something that's more powerful, you start off with built-in disadvantages that you have to role play, because the elves had disadvantages, great disadvantages in Tolkien, but players will never role play them because they want the
Well,
power.
one of their
They don't
big
want any of the
disadvantages-
disadvantages.
one of the elves in One Ring's big disadvantages, and as Dunedain too, was their resistance to the shadow is already fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because they've been
what-
facing it for so long, it's beaten down.
Whereas
that was
the
great with the hobbits.
Halflings were like,
You want them around.
yeah, you want to
they
have
kept spirits up.
Halflings can actually make you feel better about shit.
Right. It really felt. That's why I like it when mechanics are built into the theme of the fiction, and that was the theme. It was
Yeah.
like, why would they have the hobbits around? It was like, these guys were so hopeful. They were awesome. Everybody loved them. That's why, like, Merry got knighted in Rohan, and Pippin became, whatever, Knight of the Tower or whatever in Gondor, because they were like, these guys are great. They just love living, while everyone else is a friggin' mope talking about Sauron and the Flaming Eye and all that. And they're like, we don't give a shit. We want to eat 7 meals a day and smoke.
I
That's all
probably
we
would
wanna
play
do.
a halfling in that kind of game.
Yeah.
Halflings in Lord of the Rings are like the ultimate kind of hopeful that shit will turn out kind of
Right.
guys.
Yeah.
And
Well-
no matter how shitty things are, if you're in the middle of the freaking bogs, they might complain, but they also crack jokes and just liven shit up a little bit.
Yeah, give
Whereas
them a
the
little muscles.
elves are
Give them a
very
little muscles
powerful.
and guns, and it's basically the crew of Commando.
The elves are very powerful, but the problem is, depending on the creatures you encounter and the shit that happens, you can find your elf fading really quick. And
Yep.
if that score hits 0, that elf just gets up and heads west.
Yep, they
Make a new
feel
character.
they feel the call of the great gated community in the West.
Yeah, they all
Where
go
none
to the
where none of you
villages.
slobs can dirty it up.
Yeah, they go to the villages and chill. And then dwarves are kind of they're good guys, but they're kind of bad guys because dwarves start out as pretty good fighters, but they're all fucking greedy.
Yeah.
And they're constantly having to deal with the fact that they're a bunch of greedy little bastards, you know.
Yeah.
And they
Well,
don't like elves.
Yeah, well, that was always cool. The last one that I played over at Gamehole Con back in August, I guess Moria was the last. Well, no, the three Elven Kingdoms was the last book, but Moria came out before that, and it was like, well, how can you explore Moria because the door was sealed and all that, and that's why Saruman is the patron for it because he uses magic to get you into Moria to go search for ring lore and all that stuff. And it's a bunch of the Norgost and Belagost dwarves, the guys in the north who were like exiled from the rest. They were the ones that were like dragon hunters. So you come back and you got a chip on your shoulder because all the other dwarves are like, oh, it's these assholes. And you have to team up. You team up under the banner of Saruman with a bunch of the hillmen who already have like a permanent one shadow because they're working for Saruman. There's just a bunch of these crazy hillbillies. So it was funny because like half the team was dwarves and we're sitting here looking at these greasy hillbillies like, we got to go into the halls of Durin with these people. I don't know. So it was fun. There was like, there's a lot of drama there you can play with.
Yeah, I also had a fun moment inspired by Lord of the Rings in my game. So that puzzle with speak, friend, and enter.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It apparently still works because more than one group of players overthink that puzzle in other context a lot. Instead of just saying friend and then they're like
Yeah,
either
that
repeat it
was
back as a question or trying to do it like a logic puzzle or
Yeah.
I mean,
funny.
Gandalf, I think, spent like days trying to figure it out before he.
Yeah, that's the thing for people to just walk up and be like, I beat Gandalf to it. And it's like, really? The guy that traveled across the world for like 10 years studying the ring and doing all this research, and then some dope players like, I saw the movie, so I know the password.
Right.
Yeah, Gandalf also had like the problem that like he was dealing with extinct languages, a dialect, and so forth and so on. And then there's Legolas who even doesn't even speak that kind of Elven.
Well,
because the
that
Mirkwood
would be
elves are
the
the
thing,
Appalachian
yeah.
elves. They don't speak the same. They
Yeah,
don't speak the same proper English.
It was speak, friend, and enter, but in like the old Elvish language, which I think was Melon.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
if
and
you didn't have an elf in the party, guess what? Or no one who spoke Elvish, it wasn't going to matter. You could sit there for a month. You just don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's funny that like even out of context, people still struggle with that puzzle.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But I'll tell you this too. I have the Moria source book for the One Ring second edition. It
Mhm.
is amazing.
It's a beautiful book.
And I have the Moria source book for the Middle Earth role playing version, the blue covered softback. That's pretty freaking cool too. But I have to say, the One Ring one, they really went all out on that.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got like all the different goblin orc, whatever factions, and they some of them really hate each other, and you've got evil dwarves and all kinds of shit in there, and it's really good. The people who, I mean, it was Free League, but whoever the writers were, they actually respected Tolkien's work. And
I think it's the same Italian guys that came out with it when it first was it came out at Cubicle 7, the One Ring, and then those guys, I don't know if they lost the license or
a slip case and the dice fit in it.
Yeah. It was a wacky slipcase with the plastic thing with the dice in it. But they had their system, which was pretty cool. And then Free League, I guess, kind of simplified the system. It was a shame though, because it went a little bit more dice and a little less, I guess, diceless, woo-wooery, if you will. Because they had abilities where it was like if you just had the skill, you did it, and people can't wrap their head. They're like, "What do you mean? I got to roll dice to do it. I can't just do it." And it's like, no, yeah. If your guy knows fire making, it's like it could be raining out, and with wet logs, like you know how to make a fire. That's what having fire making is. People don't understand the idea of having like a trump card for anything, where it's like, no, you don't have to roll dice. They're like, no, but I have to. if I don't roll dice in the next 5 minutes, I might die. So I have to.
Well, that's the thing right there. What you just said, it's they really want to roll dice, and
Yeah.
I am one of those guys who does not make players roll dice for simple shit they just know how to do.
I
You
mean,
know,
that is
I mean-
what the newer games are starting to suggest is like, yeah, you should only roll if there's a chance of failure, and the failure should be, you know, cost in time, resources, or health, or something like that.
Right. Well, okay.
Or alarm.
Let's take the players are in the wilderness and they're trying to start a fire. Even if you make them roll and they fell, all that's going to happen is on their next turn, they're going to try again. Or what?
Yeah.
You're going to tell them, oh, you failed to start the fire. Now you can never, ever try to start that fire again.
Right.
It's ridiculous. You're talking about something that, short of, orcs raiding or something, is going to happen.
Yeah.
Right.
And especially if you're playing with proficiencies and the guy's got, the fire starting proficiency, then it's like, the fuck, this guy's good at starting fire. You could probably start a fire
You should probably
on a
keep an
narrow
eye on
trail on the side of a mountain in a storm.
Right. Yeah. And that's what they
So-
were. They were just little things like that described what you could do while you're out on the trail. Because one of them was like pipe smoking, and people were like, well, "What's the point of that?" And it literally says in the book, like, if you have time while you're sitting around to just sit down and smoke a pipe, you can raise your hope like by 1 extra point or whatever, because you know how to chill out and kind of decompress and all that.
Right.
That's all it did. But people were like, "Pipe smoking, that's stupid." And it's like, oh, did you want chop facing, sword swinging? You wanted more combat abilities? That's not Lord of the Rings. These are just what help describe what your character's doing during those short camping times, because you're traveling across the entire continent doing stuff. But everybody just
And that was another thing they did really great in One Ring, is how they separated the journey phase from the actual adventure phase. And
yeah.
And yet the new game comes with cards so that you can, if you want to, you don't have to, but you can put like the card for the guy that's the Pathfinder, he's in the front.
Yeah.
And then the guy and everybody can have a card for what their job is in the party. And then that determines what they actually, if rolls have to be made, can roll for.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because you had like the quartermaster looking after stuff. You had, there was like a Pathfinder. There was another guy who just was staying on watch so you wouldn't get ambushed. So it was like, that and Forbidden Lands were really big on the expanding the rules for exploring. And I always thought that was great, because that actually kind of pushed a paradigm of fantasy role playing, as opposed to just like 6 stats, D20. I'm going to make money.
I will
D&D
say
clone.
one thing I really like about Hidden Lands is stress well, I don't know if you call it a hit point or whatever it is, but stress is there.
Mm-hmm.
You can maybe make fun of how you can gain stress, but I still think that should be a thing in a lot of games, instead of being like, oh, every 10 turns of exploring a dungeon you need to rest. I would rather have a stress system.
Yeah.
They have that in the dungeon, actually. I don't know if you've read it, but if you decide not to rest after every hour of exploring a dungeon, you can continue exploring. You get penalties.
Right. Yeah.
To fight and damage and stuff like that, because your character is very tired.
Yeah. Well,
so
I think
they handle it, Dean. Even in AD&D, they handled it. But now in One Ring, you have stress, but you actually have wounds. They're like two different things. One of them is you're tired, you're stressed out, a Nazgul spit at you, whatever happened. You're all fucked up, mentally, emotionally, whatever. And the other is, orc put a spear through you. Totally different situation. And the game can be brutally deadly. I mean, in One Ring, you really got to be like, okay, let's attack these orcs. But you got to know that, like in Middle-earth role-playing, that orc could roll the freaking Sarn rune on that 12-sided die, and the next thing you know, you're catching a critical hit that penetrates to X amount of armor, and and you're out.
Yeah, they had
You
they had a simple system where it was, I forget what it was, but I know that like the worst one was called injury, because like an axe was really good at like beating you down and like working, like bruising you until you fell over, whereas like a spear had a really good chance of piercing through armor and hitting for an injury, which was like you could only take like 3 or 4 of those before you were
3
done
injuries
dead.
and you're dead.
Yeah. So
you're 100% right. It's like every type of weapon kind of had the thing it was good at.
Yeah.
So,
and it was only 3. It was real simple. It was like axe, sword, spear. Each of them worked differently.
Basically.
So,
yeah. And then when you rolled something, you rolled a number of dice 6s equal to your skill level, plus a die 12, which they called the fate die.
Yep.
And if you're a player and the Gandalf's rune came up, no matter what the die 6s were, you automatically succeeded at whatever you were doing. Otherwise, you would add the number on the 12-sided die to all the numbers on 6-sided die and hope to beat the target number.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
and when you got winded or wounded, when you got winded or wounded, it made it where the 1, 2, 3 number on the dice 6s counted as 0.
Yeah. Yeah. If you were
the
exhausted,
more effed up you got, the harder it got for you to do anything. Yeah. So you could death spiral pretty hardcore in that game.
Yeah, the first edition One Ring dice were awesome because the 1, 2s, and 3s were hollow like that, whereas the 4, 5, and 6 were filled in, so they're really easy to read. And the 6 has a special little rune on it, which actually works for a lot of different systems where they're like, oh, it's 6s count for something, so it's like you could just count those up real quick. Or if you're rolling high, low D3,
you can use your 6s to power up your weapon abilities. So let's say
usually the rune
spear and you've got a 6, you can say the spear penetrates arm.
Yeah, because you got like a stunt, so it was like you could either add more kind of like the bruising damage or enhance like the piercing hit or something like that. Like you had a lot of cool combat options, but it was a tight little package, so you didn't have to page through all these books like what the hell am I doing? Instead, it was like you just put it on a card.
Wants to play Lord of the Rings really should be playing One Ring, not D&D.
Yes. Yeah, that's why when they came out with a 5e version of it, I was like, that's what it takes, I guess, guys. But you're not like, I guess they did add some of the travel stuff into it though, so it enhanced it, which is good. That gets them a step of the way there. But yeah, One Ring, honestly, it's big. They went with the idea of we need to make this feel like Tolkien as their design kind of philosophy, and it worked.
Yeah.
So
and it worked. I definitely will say that it worked. It feels. The way it plays, the trolls, the orcs, the battling the shadow, the overcoming things, it feels a lot like Tolkien. The fact that you have patrons that can send you out to do message, like Bilbo, not Bilbo. Is it Bilbo? Yeah. Bilbo might send you to go somewhere to get something. And Durin might send you somewhere to do a thing. It's like, there's all these different NPCs that need help with stuff.
Yeah.
And you can go. Plus, if you've got the one box, the Starbucks set, you can get involved in a bunch of freaking politics in the Shire.
Mm-hmm.
Because Belladonna Took's trying to take Bag End from Frodo or some shit like that. And so you've got all these Hobbit families that are constantly fucking fighting with each other over stupid shit.
Right.
What's up, Satya? How you doing, brother? And it's like, you wouldn't, honestly, it sounds kind of maybe lame, but it's not. It's actually fun, Yeah. And when I ran the game, we had a dwarf, like 2 halflings, a Dunedain, a common man, who said he was a hill folk guy. And the adventure, they went through the bog and like followed a river and ended up near this lake in the hills. And there was like this female troll and her kids hiding in like the ruins of a tower. And there was a ruined farmhouse. And the players decided to camp in the farmhouse, and in the middle of the night, the trolls jumped them.
Yep.
and they're all running around like Chinese fire drill, freaking the fuck out, and trolls are like ripping the roof off this farmhouse and coming in after them. And in the end, they won, but it was memorable.
Yeah.
It was basically the dwarf, played by Haas, getting a few Gandalf runes and a few, sixes. That man just swings shit around real quick. But then again, he is a dwarf. They should be pretty good at fighting trolls anyway.
Yeah.
But you're not going to play a wizard in that game. You can play a scholar, though.
Yeah. That was the thing. Yeah, there was none of that kind of magic stuff. That was what was cool, too. When you leveled up, you raised, what was it? You had Valor, and was the other one Wisdom?
Yeah.
Valor was a little bit more combat.
And then I think they allowed you to get abilities like...
Yeah,
I know
Valor.
that Hungar's character started out with like a gifted axe.
Yeah.
That was like extra keen or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Because it had been the axe of his father and his grandfather. So, it was actually an enchanted axe.
Yeah.
And then another character started out with like an ability that gave them like a bonus die to some skill or other. And I mean, it's really cool how you could advance your character,
Yeah, it was Valor. You got like it was always based on whatever culture you were playing. Valor would give you some kind of piece of equipment. So it could be like a legendary weapon or something like that. Wisdom gave you like techniques of your race. Cause I remember there was like the Blue Mountain dwarves could get like a pair of could speak to ravens as one of their wisdom things. So they could send messages long distance and like, there was cool stuff like that. I remember the men of Mirkwood, they could get like a hunting dog. It was really cool. The thing was like the size of a pony, is enormous because it's used to hunting and killing spiders of Mirkwood. So it was like you could get really cool little character things from raising wisdom or valor.
Right. And then you could use XP to also raise your skill levels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you need, because like if your character wasn't like directly built for combat, you're only going to have like level 2, really, at maybe a couple of weapons.
Right.
If you're a dwarf, then you can have axe at 3 for sure. But, and the sharpness thing allowed him to, like ignore armor or some shit if he spent the right, because
I think
it did extra injury or something.
Yeah, I think Keen dropped it so it was like you didn't just need the Gandalf rune; it could be like a 10 or a Gandalf rune, and you would do the injury like pierce armor stuff. So it was almost you had like almost kind of a Vorpal weapon as opposed to there was one where it was like powerful, which made it so that it did more of like the bashing damage.
Yep. And the human in the group had spent theirs on a suit of mail that was super light and fit them really good so that it didn't reduce their movement or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Encumbrance is really serious. Yeah.
Armor is great. You definitely want it, but it's pretty realistic too. If you're wandering around the world dressed in 90 pounds of chainmail, it's going to be an issue. You know, like one thing they added in the book that I don't remember Tolkien added, but I thought was adorable, is in the Lost Lands book. There's an encounter where your players can make a trade with river otters because these river otters are smart, like human intelligence smart.
Sure.
And I'm like, okay, I can believe Tolkien might have wrote something down about some smart ass river. I mean, he had birds and every other thing. Even the trees were talking.
Right.
But yeah, so the Lost Lands was really good too. That's the book that went all over like Arnor.
Yeah.
The Lost Kingdom or whatever. All those kingdoms had long since. Now they're just wilderness, the Troll Shaws, the Gates of Angmar.
Yeah.
If I ever wanted to fill that itch to play Lord of the Rings, it's definitely One Ring. I would not try to make D&D fit Tolkien because it's just not a good fit.
See, and for 30 to 45 minutes, we got him talking about not Hyperborea. So there you go, guys, all complaining about Hyperborea.
Nobody complains about Hyperborea. You guys love Hyperborea.
I'm surprised you're wearing a Seth Skorkowski shirt. That's pretty cool. I like him. He's a good dude.
Yeah, I've kind of been a fan of Seth Skorkowski for, I don't know, 10 years.
Hmm.
I used to have the Scott Brown shirt too, but I gave it to Haas.
Aw.
You wanted it?
Was
I
that
still
the
think I still think it's cute that Scott Brown is canon in Cyberpunk Red.
Yeah, they added
It's
it.
just like
oh my
Easter egg.
god, that's
Scott Brown.
that's
Yeah, Yeah, if you look at
That's-
one of the, what do you call it, like where they like made it look like a website, those pages. One
Yeah,
of the recent visited links is Scott Brown.
yeah.
oh wow. And that was
Yeah,
the real estate
Mike
agent he always
Ponce
uses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Scott Brown,
Smith.
motherfucker. Get the fuck out. I got a show.
I've got a showing. Yeah, Pon Smith heard Seth Kurkowski tell that story and decided to
Yeah,
implement it right into the world. So,
Unfortunately, there's no greater write-up, but the Easter egg is fine.
yep, he just
Yeah.
he just put it in Scott Brown real estate. But Skorkowski is probably, of everybody on the internet, the best one for teaching anyone how to play a game.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Like,
It's also kind of advantage that he actually plays them first. He doesn't just read them through.
oh yeah, and he will never ever like review a module he hasn't ran
Or play.
or a game he hasn't ran. Yeah, you're right. That's to me, he just seems like a decent enough guy. I'm not saying that, he might not like me, we might meet and just rub each other the wrong way, but as far as his internet presence, I mean, I think he's like definitely the number one guy if you're looking to learn a game that he has did videos on how to play. Like if you want to know how to play Traveler, definitely Seth Skorkowski.
Traveler, Call of
I mean,
Cthulhu,
there is a
anything,
reason
yeah.
a lot of people on the Axe server wished he played
Whichever
Axe,
he's played, you know.
so they could forget not only get free advertisement, but also how to play videos.
Hey, maybe if somebody sent him a copy of the books, he might. But in his home D&D game, he plays AD&D still.
From what I understand, he mostly plays Cyberpunk and Call of Cthulhu right now.
Yeah,
like for years.
But I'm just saying, anytime you see him running D&D, he's got that old school AD&D screen out, and that's where the whole myth of what was it called, the Bone Breaker or Bone Render or whatever that fucking sword,
Bonesaw.
the Bone Saw, yeah.
Bonesaw is ready.
But if
Sorry.
you,
Yeah.
if you're like a guy and
3
you just
minutes.
pick up your first Traveler set or book and you're like, so how do I play this game? You go to Seth Gorkowski's channel and he will show you every detail on how to play that game.
No,
By the time you're done watching that, you'll be able to run it.
I gotta say, my favorite story of his was probably the bonsai one.
Oh yeah.
I think one of my favorites is the one where he was playing Call of Cthulhu and they went in the mine and they encountered something. I don't remember, but somebody tried to throw a hand grenade and crit fumbled it.
Oh yeah.
And dropped the hand grenade and it went off and killed the whole party.
Yeah, basically he
He's
tells
in there
about his
just like,
first TBK where it's like, okay, we're doing a one shot on Halloween. We're like, we are Tomb Explorers and we are using this version because it has some pretty decent. Oh wait, we are playing Call of Cthulhu, but with Cyberpunk combat, so we can hit limbs and so forth. And everyone kept fumbling, and they kind of solved the issue, but they're all there because they kind of blew themselves up.
Yeah. And it started off by basically like somebody getting shot, the other person got shot. Then they retreated because they were dying to the things that weren't even attacking them.
Yeah, it was like they got into the combat and the players kept fumbling and shooting each other until one of them actually. And I don't think it's a hand grenade. I think it was like a bunch of dynamite or something.
It's probably dynamite because of the area.
He lit the dynamite and he wanted to throw it down the tunnel at whatever was whipping their ass, and he dropped it. It just boom.
Yeah.
Like, well,
and But Dynamite, that reminds me of a funny thing, and that's gonna ruin what do you call it, Deadlands adventures. If you have a bad GM, majority of the adventure, the monster's hiding the well. Just drop some dynamite in when you enter a town into the well, and you will be fine.
Yeah, maybe. Unless
Like I
the
said,
well
if you're having a
connects to
bad DM,
underground aquifers and shit, and the creature
There goes the
can
drinkable.
swim and come out somewhere else.
There goes all the potable water.
Yeah.
Oh, and there, I wasn't even going to go with that, but I'm pretty sure the town folk aren't going to be really happy with the
Happy.
fact that you just collapsed the fucking well and they're in the middle of Arizona somewhere.
I mean that is true. It's just funny that like there's a lot of adventure. Oh yeah, the monster's hiding in the well.
Yeah.
So
The
it's like,
funniest F up I ever had was in a Deadlands game, and it was the huckster drawing like both fucking jokers while he's
Oh,
trying
no.
to cast a spell. And he ended up getting possessed by the Manitou.
Yeah.
And then he ran around just doing horrible shit. I mean, the most horrible stuff you can imagine. And eventually the Manitou left his body.
I am glad I'm
But
playing.
then he got
Deadlands.
hung for all the horrible shit he had done in the town. Because, I mean, he's running around shooting people and just doing stuff, you know, basically being a demon in flesh. And so that
People weren't happy
Manitou,
about that.
instead of just killing him or something, decided to really F with him.
yeah.
But I just recently watched The Fallen by with Denzel Washington. And I was like, oh, yeah. If you've never seen it, it's about a demon that can transfer between bodies, and he keeps he's a serial killer. So he'll take a body and then do a serial killer, and then he'll take another body and serial kill the body that killed the first guy.
Yeah.
And it keeps lapping back and forth, like all these people just keep killing each other, except the evidence is showing that the victim killed the earlier victim.
Yeah.
And it's like the cops are freaking out, and yeah, it's really good. Denzel, John Goodman, Sutherland, not the younger, but the elder.
Denzel
The
Washington,
guy
I think
from
the guy
freaking
in the Book of Eli.
it had the guy from Sopranos. Like, it was an all-star cast, and it was really good. And
Hey,
yeah,
James.
Book of Eli was good too. And you know what? I didn't know he was blind until the very end. You know, I
Yeah,
never figured it out.
that is an interesting what do you call a plot twist, but it's also kind of annoying because he has clearly enough awareness that he could like faster gotten there if you just ridden slowly on a bicycle, even if he was blind. But that aside, that's a minor nitpick.
Yeah.
You're making me happy I didn't pick a huckster, James.
Hucksters, like in Shadowrun, how we're talking about mages, they can be absolute game changers, or they can blow themselves up. That's just the way the magic rules work. Like, you know, like in Shadowrun, the more powerful a spell you cast, the more drain it has. So you can really kill yourself if you roll to cast a spell, and then you know, the drain can literally knock you unconscious. Maybe
I'll
dead.
stick to my 6 shooters.
But they explain why, and it's because you're focusing magical energy through your nervous system to cause shit to happen. And if you lose control of that, it just starts cooking your nervous system, you know? And so, yeah. Whereas in Deadlands, every time you cast a spell, you got to play a 5-card poker with a demon. And it happens instantly. So it doesn't affect anything you're doing. It's just an instant extra dimensional thing that happens. You and this Manitou, which is basically a demon, play 5-card, and you've got to beat the demon for the spell to work. However, jokers can F you right in the egg, right? So, you know, that's basically a thing. I'd have to really reread the rules to get the specifics on it, but yeah, 100%. You're playing cards with the devil, basically.
I'll stick to the 6-shooters.
And then the priest is basically like a D&D cleric. I mean, he can try to use miracles basically to, like the preacher or the nun, they can get miracles and stuff too. But
Yeah, I might be going with that.
or an Indian freaking shaman.
Yeah, I
You
think.
can play an Indian warrior. I mean,
Are you playing that, Paul? Playing a shaman?
Yes. Yeah. I'm playing a shaman. So we'll see how that works out.
well, it's like I said, anything you've ever seen in any Western, especially spaghetti Westerns, is possible.
Yep.
And then all the monsters from all the scary movies you've ever seen, they're possible too. You know?
Yeah.
And some of it's Lovecraftian, like the Chthonians are in Deadland. The giant worms that live under the ground and cause earthquakes and got like faces full of nothing but pink tentacles. They are in Deadland. You know, some Lovecraftian type shit is in Deadland. But what makes Deadland even more effed up too is the Four Horsemen are in Deadland.
Yeah.
And then you've got what's his name?
I just realized something you could potentially do in Deadlands. Freddy versus Jason. Or just have one of them there.
The one you really want to watch out for is Stone. Stone is a undead cowboy, so a revenant, and he works for the Manitou, the evil force that's trying to wreck everything. And the job he does is if any characters become super powerful, like get a grit of 6, you know, they get noticed by the forces of evil, and Stone gets sent to kill them. And he is an incredibly powerful gunfighter, and he's already dead. So
you don't want to duel with the dead.
It's like a whole thing.
You'll surely lose.
Well, I mean, it's like it's almost like he's the guy with no name in High Plains Drifter, except his job is to kill the good guys.
Oh, I got that, but the thing is, I was making a joke out of a song by Ghoultown. They have a song called "Drink with the Living Dead."
I know, and that would be Stone.
Yep.
So the game actually has a mechanic where if your characters do really, really good over time, the evil people will send a guy to try and kill you. And he might, or you might take him out. I mean, you know, but he'll come after you at some other point in future. I mean, because Stone never stays down. So
Is he from Austin? Or is he not Stone Cold?
Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's funny. Like he runs up on you and he's like, because Stone Cold said so. And then like put you in the freaking whatever, the Stone Cold Stunner. No, instead he rolls in the town and challenges you to a duel. And he dual wields these long barreled ass Colt 45s, and he'll blow a hole through you. Unless you're really good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty good right now. I mean, what? I got a D10 on my agility and a D8 on the.
Yeah, I think Stone's got 2 die-12s.
I'm not that good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look him up. He does have a little bit of honor. It's not like he's going to wait till you're asleep and shoot you in the head. He generally is going to call you out. And then you can either try to run, which he'll catch you because his horse is basically magic, or you can try and fight, and chances are he'll kill you, but maybe not. You know. So, yeah. Another really cool thing just about that whole setting, you know.
Yeah.
Because your character starts with X amount of grit, but when you hit a certain level of grit, yeah, that's when, you know. And grit is your ability to like not be afraid of all of the supernatural shit running around.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, you know, like cowboys got grit, right? Well, when your character gets to the point of grit where like a werewolf jumping out of the woods at you doesn't even phase you, that's when the big evil guys start noticing you. Plus, at that point, it's easier for you to turn like haunted or Deadlands back into,
Just a regular
normal
spaghetti western.
places. And the whole idea, I know I've already said it, but the whole idea is the demons want to turn the whole world into a Deadland.
Yeah.
Because if it becomes a Deadland, which is the max sphere level, they can actually manifest in that area. So, and that leads to a thing I didn't mention with Deadlands. You're never supposed to tell the normal people what you do. So if you get into a gunfight with a werewolf and you kill it, you don't immediately run to the nearest tavern and start bragging about killing a werewolf. You keep your freaking mouth.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm
because
if
if you tell the town folk all the crazy shit you did, it can raise the fear level. So your whole deal is to kill everything that's evil, but make sure no one knows that it existed. So like the X-Files or some shit. Yeah, and it would, Jack Black, it would 100% work for that, man. It would 100% work for that.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. You could play Deadlands with no supernatural shit at all. You could, all you'd have to do is all the player types that use magic or weird science or whatever, don't allow them. And just don't use any monsters and just have some cowboys wandering around doing shit. And it would work 100% fine.
Yeah, fighting cowboys.
But we were talking about Savage Worlds earlier. I wouldn't buy Savage Worlds. I don't like it. But if you like Savage Worlds, then knock yourself out. Thank you for, bro. Anytime, man. Anytime whatsoever. I love it when people interact, and I will repeat again, I do requests. So if there's something specific you want my opinion on, while I will not ever understand why you would care about my opinion, I will do the best I can to tell you what I think about the game.
I have a topic or / question. When do you think you should run a new system or homebrew aspect you like of that system into the system you're currently running? I'm mostly talking about D20 games, yes.
Okay, so I need an example.
So I have players who also like third edition or Pathfinder first edition. Axe is their adventure and downtime, and either downtime or and late game stuff is actually compatible if you change a few assumptions and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But when would you think you're doing too much and should just play Axe instead of like taking things from there?
I honestly, and this is just my opinion, never. Like, if you want to add like all kinds of house rules and shit to your game, and eventually your house rule folder is like as thick as a phone book when they used to have phone books, that's fine by me.
Okay.
I mean, at no time do you actually have to, in my opinion, switch games just because you've borrowed a shit ton of. I mean, I used to run Old School Essentials Advanced, but I use Wilderness Survival Guide, Manual Planes, freaking Dungeoneer Survival Guide. I used all the proficiency rules. So I guess some people could say, why don't you just play AD&D?
Yeah.
And the answer is because, I'm playing OSC Advanced, but I really like these rules. So I'm going to let them in. You know what I mean?
Actually, I have a question of Manual of the Planes because
I just really like that book.
I haven't read it in like decades. Okay, how old am I? Yes, I can say 2 decades. Yes, I can say a decade in plurals. What do you call it? So I know it's about the planes, but how does it present it? What kind of
It does it the AD&D first edition style, where the planes are like you can either draw it as a circle or a square. And depending on alignment, that depends on the placement of the planes outside of the prime material and then the astral and ethereal planes. So you would have like the lawful good plane right next to the neutral good plane, right next to the chaotic good plane, and then right next to the chaotic neutral plane, and then the whatever, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's that original cosmology you see where sometimes it's a circle and then you have all the different alignment planes, and then in the middle you have the prime material, which is where you are. So
Yeah.
and it has some crazy ass monsters you could encounter in the ethereal plane, and which back in the day, the scariest monster you encountered in the ethereal plane could be the Githyanki. Because they all carried those freaking silver swords, and if they got like a crit, they cut your freaking thread that held you to your body, and you could be literally just trapped in the ethereal plane until your body died or whatever. I mean, that was some scary shit right there. I mean,
And then quote unquote knights had gold dragon and not gold dragons, red dragons.
yeah, the more powerful ones were because of something to do with their queen made a deal with Tiamat or some shit like that. But yeah, back in the day, I mean, that was super high level play, but you could have a skiff and be whipping through the ethereal plane, going from one place to the next, and get attacked by basically a pirate ship full of Githyanki who could all like cut your silver thread and F you up. I mean, is it just a whole different level of whatever?
Yeah, there is a ton of monsters and so forth. That's really cool when you take them in their original form, even if you transplant them into your own setting, not to another setting. But then you also run into the issue that like when they keep building on them, it's not so much that the mystery disappears, but a lot of times the additions are either not needed or just lame.
Right. Well, like how now Githyanki is a player character. In later books from 5e, you literally can just play Githyanki. And it's like, that's so different than first edition. But okay, man, knock yourself out. So Jack is not a fan of Savage Worlds either. Yeah, to me, Savage Worlds would be a great rule system to play a skirmish game. And in the one rule book I have in the back, they even got a skirmish game set in Vietnam. And they got like the page that you can print or whatever to cut the templates out for like grenades and stuff like that. And, and they got all the different people involved and their attributes and skills and stuff. So you and a friend could literally just sit down with your World War II or Vietnam or whatever figures and use Savage Worlds and duke it out, and then maybe even throw some role playing in there too, But the Longbeard Club in Orlando, and they called themselves that because they were old when I was young, and there's still some of them around. Savage Worlds is their game. That's all they play now.
Yeah.
And their argument is, I can play anything I want, anytime I want, and I know these rules, and they're really easy. So why would I try to learn other rules? And my argument back is, I don't argue back. I just say, yes, sir. That sounds whatever.
I would say I have more respect for that with Savage World than the people who say like, oh, I like 5e as a player because it's easy to level up and so forth and easy to play. And it's like, okay, what about this system that's even easier? And it's like, no.
Well,
you're going to play what you like either way.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is.
I know it. Just I had players who said one thing and then the other, and it's like, okay, so even if I'm the GM, you don't want to play something else, and you gave me one reason that doesn't turn out to be right.
Sure. Yeah.
When I ran 5e, go ahead, Paul. I'm sorry.
No, it's that. No, that's all right. That's just like you can't out logic it at that point. They're not really thinking. They just like
Yeah.
they know what they like and they're
Yeah.
going to stubbornly stick to it. But I just those situations where somebody's locked into running something that they hate, get out of it. Like even if you have to lose the people, it's not worth the misery of because then it's like a prison sentence and you're not going to run anything that's I don't know, built from the heart. You're gonna do it out of obligation. It's I call it the dead marriage. That's what it is. You're in it because well, I know these people, and it's gonna be hard to find new people. So
That was
I'm
kind
gonna
of
run.
a Saturday game, just in a minor version, where like, okay, I know you guys, your health is shit, worse than mine actually, but we're gonna try these things because we're friends. We're having a good time, and it didn't work anyway.
Yeah.
I always, before I try to run anything, I always float it out to the players and be all like, how do you feel about this? And then we talk about it in our little private chat that only me and my players are in. Hey, how you doing, Daniel? But then not to sound like a prick, but ultimately, if I really want to play the game, we're going to play the game.
Yeah. Just for clarification, in my case, it was like the players used to be in better health, then it decreased.
Right.
So we did had that conversation about, do you guys want to play this and so forth, and yes, they would, and we had a great time. Then like a year or a year and a half later, all their health decreased.
Well, I mean, remember, one of my players is Haas, my brother, whose health is constantly decreasing. He's already lived longer than the doctors said he should. So, that's the thing I deal with all the time. But, yeah, I will take the players' opinions on what they want to play very seriously when I'm considering it. But if there's some game like Hyperborea that I am dead set on playing, guess what? We're going to play Hyperborea. And like I tell my wife, it's probably best if you just relax and try to enjoy this. That was a joke, but the rest of it is true.
But I have a question. Is it you or her who's wearing the horned helmet in that scenario?
Her
She's
character
the Dane, but
has
you're
a
the guy with
big
the beard.
horned Viking helmet. It's crazy because the Vikings never wore horned helmets.
Oh yeah, I know it's a Bronze Age thing, and then later romanticization by the Victorians.
Right, because by the time the Vikings are actually out there kicking everyone's ass, they had really figured out the most effective equipment to wear.
Yeah.
So they had their Spangen helms. And the best thing about Spangen helm, and I know for a fact because I wore one for years when I was in SCA, no one can grab it. Not that you're allowed to, but having thought wearing full-on mail and a Spangen helm and that. But if you had horns sticking out of the side of a helmet, someone could just run up on you, shield slam the shit out of you and grab one of those horns, and you could be in a lot of trouble then. They could snap your freaking neck.
Yeah.
Use that as, leverage or something. Plus, can you imagine trying to swing certain swings with, because one of my favorite swings in there is a cross cut. I hold my sword with the bottom of the hilt facing my opponent, and I got my shield here so they can't see this. And every strike starts out with me moving forward, again, so that they don't know what I'm doing. And one of my favorite cuts is to come up and go forward and then angle my sword arm like that and try to catch them right there.
Yeah.
And now I probably suck, but I used to be pretty good at it because I had a post in my backyard, and I would every day after I got home from work at the concrete plant, I would stand out there in armor with my stick, and I had a piece of tape on that freaking post, and I would 100 times, blow, 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 and then mix it up, So it's what got me squired to the best knight in all of Florida, or as they call it, Trimaris. And then unfortunately, he turned 44 and had a massive heart attack and died. At which point I quit because I just couldn't. you know.
Yeah.
I still have his belt though, and for a while I had other knights asking if I wanted to join their household, and I said nope. So I basically am in the SCA for the longest time. I was a squire with no knight, and you know, and Haas too. I don't know if Haas got squired. He might have. I know my buddy Marcus got squired, but my knight, yeah, he gave Marcus a brand new belt, which is cool, right? But he gave me his old squire belt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know, that's like handing down a, you know, an important thing to somebody. Yeah. But yeah, he was 44. He was an operating room nurse. So the guy that stands there and hands the doctor stuff and sticks gauze where he's told. And he played basketball in the park. And then he went home and was fixing a salad and dropped dead in his kitchen. Great guy, though. Great guy. I mean, loved him to death. He's just a really good guy. I mean, for an ex-Marine, you know.
We're going back to Marines versus Army, and everyone is hating on the what do you call it, Navy, and not Navy. Everyone is hating on the Air Force Ranger.
Yeah, in America, we like to make fun of the Air Force, even though, to be honest, if to get an Air Force, you have to be the smartest.
Yeah.
The Air Force is where all of the guys that actually have brains go, and they live better and they get the best food. And like, it's just awesome to be in the Air Force. So to kind of make ourselves feel better,
you call them
Marine
the
Corps
chair
guys
force.
and your Army guys just make fun of them. But really, yeah, if you've got the brains, you want to go Air Force. If you want to get drunk nonstop and probably get STDs, you go Navy. Because, I mean, those guys, all they do is drink and sleep with wild women. And lift the most. That statement confuses me because I'm not sure which part of what I said that's in context.
I mean, if you're talking about Navy, so they're probably a chubby chaser joke.
Oh, well, we were the chubby chasers, and I'm not going to retell that story because that was actual competition. No one else needs to hear it, but
fair enough.
No, the Navy, you know, they go to all these wild ports where there's all these women that are willing to give it up for a couple of U.S. greenbacks. And unfortunately, that type of women a lot of times gives you a bonus with whatever you take. So, you know, you want to wrap that shit up. And then if you're a dumbass like me, you date a woman that gets assigned to an aircraft carrier, but then you dump her because you realize she's getting ran through by like at least 100 guys on the aircraft carrier.
You realize she is the aircraft carrier.
Right. It's like, yeah, I can't do this. Because when I was in the Army, I seen how Army girls are. And I can only imagine Navy girls are like 10 times worse. I wish Bruce was here. He'd probably back me up. But I can tell you this. This is every girl who joins the Army, unless she's a hardcore lesbian or super racist. Because both of those can be a thing, right? As soon as she gets in the Army, as soon as she gets the opportunity, whether it's at a regular duty space or she figures something out during training, she's going to bang between 1 and 5 black dudes. It's going to happen. If it's a white girl, if it's a black girl, 1 or 5 black guys too. But anyway, then most of the white girls will decide now they only want to sleep with white dudes because they got the black dude thing out of their system. Because mom and dad ain't there to yell at them for doing stupid shit, right? And but some of them decide no, they're just going to stay, you know, with that flavor, right? But regardless of whether they come back to the vanilla or stay with the chocolate, they're going through the whole barracks. Count on it, you know. And after I was being in the Army and seeing how people do, yeah, there's no way I would date an Army girl. It wouldn't happen. Never.
Yeah, the only ones I've really heard something positive said about were mechanics, girls who are actually competent mechanics, even if they maybe like need someone to carry the tool case.
No,
Those
the
are the-
women can be really good at their jobs. Don't
Oh no, it's not the good at the job. I mean, like the most chaste, the most how should we say, less likely to get into trouble were apparently the mechanic girls who were competent.
see, we had none of those because
Yeah.
in the infantry unit, it's all freaking no women.
Yeah.
Not even allowed on our AO, which we snuck them on all the time.
Mm.
But I did a training thing where I had to drive for one of the RIMF units on the other side of Pogue Row, as we called it. And there were a lot of incredibly capable women doing their jobs out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But most of them were still whores, though.
Yeah. So, James, have you heard of Fort Polk?
Of what?
Fort Polk, the one
Fort-
in Louisiana.
Polk. The only place I've ever been that wasn't an Army base is the Air Force Base in Mississippi, Biloxi, I believe.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I got to eat there because, you know, they give you the card that says you can eat in the chow hall for free.
Yeah.
And man, it is true what they say about Air Force food. It is fucking amazing. I mean, after spending years eating basically rice and chicken every day.
Yeah.
You know.
But basically, Fort Polk is, and it is spelled P-O-L-K, is basically based in Louisiana because they needed people to train people for Vietnam, like their climate. Then the war ended, and now they had to figure out what to do with all this space. And eventually, it just became the place where they sent unfortunate people and all the incompetent people. Because no one want to be in a swamp
we had
in
a
Louisiana.
Navy base, and it was a training Navy base here in Orlando. And then they decided to shut it down, and that was the suckiest shit ever. Because when the Navy base was here, all of the game shops were full nonstop. So if you wanted to go to a game shop and hang out and bullshit around and meet people and play whatever, I mean, sure, they're a bunch of squids, but they, you know, they're good guys, you know, and whatever, right?
Yeah.
But then they shut it down, and it was like stupid. But yeah,
I grew up in a port town that turned into a bridge town, so I know how that feels.
Mm.
I know
North
that
in
if
a
you know
border
Guatemala,
town,
I know that very
a northern
specifies
town.
it, but still.
Yeah, the Air Force did have to lift the most weight. You're right, Daryl. I get it now. Because when you go to MEPS, after they look in your butt and ask you a bunch of questions, they make you lift weight. And I think the Navy is like the lowest. I think the Army was like 50 or 100 pounds, whatever it was. I don't even remember. But the Air Force had the highest amount that you had to lift. And it's because they might end up being the guys putting ordnance under the wings of those jets. And you better be able to lift because those bombs are heavy.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
Very heavy.
Nowadays they got those cradles and you just line them up and hit the cradle and it'll lift them into place. And
Yeah.
they just got to put the pins in them and stuff.
To
But
be fair, the reason they have those cradles, oh wait, were they for tanks or were they for ships?
no, this is for aircraft.
aircraft.
Okay, then
They're
I
putting
was
the bombs under the wings of the aircraft. They'll
Okay.
bring the bomb out in like on a gurney type thing and line it up and lift it into place and then put the pin in that holds it in. And also that when the guy hits the button will trigger it if it's a missile, say.
I know why they did that. Other than, of course, it makes people's backs last longer. Is because people would do it like a two-step lift, where like they lean it up against something and then put it up. which
Right.
is an issue they have in the tank division, that like people like lift it up, what do you call it, on the like loading hole, like partially, and then they lift it up. But the problem is it's not made for that, so you kind of wear it out.
See, with a Bradley, I don't know about tanks, but with a Bradley, there's a panel you open up underneath the main gun,
Mhm.
and it's basically double-sided. So you load the 25 Mike rounds, which are on a belt. You load like AP on the one side, like that, and HE on the other side.
Yeah.
And once you get them through the actual, motorized parts that drag them in, because it's an electric gun, like it doesn't work on recoil, it works on an actual electric motor that's pulling the rounds in and ejecting them. And then there's a switch right here next to the yoke for the gun where you can switch from AP to HE. And there's another switch that lets you go with like normal fire versus rapid fire. But you don't want to do rapid fire too much, because if you do it too much, you'll melt the barrel right off that bastard,
Oh yeah, I have a
And
question.
then
Speaking
you'll
of,
get in a lot of trouble.
I have a question concerning armed vehicles and Deadlands. How often do players try to invent those, whether it's a tank or just an armored vehicle?
They are not uncommon.
Okay.
A steam powered carriage with freaking armor plating on it. If you read the lore, the Confederacy tried to push to Washington using a shit ton of it.
Ah,
But fortunately for the Union, they managed to stop them.
yeah.
But it was like a real shock to the Union, because the Confederates had built basically a bunch of these tanks in secret.
Yeah.
And unleashed, kind of like World War I, when the British finally unleashed all the tanks, and everybody's like, what the fuck? But they were held up. So now the Union have their versions of armored vehicles as well. Of course, these didn't have cannons in them. They were mostly just armored carriages with freaking, Gatling guns or whatever on them. So yeah, if you've got the money and the materials, and you're, a Ghost Rock maniac scientist, you could 100% build a steam powered armored carriage with a machine gun on it.
Okay, it's just there's a few things players will always try to, what do you call it, get
You think
into.
that's one of them? They can do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, get into RPGs, and one of them is a tank. The other ones are like flying airships.
Yep. Not just balloons, but actual aircraft
Yeah.
have been used. By the time the game starts, aircraft have been used by both sides. So
Gotcha.
really, even though it's the Old West, the war, because of the rapid advance of technology, because of Ghost Rock, is almost getting to be like World War I levels
To
of
be
technology.
fair, it's not that far off, like time-wise either.
Time-wise, it wasn't that far off, but I mean, just skip the technology like 20 years ahead, because of a bunch of mad scientists with Ghost Rock making. I mean, because Ghost Rock is like coal, except it burns like 100 times longer.
Yeah.
So you can make a steam powered whatever, and if you're feeding it Ghost Rock, that shit just works for as long as you need it to work, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, that is
shit
two
like
things.
airplanes and armored vehicles and fast trains and stuff like that become a lot more feasible.
Yeah, I mean, that is two things if you wanna really mess with a fantasy setting, is either coal that lasts a long time or smokeless coal.
Well, the Ghost Rock, I don't know if it puts out a lot of smoke, but it does well like an undead soul while it burns. So there is that. And if I remember correctly, it was originally found in California after California fell into the ocean. People found seams of Ghost Rock on the cliff sides. And
I'm pretty sure this Ghost Rock, you don't want to be near it while it's burning, but
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's true, but one of the lore explanations for Ghost Rock is it was like all the damned souls like solidified into a mineral that you could burn. And that's why when you burn it, it moans
It
and
wails.
wells like a ghost, you know?
Yeah.
I hate when that happens.
So yeah, burning ghost rock also, if the more you burn in an area, the higher the fear level goes up.
Yep. See.
So
So, Paul, what are you planning down there?
I'm just listening along. My
enough.
brain's kind of elsewhere. No, just playing. What was it, Deadlands tonight? We'll see how that works out. Hopefully everything works. I'm
Maybe.
hoping this will be the one Bloodworth game that actually lasts longer than 3 weeks, and people won't fall off the face of the earth, which I don't think should happen. I'll just chase Timmy and Doc down since I know where they live now on the internet. But other than that,
I'll be usually the one probably in an hour early.
yeah, Tim is not going to miss a game unless he's dying or something.
That is a good
Really
quality
sick.
about Timmy.
That's why when Bloodworth was on, I think you were on too, Paul, and I was telling him about Tim, and Bloodworth was like, yeah, put me in touch with that guy. Because I said, that guy is a loyal player. You get him in a game, he's going to be there. You can count on him.
Yep. But yeah, no, that's really about it.
Well, Daryl, Deadlands is basically, like I said earlier, the good, the bad, and the ugly meets some kind of horror movie.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's got the internal, like, the eternal verisimilitude of the system is really good. It's like everything that has happened, there's a reason it happens that seems kind of plausible for it to have happened. And in the book, it'll even tell new game masters to kind of hold off on introducing supernatural stuff a little while. Let the players kind of get used to a normal Wild West world before you chuck like a prairie tick at them.
So basically, run it like Half-Life 1 or like Commando.
Right. You kind of run it like the first half of Sinners. And then when you're ready, go ahead and introduce the 1,000-year-old Celtic vampire. Turn it up.
That one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say slow burn, not slow burn, but slow build-up. That's apparently my strength as a game master. Which makes, what do you call it, horror scenarios a little funnier. Like, not funnier, but a little more fun.
This doesn't have to be necessarily a slow build-up. Because, I mean, your character can still be out there gunfighting and doing standard Wild West shit. But yeah, at some point, something's going to happen and the player's going to be like, what the fuck? You know? It's going to happen.
Acres was read. I hope that's both a GM's guide, a player's guide, and a monster manual, if that's 800 pages, Daryl.
It probably is like fully everything.
Yeah.
Like I bought the Kinzer Company Aces and Eights or whatever, a leather-bound role-playing book, and ended up giving it away because I think Kinzer and Company, they make games as like a joke. Mm-hmm. That game was so freaking complicated and hard to play. And the combat, you actually like took a picture of a cowboy, depending on what position he was in, and put like a clear overlay on it. And then you rolled and you like consulted like this and this to see where the bullet actually went.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. That's
ridiculous. It was just really like
none of this makes any sense. It sounds like you're getting into something weird.
Yeah, that reminds me. So a common criticism of Car Wars is a cool system and you can do all these accurate things and so forth. But like a round is only supposed, or rather a turn is only supposed to be like a few seconds, and you'd use all these like 10 minutes out of time things to resolve those seconds. And that sounds like a little bit what they're getting into there, where like you're getting too accurate.
We're getting
I
into the weeds with this
never
one.
had a problem with Deadlands with the way the time worked or anything like that.
Hmm.
I mean, so you could be 100% correct, but
Oh,
I've
we were talking
never.
about Deadlands with the overlay.
Oh, the
No.
Kinzer. Oh, yeah, that one you had countdowns, and it was not seconds; it was tenths of seconds.
Okay.
So if two gunfighters are fighting, you counted it down. Like it was. The thing with Kinzer and Company is they got the rights to make Hackmaster because Where's the Coast were douchebags about some comics they make, Knights of the Dinner Table.
Hmm.
And so when they made Hackmaster, it was supposed to be a big freaking joke, a mockery of AD&D. So they made it as complicated as possible, and they added all kinds of weird rules, right? And they did the same thing when they made Aces and Eights. It is just nuts, the rules in there. Now, there's supposedly a Hackmaster Basic that's a lot easier to play, but I don't know. But yeah,
Okay, that makes sense, Daryl. There are some games where they are, how should we say, rolling out the red carpet for magic casters or users. I mean,
well, the one or two book thing he's talking about, the company, and I believe they're Italian, that made Against the Dark Master, they finally released that book as like multiple books. So because the Against the Dark Master book is like yay thick.
so basically you use it to repel a bear.
Yeah, it'd probably stop a 22 long rifle round. I wouldn't trust it versus much else, but now you can actually get the player's book, the GM book, and that makes it a lot easier for people to deal with it, instead of trying to trudge your way through 1,000 pages. Or I think Against the Dark Master might be 800 or 900 pages too, something like that. It's
my
a
God!
thick,
Speaking of
thick book.
big books, do you guys remember Monty Cook's? I don't know if it's Plotus or Tullus, but Ptolli.
Polis.
Thank you, Paulus.
Monty Cook.
When he released the original one, it was like for third edition, and that's fine and all. But like it was like a huge tomb. And do you guys know how he decided who got the free editions or the free versions? Sorry, free copies.
Yeah,
he went to
saw that.
influencers, would be my guess.
No, it was way before that. But basically, it was in one gaming store, and like you had to like hold it out the longest.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah,
That was funny.
I saw Goodman Games do that the first time I went to Gary Con. It was the what was it? It was the reprint of like the Collected Judges Guild, because they have like these enormous. They're like it's almost like from Seinfeld. What was that? The coffee table book. That's a coffee table. That's how big the book was. It's this enormous hardcover, and they had you had to just hold your arms out, and it was like every minute they would stack on more books, and then whoever lasted the longest got a free copy of it. It was like a $300 thing or something like that. So
that was like one of the worst things they could make you do in the Army.
just do like a stretch hold weights or whatever like that.
If you effed up or some shit, or they just were feeling the mood, they would make you hold your M16 straight out.
Yep.
The M16 only weighs like, I don't know, 2 or 3 pounds.
Yep.
But after a while, you would swear it weighed 10 tons, man. Like your arms would be burning. You'd see people start like leaning way back, trying to keep it up and dropping. And every time it'd start dropping, the freaking drills would come through and start like eating, you just biting your ass about it. And
it's not about strength,
that was
it's about
so
endurance.
terrible.
I remember that doing boxing. You'd have to keep your guard up and just stand with your guard up. And then after a while, you're like, man, my arms are getting real tired just holding my arms up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that is like when you're going through like training, that is like a go-to for the drill sergeants.
Mm-hmm.
If you're out in the field and you actually got the rifle with you, they're going to be like, yep, hold that thing up, man. And you're all just sitting there dying. in the Georgia sun, you know, trying to hold this rifle up. And like I said, an M16 does not weigh much until you hold it up for like 20 minutes. And all of a sudden, ugh, your arms are just burning, man, just burning.
Yeah.
See, I had a thing I would do in training, which was kind of cheating, is when we were on a road march, right? You're supposed to hold your M16. I mean, it's got the strap, but you're supposed to hold it. But I would tuck the pistol grip into my LBE and then hold what was not tucked into it and let the majority of the weight rest on the LBE, which is, you know, the load bearing equipment you got to wear.
Sure.
And that away, it saved my arms at least, because I mean, a 15K road march in full gear and you have to hold your M16, that'll roast your arms like crazy, you know. Did you say something, babe?
I said, how does it smell?
It smells amazing. But I mean, I'm not surprised. You're a good cook. So yeah. But so we've talked a lot about Deadlands, and you guys are going to play it later.
Yeah.
You did the same thing. You know, I think a lot of people probably figured that out. They're like, yeah, let's just go ahead and tuck that in. You know what I mean? But
And if bad comes to worse, you know, I have a backup priest ready to go.
well, the best part about it too is we had this really long road march at the end of training. And it was basically like the pass or fell road march. So we all had like 60-pound rucks, our M16s, the whole 9 yards. And the road march started at like freaking 10 at night. And the reason they did that is because they just made us walk in circles all over Benning. So instead of walking like 15K somewhere, we just snaked back and forth, you know, over the same ground. But it was dark, so who could tell? And then at the very end, you show up back at the barracks in formation, and you know, that was the thing, man. It is a pain in the ass. And I was hating life during that road march because I got voluntold by the drill sergeant to carry a claymore, which is just in a cloth thing with the like little pouch that the claymore's in. But that fucking thing weighs like 10 or 15 pounds.
Oh
Man.
wait, Claymore, do you mean like a mine?
Yes.
Okay. Also, real quick, I gonna head out. It's I mean, it's not near midnight yet, but I need to do some things before that.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Gotcha.
I'm my wife, I think, is off work, so no. Oh, so I'm good for a little while.
Yeah, I'm still, the pot roast is not ready yet, but it's smelling good.
The pot roast is not going to be ready for like hours, babe.
But yeah,
Takes a
you guys
long
have a
time.
good one.
Hours.
See ya.
See you, bro.
Wow, this thing got me DC'd, huh?
I can
Nice
say bye
try.
to you too. Goodbye.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought she was off work. I was going to go in there and harass her, but nope.
No such luck.
Nope,
such
not off
luck.
yet. So, yeah, Daryl did the same thing. Daryl, you were airborne though, weren't you? I think, if I remember correctly, Daryl went airborne after infantry school, and I become it, as Daryl would say, a dirty leg, which is everyone who's not airborne.
Oh, I didn't know what that was. I was like, is that like the stanky leg? I haven't heard that in like 15 years.
Do the stinky leg. Do the stinky leg. No, a dirty leg is basically, if you're not airborne, you're dirty leg.
All right.
And which means you don't get to wear the fancy airborne boots. You got to wear the standard boots because you don't want to get caught wearing airborne boots if you're not airborne. I mean, some NCO will rip your ass. They'll PT you till you poop yourself. So you don't want any of that. But on the other hand, jumping out the back of a Bradley is a lot easier than jumping out of the back of a C-130. So
Yeah.
you know, whatever, right? But yeah. And Bubba was in the military. He's in the Army too. Like a lot more of us than you would think. One thing I will say about military dudes is they love games. Like when I got to my regular duty station, I probably knew of 4 or 5 different role-playing games that were being ran.
Yeah.
I mean, if you weren't in the field, you were playing Shadowrun, D&D, Call of Cthulhu, freaking GURP, something. Somebody was running something. And it was pretty much piled up in the barracks in the common area, freaking rolling dice on a stupid little table and drinking Bush tall boys because they were super cheap. And, you know, that was just what you did. And when I got deployed to the Gulf, I took a copy of Middle Earth Role Playing with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually ran the game for the other guys in the dismount squad I was in. Like, so we were in Iraq playing Middle Earth Role Playing in the back of the Bradley. What a bunch of nerds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, did you ever see that one picture where it's like the 2 guys during Desert Storm and they're using rocks and stuff like that and they're playing Warhammer? Because they can't take the miniatures with them, but they got the books and like, you know, you've got measurement tools or whatever. So they were just using whatever stones they could. And they're like, all right, that's a Land Raider. These are my Space Marines. And they're just moving them back and forth as they're sitting there. And like they've got like a nicely dug out foxhole. And they got I forget, it was like a pallet or something they had set up so they could play on it. It's funny.
That's cool.
Yeah.
We didn't do the war games like that, but we did play some role-playing games.
Well, that was why Magic was, you know, got big too, because you just need you got one pocket, you could put a deck in there, there you go. Play on the run.
Yeah. That was the thing when it first came out, before people realized that the cards were like going to be worth stuff.
Yeah.
You would just be walking around with like your deck with like a big rubber band around it, shoved into your pocket with like 30 pennies.
Yeah.
Just beating the shit out of those cards, man. And then you find out, wait, a fork is worth like $50.
Yeah.
Well, not this one, because it's all rounded, cornered, not fucked up. Because I've been playing with a buddy on an actual concrete sidewalk, which ain't doing the back of your cards any favors. But it didn't matter. It was fun. That's my favorite time of the whole Magic thing. Was before people started realizing that the cards were collectible. And also before the duel. Because when I first started playing Magic, I don't know if it was like this where you are, but like they would have like a big table or 3 set up at the game store. And you would have like 8 to 10 people around one table playing one game of Magic. Like they weren't dueling. It was just like everyone versus everyone go. And usually it'd be a white deck that'd win because they throw down Island Sanctuary or some shit. And, you know, you can't attack me and blah, blah, blah. And
there's psychological shit to those multiplayer games too. And yeah, the guy that can heal life to himself is usually seen as like the least threatening until you realize he has like 60 health.
right.
By the time everybody's
exactly.
beating each other to death and you're like, oh shit, now I got to kill this guy.
Right. The guy that's just been sitting there casting his freaking, like the green player that's been sitting there casting Enchanted Stream or some shit for 20 mana. He's got like 100 hit points and he keeps fogging everything you do. Just like, oh man. A guy I used to play with literally earned the nickname Fog Boy because he always played green and it was always like, it seemed like he always had a fog. I mean, he didn't, but it seemed like it because every time you'd go to attack, he'd be like, one green, one other fog. Like, fuck. You know, send all your shit back tapped, you know? Like, nice. So I wonder if Shadow was intending on coming back at like 7:00 at night or some shit. No, I got a little writing to do, and then I'll be right back.
I don't know.
What, at midnight? The fuck you doing, Shadow? If I had my phone on me, I'd call him and give him some words of wisdom.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go too. I'll see you.
Well, I mean,
See it, Timmy.
you can go, Timmy. It's all right.
It's all right. Shadow says that I'm abrasive, so I got to get out of here. Give him room to breathe.
What?
I don't know. I challenged him on a few things, I think, and I probably could have done it
Was
more.
that Shadow or was that Bear? Because
No,
Bear
it's
said you were abrasive too.
Oh, really? Well, it could be.
You don't remember you and Bear getting into it and me being
Oh, yeah.
like,
Yeah.
calm
Well,
down.
because I came on and it was like, what's with this guy? Why is he so negative? And I'm like, he's Canadian. What the hell's the fuck? I thought Canadian people were just polite and normal, and he was just like getting on everybody.
I am learning that is not true.
Yeah, yeah, especially with their curling teams in the Olympics. It's
A
like,
lot of
what
these
the fuck's going on?
Canadians are got some really weird attitudes about shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, I remember he was going after you, and I was like, calm down, and you guys, because it's like, the hell, man. That's when I told him if he were to F with me that way, I would just meme the shit out of him.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't get mean. I would just fuck with him which apparently worked, except I didn't mean to. But apparently I fucked with him enough that he's not wanting to be on the show with me anymore.
It is what it is. I mean,
It is what it is. He got
'Cause
mad
it's
at
like-
me calling Eskimos.
I could have been. Things change quick, it seems. One
I
week he
don't.
wants to publish for Shadow Dark. The next he says it's too saturated. Now he's saying he's not going to publish things anymore. He's just going to do it on his Patreon. It's like, we'll see what happens next week. You never know. Things keep changing. So
Plus him and the Mobius thing. It's like,
yeah,
come on,
It
guys.
is what it is. I was setting up my OBS
That's
because
my saying, just so you know.
What's that?
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Like the whole
No,
time
no,
I was in the fire department, every time anybody would say something, I would always just answer, it is what it is, because that's what I say when I don't know what else to say.
Well, it's not only that. I guess it's kind of an empty saying, but what are you supposed to do? Are you just going to keep shaking your fist at the sky for something you can't change?
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and use brain power trying to think, how can I fix this thing, when it's like, I'm not one of the two people involved.
Reality.
Yeah. I'm not one of the two people involved in whatever this is. So what do you want from me exactly? It is what it is. They need to sort it out. It's not
Right.
nothing really that I can do. So,
Well, not to talk ill, but on the Max Lau show, he was getting like grumpy with like one of the other guys on the panel too.
Mm.
And I was just like, come on, man. But whatever. You're right. It is what it is. And I guess ultimately it does not affect me either.
Sure.
way, really,
yeah. Well, I think, you want to just sit here and talk games or whatever, but there are times there's stuff you're talking about, what you talk about on your channel. But that's the thing. If it's like he doesn't like that, then just hop off. Instead, like he'll be like, you can't talk about that on your channel. And it's like, you control your channel, I'll control mine. Like that's people will show up. The audience will decide whether or not they're going to be offended by something or want to watch a discussion on things. Sure.
A lot of times I say offensive shit, and I even told Bear this so that people who are offended will just go away.
You're just doing it as like a smoke test. You're like, all right, if you can't handle this, get.
Like I've got a freaking ball cap that's got a Confederate battle banner on it,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to display that shit prominently. And Bear and I were talking about it, and I said, if somebody sees his hat and immediately logs out, I said, then it's working as intended. I don't want them here.
Right.
You know, I mean, because I don't need that kind of problems, and I'm not trying to, win any competition or anything. I'm just here to talk about games and whatever else.
Sure.
Hate to say it, but you're pretty right, Daryl.
I don't know who's right about what, but all right then.
Now I'm mostly a homebody. Same here, man. I think what made me a homebody is when I got injured and I had to have the surgery and they put all the boxes in my neck to fuse my vertebrae and shit. I had to kind of stay home and wear this big magnetic collar that was supposed to make my bones fuse faster and better, which it worked. But I was at the house for so long, just sitting on my ass, that it become a habit. You know what I mean? And because it become a habit, then I got to where I just never wanted to leave the house because I'd become acclimatized to just being in the house.
Right.
Except my wife keeps dragging me to other states and shit like that. But I think we hammered out a deal where she's going to let me stay home at least for a month before she drags me somewhere again. Because there for a while, it was like every other week, she's like, well, you got to load up. We're going to Georgia, or we're going to here, we're going to there. And I was just like, oh my God, I don't want to go anywhere. And she's like, and the dog's going. So then I'm definitely like, I have to go because what am I going to do? Sit at home without the dog?
Right. You got
Alone?
nobody, you're just by yourself, just, listening to the people on the TV talk like it's keeping you company, right?
Yeah, like screw that. So then,
Time is it? It got dark out quick. That's weird.
Oh, the funniest thing happened the last time we were going to Georgia too. We stopped at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And I ordered a spicy chicken meal with large waffle fries and extra Chick-fil-A sauce, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the drink. And she ordered a sandwich, and then she's like, I don't think I need to order the fries. I'll just take some of yours. And I was like,
Uh-huh.
Like I told her, I mean, I didn't know we were being listened to or whatever, but I was like, fuck you, Will. I ordered these fries because I want these fries.
Right. Yeah.
Right. If you want fries, you can order your own damn fries. Right.
Sure.
Well, when we get to the window, they hand us the bag. We park to eat. She had her own fries in the bag. So whoever was listening to us just went ahead and made hers a meal too.
That's awesome. See, they knew.
Yeah,
They were
she
like,
uses the dog as leverage because she knows how much I love our little Pom. She's like, well, me and the dog are going to Georgia. You can come if you want. And I'm like, fuck. Excuse the language, but I'm like, well, outsmarted again, damn you. Blast. But yeah, because I don't mind sharing, but sometimes I just want my fries and I don't want to be bothered with it. It's not like I'm trying to be evil or something. I knew not only did I eat my fries and my burger, I ate half her fries because she couldn't finish.
Yep.
So it's like, see, had you not got your fries, you would have ate my fries, and then I would have been sitting here being like, damn, I wish I had more fries. That's not good for anybody.
If you're on a road trip anyway, so it's like, yeah, just have a bag of fries anyway left over. You'll pick at them as you go.
Right. And then we bought the grilled nuggets for the pup, and boy, he was in hog heaven for that. He's like, oh my God, grilled chicken. But anyway, so we've had a long discussion about Deadlands, which I love. A little bit of discussion about Hyperborea, which everyone but me seems to hate. But
I don't know what it is. It's like I brought up, like, yeah, they're just like, oh, he's talking about Hyperborea again. It's like, well, it's what he likes.
Everyone who dislikes Hyperborea is wrong.
Sure.
This is the game Gary Gygax would have invented had he lived long enough to make a third edition of AD&D.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, but it's close. It
It's
does
it's
touch on
it's
a
it's
lot of the same
definitely
shit he liked.
sure. It's definitely a cleanup because I think what was it? It was based off of the Holmes set or whatever
It
like
was
that. That's what
based off
Talanian
of
said.
the OD&D set, but with a bunch of shit added
Hmm.
to it. Yeah. So it's not even really based off of AD&D. It's based off of
Yeah.
basic D&D, but then I love how you don't have to change your THACO all the time when you level. You just
Mhm.
add to your fighting ability.
Yeah. It's real simple.
It just changes that as a guy who played a lot of AD&D, those are changes that I immediately recognize and love.
Right.
You know, it's just like that's just so good. I like the saving throw thing where you have a number that's your overall saving throw, but then you get bonuses to specific saving throws. That's cool. You know,
Yeah.
that's really cool. Unless you're a berserker, then you get bonuses to every saving throw, but it takes you twice as long to. So, Paul, what's the thumbnail on your next YouTube video?
Thumbnail on my next YouTube video. That's a good question. Let's see here. I should really get moving on that. I was playing around with OBS because let's see if I can screw around with this here.
I can tell you somebody who does some really good thumbnails.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. I'm still working on just learning the stuff on my side before I get people and just go, hey, I need you to carry me. Let's see. Is this working?
I'm just saying. He does it while he's at work at night, bored, is what he told me. Because I was like, I really appreciate this, man. You don't got to do any of this, you know, whatever. And George Ergerorge or whatever, he does a lot of that stuff too. And he's like, you can use this for thumbnails. You can do whatever you want. And it's like, dude, thank you guys so much.
Let me see. It might be hit me for full screen really quick because it's looking like my camera, since it's on the webcam, it's not picking up. But the blackness will be where the camera goes, and then I think off to the side here because of OBS. Is it not popping for full screen there?
Hold on, let me.
Yep. Because it's blackness. I've got Return of the Grift. I'm going to be talking about Mike Nystol on the top there and Satine Phoenix, who are both legitimate fraudsters who have taken people's money or withheld payments for services, and they're trying to come back. Like I saw Mike Nystol up there. He was a guest at Page over in, I forget where Page is, that convention, but he's also a guest at GaryCon. And that guy is like, he ran 3 fraudulent Kickstarters in 1 year. He had 2 more that failed, but it's like, yeah, the guy would have just kept taking money and not completing anything. And now he's coming back saying he's got another game in development. So that's pretty much it. I'm just going after those 2. Not so much for Satine Phoenix. I mean, she's just kind of trash. That's kind of what you get. You get people who kind of create a celebrity out of themselves and then realize that they can use that to not pay people. And that's that. So, yeah. But that's kind of what I'm looking at. So I'll have the black area is going to be my video while I talk about them. As far as a thumbnail, I don't have anything fancy thumbnail wise so far. I'm going to be working on that, but yeah. You there, James, or am I by myself now? I kind of feel alone here. Did you disconnect? Tell me you didn't drop yourself from the thing. There we go.
No, I just turned the camera off and then took me out so you could show off what you're showing off.
Gotcha. There we go. Okay, came back. But yeah.
Yeah, that is a good topic, and a good thumbnail could be the Satine thumbnail, just because random D&D guys clicking through will recognize Satine and be like, okay, what's going on?
Right, yeah. Well, because, yeah, I think, who was that? I thought Tenkar posted, yeah, she did a thing. She did a stream with somebody talking about trying to explain what happened with D&D. And I remember when they apologized back in 2022, they were pretty much saying, well, we went through a whole lot of stuff, you know, growing up. And it's like, so this is an apology? You're pretty much just saying shit rolls downhill. We're not paying you your fucking money. Bad move,
Well-
guys. Real bad move. So
You know, I'm a little sad, I guess, about the Satine thing because yes, I know she's a whore and everything like that. Nobody needs
Right.
to remind me of that. But um, there was a time back in the day when she was very first kind of becoming known in D&D that she and I would chat back and forth a little bit on Twitter.
Uh-huh.
And she was super cool, you know, like I didn't chat to her about anything but D&D, but I
Right.
mean, you know, but like she was super cool. She was an AD&D fan. She played with Zach Sabbath in his I Hit It With My Axe campaign. And
Right.
like, so I thought in my head, I was like, this is a real gamer, you know, she's one of us, right? But then I think her downfall was the guy she's married to or dating or something didn't want to pay a dude for a tattoo.
Oh, yeah,
And
it wasn't a
it's like,
small tattoo. It was for her husband. It's an entire, like this enormous, like runic ring tattoo on his chest. It's huge, like it's a long job for a tattoo artist. That's a lot of money. And they're like, yeah, no,
yeah.
we own the copyright to this. This is a trademark for my husband, and blah blah blah. And they'd used all this they try to use all this legalese to pretty much say we're not paying you for all the work you did. And it's like, yeah. And I remember I was listening to Dungeon Delver talk to Yang and Zhao, and they were saying, and Yang was like, well, you know, they're from California. That's just kind of, you know, that's how they do things. And he wasn't defending it, but I was like, yeah, as a Midwesterner, that's bullshit. People are trying to make a living here. And you have these people whose heads get so inflated with their own ego that they think like, well, you're down here. You're doing it for the prestige of me, the nobility. And it's like,
Well, that's when people.
You're a porn
used to
star and a
try that.
whore. I don't care if we share the same hobby. You don't defraud people. Period.
Right.
End of line. That's
The
it.
big thing used to be like these people trying to get artists to do art for them and then saying, I don't want to pay you, but think about all
The
the
exposure.
exposure you're going
Yeah.
to get if you.
Yep.
And it's just like, dude, that's not the way life works. People got
Yeah.
bills to pay, right? And I mean, yeah, nobody does that. But see, like I said, I'm not trying to defend Satine Phoenix at all, except maybe a little bit, because before that happened, she always came off as a really cool person.
Oh, sure.
And so
That's-
I
that's
don't
how
know.
That's how you get away with it. You know?
Or maybe she just decided to hook up with the wrong douchebag, as women do.
Could be.
That doesn't
be.
make it where she shouldn't have been better.
All
You
I
know.
know is the people haven't been paid back. So that tells me more than, you know, well, they were cool at once. And it's like, you've had about
I'm
three and a half.
totally on board with you with what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you, oh no, you should. No.
Right.
I'm just saying, and I'm not defending her as far as it was the guy's fault. Because if you're with somebody and they do something fucking scummy, well, guess what? You're as responsible as they are.
Sure.
Like if my wife decides to go out and rob a bank, the fuck was I doing? You know what I mean? Obviously, I was failing my job somehow.
Sure. Well, you look at Zach Smith too. All they needed to do was make allegations against the guy. And then he's like, and then he was like, I'm going to defend myself in court. And then one after another, he kept defeating them. But it was already out there. He's already kind of seen as like this sex pest, despite the fact that he took these people to court. And it was like, there is no proof to this.
Well,
So-
I mean, it was he said, she said, because Mandy decided, and I know this, I've talked to Zach, which I think I'm blocked now because I called him a pussy or something, but
Sure.
She said a bunch of shit. And being a guy that went through a number of divorces, I am not super quick to just immediately take any woman's word
Right.
when the breakup happens.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's like I've had women say all kinds of, not like sex pest shit, but insult the size of and girth of my wee wee and like all this weird shit.
That's like the number one in their playbook, though. So
And
it's
I'm
like,
sitting here like, yeah, we were together for a while, and you didn't seem to have any problems.
Yeah.
You know,
Just say,
but all of a sudden,
made you
know,
go off like a lawn sprinkler, so I don't give a shit. Yeah, I know you're lying
yeah,
to me.
it's like okay. So because of my own experiences like that, when I heard what went on with him, I was like, all right, I think he's a freaking douche nozzle, but I'm not just going to immediately believe
Sure.
some ex-girlfriend's words, because
Right.
not just me, I've seen
Well-
it happen with all my bros too, man.
Sure. Well, and that was around the Me Too era too. So it was like, holy shit, stock is high on false allegations. Time to sell now. And then everybody had a allegation to make against people, and it was like some of them turned out to be solid, but it was like the majority was they realized, oh, we've got a nice big cudgel now, and we can lay people low with this. Now they're doing it.
The
Because
left,
like
the left,
the
yeah.
the shitty thing, like I'm not going to defend Harvey Weinstein, but it's like people knew what they were getting into, and you look at it now, and people are like, who's the latest one? I forgot. They're in a relationship with somebody, and they're like, oh my god, he's like 30 years older than her. And it's like, yeah, but she's like 27. At a certain point, you have to stop. You can no longer be like, well, she's just an innocent child. Like, you're grown up, guys. You need to fucking grow up. Yeah, we keep going
she's
back to
30
we
and
keep
she's been banged out by like 12 dudes. Let's not worry about the age difference.
right, and we always go back to World War II, because it's like these guys were parachuting into Normandy when they were 19, and you're sitting there going like, but I'm just 27. What could I know? And it's like they fought Hitler. They fought the Germans and won, and they were like 19, and sometimes they lied and they were like 15. Why are you the way you are?
And they went up against basically in the beginning the best army, and by the end the second best. Because I mean, eventually we become way better, but in the beginning,
Sure.
the Wehrmacht was no joke. I mean, Jenna Ortega. I don't know who Jenna Ortega is.
She's the lead in that Wednesday show. She's like a little Hispanic girl. I don't know. I haven't heard much from her other than like she likes older movies and acting style or whatever like that. But I haven't heard if she did any kind of Me Too stuff.
Wednesday. Yeah, my wife watched that. I don't watch that shit.
I haven't had Netflix in forever, so I'm like, cool. You know, I only learn it through osmosis when people talk about it. Kind of like that new Game of Thrones show. People are like, it's great. I'm like, I'm glad you like it. I haven't had HBO in forever. You know, so
Yep. Yeah, enjoy what you enjoy. Is Jenna Ortega married to like a dude way older than her?
yeah, I didn't even know she was. I
And
don't.
if she is, it makes sense because, and I don't want to hear anybody talk shit, in Hispanic or Latino culture, having like a 50-year-old man being married to like a 20-year-old woman is normal.
Mhm.
That's just how they roll, man.
Right.
You know, and I'm not going to
Well, that's
make
the thing
any
too. It's
judgments
like,
on it.
yeah,
because-
they're Catholic too. It's not like they're going to be doing any kind of like
Right.
having multiple wives or any weird stuff like that. It's just they know like, okay, he'll provide, he'll do the things like you said that the man should do in the house. They understand of gender
I think
roles.
that's why it works that way.
Yeah.
The man works his ass off to establish himself and put together the stuff he needs.
Right.
And then once he does that, which takes time, then he gets to pick a hot chick to marry.
Yeah, cool. Because she realizes like, okay, I just need to keep a home for this guy, and he's going to be busy running a restaurant chain, a construction company, landscaping company, whatever he's doing. He's going to be going out and being industrious, and then coming back.
And he's going to pay all the bills, and all I got to do is take care of the house, feed him, and have his babies.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
As it always has been, but that's more of an argument of modernity, where things that have always been a way, we act like they're weird, and it's like, you know, but 30-year-old dudes marrying 20-something-year-old women, that is not a new idea. That shit has been going on forever.
Right.
Just we as Americans don't do that, and I would never do it, but that's my personal choice because I can't stand young women. But that just might be the generation I live in. Maybe if I was in the 1940s and I was a 50-year-old man and I ran into a 22-year-old girl, I'd be like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever, right? But in 2025 or 2026, if I have to be around a 20-year-old girl too much, I feel like my brain is dissolving, going to leak out my ears, you know, because they're just so dumb. And I'm just like, no, I could never date a young girl. Nope. Never ever. But again, I'm not judging anyone else. That's just my personal opinion. I haven't the patience to deal with all that drama and bullshit. And the problem
Right.
is these young women, they're all about drama and bullshit. And they might be a solid 4, but they'll swear up in God they're a 10, like
Right.
with their hand on the Bible. And it's like that saying, you have to work 10 times harder for a woman, not even 10 times as good as, like, not even as good as your grandma. You know?
Yep.
Like your grandpa married a badass woman, but these modern young guys, they're not going to get that. They're going to
Yeah.
get something not.
Well,
quite
it's a good
awesome.
way to initiate the population control that you want is to pretty much ruin the entire dating scene.
I agree.
You know, you
I
poison
agree.
you poison the minds. Nobody shares values anymore. That's the big thing. Is like people go on these dating apps because they're just like, I need to get my dick wet. That's all I need. So I'm looking for the first okay looking piece of ass I can find, as opposed to going onto one and being like, do you want to have kids? What are your thoughts on marriage? What are your politics? Like, the important shit that is inside their head to figure out whether or not they're crazy. In which case,
Right.
maybe it's because they've done that and they've realized like, oh shit, that well's poisoned too.
Which, as we
Who
all
knows?
know, they are crazy. It's just shooting
Yeah.
for the least crazy.
Pretty much, yeah. You're looking for the least. Yeah, the
It's
least.
like the crazy
absolutely.
hot Matrix. You're trying to look for
Oh,
the hottest chick.
Did you see that guy that did that? He's like, this is the Mary zone. This is the unicorn. He's like, if you find them, call us. So we
I
can
love
study
that.
them.
If you find a girl who's not crazy and she's a 10, it's a trans person.
Right.
Which, if that's what you want, that's cool. But that's the only non-crazy 10 you're gonna find.
And that's the thing. I'm by myself now. It's the Paul Show on jamesgang.com/whatever. Get back here, James. This is very uncomfortable. Trying to figure things out. I was just about to ask you a question too regarding what you just mentioned. We'll give him a few seconds here. Yeah, I didn't think Jenna Ortega lives with Tommy Lee Jones. I think the thing I saw with her was she was with him at some kind of red carpet event for a movie that they did. And Tommy Lee Jones is 87, so he asked if like they had a scene together and they were in a movie together. So she looked kind of concerned and was for him, probably because he's going a little sponge brained. That's how it goes once you hit the 80s. So, but they could be. Who knows? That would definitely be an age gap. That's like a almost 60-year age gap, if true. But yeah, as far as celebrities and their kids or whatever like that, and their kids are really young. I was just when you mentioned that, I looked up Al Pacino because I could swear he just had a kid and he's 85. So it's like, that's just strange. You're gonna be like, I remember that old guy. Who was he? After you hit, when you're in elementary school and your dad passes away when you're 4. So yeah, I have to go to the YouTube here to see what's going. Just as you're about, there you go, Shadow. Join me for a very abrasive RPG chat. Actually, I can't even let you in. I don't know what. It's like James locked me in his house. I don't have the keys. I can't let anybody in. I don't know what's going on. There's a weird leather outfit on here with a mask with a zipper on the mouth. He told me to put it on. Somebody needs to help me. Nani is still watching though. Holy crap. I hope this is fascinating for you. Oh, there we go. The James came back. Did your computer reset? What the hell happened? We're waiting proof of life.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
What?
Camera's saying unable to connect to freaking camera again.
Uh-oh.
Well, I've been having that problem with this. like lately. I don't.
Shadow was saying he's about to join. He could jump in and watch over you and make sure you eat your applesauce and tomato soup, and I can go get your meds for you for the next shift.
Right? Well, there's Shadow.
What's up, gents?
Hello, hello.
What's up with you? Yeah, I guess my cameras are being like, F this shit. We're not going to work.
Yeah. You don't have something else open for it, do you? Because that was the thing. It wasn't working for the OBS because it was running for, I think it was locked into Brave for Restream. So, I was going to retry that.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Screw it.
I just got this in the mail. My camera's all weird.
Oh, nice.
I didn't order it. I don't know. I didn't order it for myself. I think the Red Room sent me an advance copy, which is kind of cool. They didn't tell me they were going to do that.
How you doing, Dean? Yeah, Shadow freaking jumps in, says, I'm going to write and then join the show. Did you hear me say maybe you should join the show and then write?
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Why?
Because if I'm in the mood to write, I'm going to write. Because then that mood could disappear for a while.
Okay, that makes sense.
Got to go where the muse calls me, I guess.
Well, there's so much I could do with that.
Such as?
I could say your muse is a 19-year-old Filipino boy.
No. At one time, it was a 19-year-old Latina. Freaking.
Yeah, you married her.
No, I did not. No.
Oh, so you have the history of.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
With the Latino.
A history and a type.
All right. That's good.
Daryl, I'm too busy writing for other companies to make a game, and any game I would make would be all about Elven supremacy. So I got to cultivate that market first. You're muted, Paul.
Shit, I was going to say that market exists. I don't know what the hell you're talking about cultivating. That's what Macris just worked on. He was like, I'm going to list out some awesome options. And I was like, oh, he wants to do a space opera game. And everyone was like, Elf, give us more Elf. And I was like, you fuckers.
Well, he did
could have had a space opera
by this Axe.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that did pretty well, of course.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Axe. I've got it. I've read it. It's just basic AD&D hybrid. We've seen a freaking 100 of those in the last 5-8 years, and I'm not impressed. Those games weren't broken.
AD&D.
You know, I mean, do we really need somebody to come along and codify every single possible permutation, every option that a D&D player might want to, do?
I don't know.
Yeah. I do like that. He's got a unique touch to things, but it's so granular that I look at Axe and I'm like, it's kind of like Conan the Comptroller, because you're sitting there counting up taxes and like what a harvest yields and other stuff, and it's like I could play Civilization. That's
right. I mean, what does the DM do other than just look for charts and roll dice? Screw that. It's my world. I'm going to decide every little thing. I like when people have to roll to see what the weather's like.
Yeah.
That's gay. That's so freaking retarded. Just decide. Is it raining outside? Well, it's raining in my game. Is it sunny outside, or do I want it to be sunny? I'm in charge, right?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
why do I need some guy, trying to make a buck selling his book to help me run my game? I mean, I realize I'm an outlier. I've been doing this, you know, longer and with more hours put into it than anybody I've ever heard of that's still alive.
Sure.
So no, I'll just, I'm going to have some fun being a GM. I mean, that's what it's supposed to be about, right? I mean, otherwise we might as well just embrace AI as dungeon masters and throw in our prompts for what we want, and then as a player get everything we want, even if it's
There's a lot of people I think that would be fine with that, because the way it seems like they want a game run, they want it like the holodeck in Star Trek, and you're like, just get AI to do it at that point. I'm not here to, we're here to play together. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not getting paid, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where's the fun in it? That's
Yeah.
what it used to be. That's why I wanted to do it. Is I got to create my own worlds. I got to be in charge of things behind the scenes while the players are up on stage doing all kinds of cool crap. And no,
Right.
Arduin is not just a D&D game like every other BX AD&D game released. Once upon a time it was, but now it's evolved into something else. And there's very few things, like literally like one or two things older than Arduin. So
Right.
and that
Well,
would be
one of the
tunnels
random
and
things,
trolls, and I think one other thing.
one of the things I heard was that Hargrave had a different experience kind of metric for exploration, and I was like, okay, now you've got my attention, because that's one thing that I was
Okay,
like,
have you ever seen the Palladium? What you get experience points for?
not in forever. I haven't played
Okay,
Palladium in God knows how long.
that was literally like taken almost word for word. You will rarely ever get more than like 500 XP for anything.
Sure.
Like if you die and come back to life, you get 495 XP.
Right. Yeah.
you gotta do a lot of things, not just like you know, there's none of these milestones, and I mean it's more about playing your character and doing what you would do as your character, as opposed to going after these arbitrary chunks of experience points for doing this thing all the time, or getting this magic item, or killing 100 of these things.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I like, and why I'm going to check out that Dragonbane is it has those end of session questions, and it's almost just like a questionnaire. Just tick these off, and that'll show you exactly how much experience you get. Like, did you accomplish anything? Did you do X, Y, Z? Because at the end of every session, that's what players ask: how much XP do we get? Well, you can work it out right here. Just tick it off, and there you go. And then it also helps them realize, like, oh shit, I should be role playing my character. We
I
should be
kind of
trying
like
to
the
explore.
idea of a before and after questionnaire, like a session 0 questionnaire. Like, what do you want to get out of the game? So the DM has it on record, and then like you said, after the fact, all the Red Room games, you get like 1 XP for doing a thing, and
Right.
you need dozens or scores of them that you spend to up a skill or up a stat or something like that.
Right.
And even then, you're not going to really go very far. It's not about that. It's about what are you doing in the game. It's not about trying to become more powerful, because that's the purview of the monsters and the gods. You're a dude. You're not a supernatural creature that can suddenly fall off a mountain or out of an airplane and get up and just brush it off.
Right. Well, I think that's that argument that I have as like for against the character being an investment for players, where they're like, that's why they get bummed when they die. They're like, oh, I put so much experience into them. Now I got to start a whole new investment portfolio of XP into another character so that I could hit max level and fight the gods or whatever nonsense in D&D. It's like,
well, I mean, there are places for that. They're called superhero games.
Sure.
Or if you all want to buy into a super high powered magical kind of game, fantasy, where you're going to try to become gods or something like that yourself. Okay, cool. But not everybody's on board with that, at the beginning, or even in the middle, or even at the end. I've got a game right now where there's X number of players, and a couple of them want to become godlike. A couple of them have no desire for that whatsoever.
Right.
And at some point, they're going to have to go their own separate ways, because, that's how life is.
And who is it? Is it? Yeah, it's Kevin Crawford that does the Stars Without Numbers and all that stuff. He did a game
Yeah.
called Godbound that had where it has symbols and different what do they call them in D&D? Where it's like you have like if you're the god of death, that's like your portfolio or whatever. It's a different name for it, but either way,
Sphere.
it's like you have the different spheres. So there's like you could be nature, you could be archery or whatever, but it's like you have powers based on that as a D20 character, and it's like, okay, cool, he codified that in this thing, so you could play these demigod scion type guys if you want to build up to that. But if it's just regular, I'm a murder hobo and I want to hit god power because I want to go through deities and demigods and kill Zeus, it's like, you guys, you think you're being imaginative, but you're not.
Well, a lot of people did that back in the day when that book came
Yeah.
out. It was just another monster manual,
Yeah.
And if you read back in like the old Dragon magazines and things like that, when White Box came out, there were within a couple of years of White Box coming out, there were groups all over the planet with 50th level magic users, blowing up freaking volcanoes and taking out 30 dragons in a session. Okay,
Right.
from the very beginning, that kind of crap happened.
Right.
It was ridiculous, and it happened. But the same kind of crap happened in Elric. So why not?
Probably
I mean,
more interesting in Elric would be my guess. Because
it-
it's a narrative, that's the thing.
Right.
Whereas these guys, it's just, they've got all that power and they're doing stuff. It's like, okay, cool, but what are you accomplishing? Does your character have any goals other than he's the biggest dog in the prison yard? Because that's what it kind of really seemed like. It's like, it was a war game, but I win everything. Oh, okay, cool. I'm the GM. I'm never running for you again. So what are you winning at now? That's like what you said about there's people who never run a game that need to be the most powerful because that's the most interesting thing. And it's like, no, it isn't. There's no story to it. Like if you're that powerful, what are you fighting against? What are you achieving? Nothing.
Well, part of the problem, and I've talked about this before, but part of the problem is you're usually playing a game with a bunch of dudes, and the idea of settling down and getting married to an NPC that's run by your friend Charlie over there is not going to happen.
Sure.
And without that most basic function of all life, which is to procreate and have a family, without that, when you strip that from it, you just get a bunch of dudes waving dicks, seeing who's the biggest and the baddest. That's really what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I'd kind of rather that than trying to tell the DM how I'm trying to woo so and so. You know what I mean? In hopes that she's not going to stab me in the back because she's a doppelganger and I haven't figured it out yet.
Sure. Well, I think that's what I liked about the winter phase in Pendragon. It was like, once you, I guess he did have to carrot and stick it with, well, if you have a son, you only lose like half your glory, so you only lose half your investment as long as you do the NPC thing of you marry the Baroness, you have children, you have to take care of your noble household, etc. And then that kind of led some of those people to me. Honestly, I'm big on walls and fences. Those people that want to just play murder hobos, do it over there. Don't ever infiltrate my walls. You don't belong here.
Good fences make good neighbors.
Exactly. It's like, hey, it's cool if you have fun doing that. Never show up at my table, just period, because you won't have fun here, and I won't have fun with you. So as long as we have that understanding, it's not about hate. It's just knowing. It's after years of playing with certain people,
man,
you're like,
you got one of these days you got to go read the Amber RPG. Just saying.
Yeah, but like I said, even Pendragon, it's like that still uses a D20, but it has the whole thing where it's like it's not about your skills, it's not about your attributes, it's about what your character believes in. And I like how they have it codified where it's like Christian knights believe in this, you can have pagan knights that believe in this, and even like the Byzantine knights had different beliefs because they're Eastern Orthodox. So it was like, okay, this is kind of cool, just the way this all works out. But at the end of the day, they're all knights, so it was like you had a certain code that you had to believe in, as opposed to people just being dropped in, and then it feels like, what is that, isekai or whatever, where it's like the animes where some dude off the street gets thrown into a fantasy world and that's just how they act, and you're like, ugh. I don't know why this is popular.
There is an element of that to the Amber story, because this godlike character wakes up with amnesia and on Earth and doesn't know anything about who he is or what he is, but that soon is
Yeah, that's just one book about Corwin.
Yes, it's only not even the first. The first book's
so
only
much shit going on.
Yeah, it's like
between the
50, 75
Amberites, the
pages.
Chaosites, and the Shadow, and freaking the king trying to get crazy and murder his own son and wash away the pattern with his blood. A lot of stuff going on there. As far as somebody marrying an NPC, it happened in my game 2 weeks ago.
Right, but there's an element of trust, and it's you and your brother. You know what I mean?
So it wasn't my brother. As a matter of
Oh.
fact, the NPC wanted to marry my brother, and he refused because she looked like a common human and was like 90 with 3 teeth, all withered up like a chestnut. But she was a powerful mage, and she's like, if you marry me, I will use my magic to help you do this quest and blah, blah, blah. And of course, my brother, who was super racist in the game because he's playing a Hyperborean, was like, I'm not marrying this fucking subhuman. And he didn't. And eventually the mage, who was an Atlantean, agreed with it, even though it wasn't necessarily what the old woman wanted. But they got married, and then she transformed back to her actual appearance, which was a young, beautiful Hyperborean woman.
I was saying it was
talking shit to her new husband because he's not Hyperborean.
Didn't Hungar?
It's like, but she said since he made the deal, she would be a good wife and do whatever. But deep down inside, she considers all of them to be a bunch of subhuman monkeys.
Didn't Hungar have the same kind of thing happen in the previous like Warhammer Fantasy game you were running?
No, that wasn't Hungar. That was one of the other players who actually worked his way from a squire to a knight. And as a knight, he ended up getting betrothed to the daughter of like one of the barons in Altdorf. And but it wasn't like they didn't fall in love or anything. It was more of a this really powerful.
See, even that's kind of like unrealistic. You know what I mean? I mean, sure, I
Not
guess
realistic. It's how the fuck they did it. This baron said, "Hey, scumbag, knight, you're going to marry my daughter, and in return, you're going to get keep and some lands and some fucking peasants to beat when you want."
Yeah, but
And he said, "Okay, fine."
But the idea of actually throwing real love into a game is almost completely alien.
Well, I'll tell you what. Next time I talk to my bro Jay, I'll ask him if he thinks his knight ever fell in love with the daughter of that baron, or if they just had a political marriage in which he was trying to seed a couple sons out of her.
Because believe it or not, some arranged marriages do end up, working, and there is actual love involved. But using the word love, at the table in any sort of, realistic fashion is just like, obviously it's got a creepy factor to it, but
Dude,
it's unrealistic.
I watched Fiddler on the Roof. You don't remember the song where Tevier's asking Golda if she loves him because they've been married for 50 years?
Never saw it.
Oh, man, it's one of the best musicals of all time.
Yeah, I don't do musicals.
I don't know what happened to you.
The only musical I'm even remotely fond of is Little Shop of Horrors.
You used to be a lot nicer.
No, he didn't. Why?
I agree, Daryl. That's why I play Hyperborea, since the levels cap out pretty low. There are no demi-humans as player characters. The magic is like, it can be powerful, but it's not like, oh my God, check all this shit out. And the vast majority of the so-called gods aren't even gods themselves, let alone a player trying to become a god. That's never going to happen. But like Haas's cleric worships the Sagua. The Sagua is not a god. It's a immensely powerful alien from Saturn that just happened to show up on Hyperborea and decided to have humans worship and feed it. But yeah. I mean, unless you worship Apollo or his sister, you could do that, Artemis. I mean, they do exist. and Hermes exists, but he hides and pretends to not be Hermes and lives as a human, you know, amongst the humans in different cities. He moves around a lot. So yeah, I mean, Cthulhu's not a god. He's just another alien that come from a star near fucking Aldebaran. So, yeah. But the idea of people falling in love, I mean, it just depends how comfortable your players are and how comfortable you are, and maturity, I think, matters.
Sure.
I know when I ran the 5th edition D&D game, which at this point would be like 10 years ago, my wife's character ended up falling in love with this paladin. And by the time we ended the game, they had gotten married and built a keep, you know, on the borderlands. And he'd hired a bunch of guards and had a bunch of henchmen show up. And she was the head priest of the local temple because her character was a cleric of the life sphere or whatever. And so, you know, they had a whole, when that campaign ended, they had a whole freaking thing that happened, you know, between her marrying the not so handsome paladin and becoming eventually the high priestess of.
Yeah, but was the paladin an NPC?
He was.
Okay. But see, that couldn't, you know, I can't picture that working. You know, your wife's character hooking up with one of your best buddies' characters, and then not being like really, really weird.
I think you're 100% right. That could be a little weird, you know,
if not highly suspicious.
I'm not willing to go with the, you know, I would sing the song to you. Don't be suspicious. Now, don't be suspicious, which you don't know because you've probably never watched Parks and Rec. But
No,
anyway, yeah, a lot of people don't do that. In Hyperborea, I don't even know if there can be consequences to a cleric that's worshiping like the god of human sacrifice and death. I mean, what do you want? He hasn't ate enough people in a week, so now this guy. I mean, you know, there is a god in Hyperborea, Yag or Yog, who is the god of beasts and cannibalism. Straight up, that is the things he is the god of. Cannibalism, yay! And the assassin in the group is worshiping the god of murder and bloodshed. So once a month, she has to gather in sewers underneath the city they lived in to sacrifice a human and dance around in the blood. That's the player characters who's supposedly the heroes of the game.
Yeah, that sounds repugnant. I would not want to be at that table.
You would love to be at that table, Shadow.
No, I literally would not.
Every night when I said, okay, we're going to wrap up tonight here, guys, it's 11:30, you'd be like, man, thank you. That is the best game I've ever played. I'd be like,
not if I'm sitting next to someone who's playing someone who's dancing naked.
You don't know they are, though. She keeps it secret.
If I'm hearing that with my living ears,
you're not
I'm out.
Oh, bullshit. Listen to you. That is meta knowledge. Your character doesn't know it. Stop being.
I don't want to hang out with people who have those desires.
She's playing a fucking assassin. You know what assassins do, right?
Yeah, they kill people for money.
And sometimes they just do it because it's part of their religion. On Earth, they were called the Tuggy.
I'm aware of that. It's a good thing they're all gone.
They killed over 3 million people before they were put down.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they are no longer with us, or at least that's what I like to think when I go to bed.
Yeah, well, there's still people worshiping Kali, and Kali was the goddess of the Tuggy.
And I'm pretty certain I don't hang out with those people in the real world.
Be aggressive. Yeah, but the Be Aggressive song, that's Baby Cakes when he goes to the D&D tournament. Just one girlie at the tourney, and it's kill or be killed. The dungeon master is the bastard known as Pliny the Ill. Yeah, that's a good song.
I lately I really worry about folks when they start, you know, being weird like that.
There's nothing weird about it. It's almost as if you never heard of R.E. Howard.
No, I absolutely have.
I know. And
But
what
none
I'm
of the
talking about
heroes-
is like normal shit in the Hyborian age.
Yeah, for the bad guys, for the NPCs, not for my friends.
Not just for the bad guys. Sometimes for other people that are also bad guys, but maybe not the bad guys.
No, it's bad guys.
So what are you going to play? A paladin? Worship
Yeah, but-
Apollo? Run around?
We had
You
a
don't
paladin.
get detect
in the party.
evil, so don't worry about it.
No, I'd rather I don't know. Just there's a limit and a line to how much evil and depravity I want at the table.
You could hang out with the Berserker. She worships Thor. And like I said, the cleric is a servant of the Sagwa, who is just a lazy fat toad that lives under the ground and eats anybody that wanders into his cavern. So, see, here's the problem. You're just not ready for it. Like real role playing. Like really getting into a character and playing it the way you should play it. You've had 40 years and you still haven't made it. But I'll pray for you, Shadow. There's got to be a patron saint of imagination. And I'll pray to him that you get some.
I have plenty. I'm not willing to entertain people's sick, twisted, demented fantasies at my table.
Do you understand the difference between reality and role-playing games?
Yes, I do.
I know you do. That was a rhetorical question, bro.
Yeah. I just don't hang out with people who exhibit those qualities.
So if we were playing together in a Greyhawk campaign, and I was playing a lawful neutral fighter who is 100% devoted to Hextor and believed the only thing in the whole world that mattered was might, and I ran into a village and just burned it to the ground, excuse my language, and maybe tuck some women just because, you'd be upset by that.
It would never happen. I don't do Greyhawk.
It's
I know it's a hypothetical.
It's
but,
hypothetical. So don't start tearing down the hypothetical. Just think about the action.
Yeah, it would be like that would be their last game at my table.
No, because you're not running the game. You're playing with me. And on top of that, my character has saved your ass multiple times.
And sometimes relationships end.
Yeah, well, if I let them. Because remember, I'm a badass who believes might makes right and is the only thing in the world that matters. The only thing in the universe that even has any substance is who you can whip and who can whip you.
Well.
And no one deserves anything unless they can hold it. You know who said that?
Not verbatim, no.
Conan.
Yeah, well.
If a man can't protect his valuables, he doesn't deserve them.
I need to see chapter and verse.
Bullshit. Don't play that citation to me, bullshit. We're not on Twitter.
I don't remember. I just read the entirety of the original Howard, and I don't remember.
I just posted on my Discord all those Conan things, like Conan's views of civilization, Conan's views on this, that, and the other. And his main view was that if you can't defend it, you don't deserve it.
Yeah, but I don't think he ever advocated for just cold-blooded murder for the sake of stealing shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was a thief who cold-bloodedly murdered people.
Okay, mass murdered. Like women and children, innocents, just for the sake of, what?
I don't know if he murdered any women or children when he took part in the sacking of the keep on the border there. What was it called? Started with a V. But there were children and women who definitely got raped and murdered and all that shit while he was there. He's the one that climbed up the outer wall and fucking unlocked the door. So that the Sumerians could go in there and wipe out the Aquilonians. Sometimes I wonder if your version of Conan is like better than he actually was.
I only go by the Gnome Press originals. I
I
don't
get
go
it,
by.
and you know what I'm talking about because it's in those books.
I don't. I just read
Conan,
them.
as a youth, but went on a raid with his Cimmerian brothers to destroy that keep the Aquilonians had built in Cimmeria on the
Mhm.
border.
Right.
And in the end, they burned it to the frickin' ground.
Yeah, but I don't. I can't picture him killing babies and women and.
Me neither. I don't think he did, but he was there when other people were. He
Right.
even had a quote about how little respect he had for a man who couldn't get a woman to sleep with him willingly. So he wasn't a fan of dudes that took part in all that either. You know, he thought they were douchebags.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he stopped them when he was leading his armies to sack cities and shit.
Probably not.
No,
Probably,
definitely not. 100% not.
But I'm just. Why would a player want to do those things?
Well, I wouldn't want a player at my table whose whole deal was being a Jeffrey Epstein. For sure. I'd be a little bit like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But
that's what we're talking about is where does that where's that line? Where's that red line? You know?
I think the red line is probably the essay and the child injuring issues.
I don't know, dancing in somebody's blood and entrails sounds pretty twisted too.
It does, except it's a human adult that you did it to, and you're basically celebrating your deity who watches over you while you go out to do your thing. Now, you'll notice I'm not saying it's good. It's not good.
Right.
This is not a good thing, but it is a thing that a certain person who's playing a class that they haven't told anybody what the class is does on occasion because it's part of the religion.
And with all the very choices that you have in Hyperborea, that's the one they gravitated toward?
A lady, no less.
That doesn't mean anything.
Like I said, my wife's playing a Norse berserker who is kind of fond of Thor, really. But she also gives prayers to pretty much all the other deities in the pantheon, too. So Uller and all that. Then the Greek that's in the party, he worships the Greek pantheon. So, you know, he gets down with Apollo and Artemis and all that sort of thing.
Sure.
And then who else? The Cryomancer worships what they call the Ashen Worm, which is the being that supposedly caused all of Hyperborea to be covered with a glacier like thousands of years ago. And since he does ice magic, he worships pretty much the deity that controls ice. Like I was telling you in the animated movie Fire and Ice, he could easily become Necron at some point. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah, and start pushing the glaciers into warm lands.
Bear played that for his movie night a week ago or so. That was the first time I saw it. So it was pretty much like an evil witch trying to find a beard for her gay son. That's what it was.
Daryl, completely different. The bad guys are played by me, who's in charge of the game, and they're there to be defeated, to be fought against. It's supposed to be about heroes and trying to be heroes, etc. Not me facilitating people living out and acting out dark, sick, disgusting fantasies. I'm not doing that. I played a 20.
Then guess what? You're not allowed to ever play Conan. I've removed your ability to ever play in the Hyborian Age. Just you're not allowed. And any players you have that want to play in the Hyborian Age, they can never be mages. I've pulled your barbarian card.
Good luck with that.
Already done.
You're gonna affect what game I'm in?
All of them, because deep down inside, my words will haunt you. And you'll know.
No, they won't.
You'll be like, oh my God, I let James down. I don't know if I can bear it.
Just for that, the very next character I play is going to be a barbarian.
I like barbarians. They're pretty cool.
Me too. Me too. Did you ever read Brack the Barbarian?
I did not.
It
But I
was
did
fun.
watch that cartoon where they flew pigeons into that place to steal that wizard statue.
No idea.
I forget, but he was a barbarian. The funniest part is this dude who had his head shaved but had like a top knot walked up and started talking shit to him, like talking about how he was going to hurt him so bad. And the barbarian just grabbed the top knot and pulled down, and like all of the dude's skin on the front of his body come off. And then the barbarian like splashed whiskey on him when he went running.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That was the pilot episode for Korgoth of Barbaria.
Gorgoth of
Unfortunately,
Barbaria. That shit was awesome.
it would have been a good show, but you know that's the reason why they didn't make it into a show. They get a good pilot and they're like, get something cheaper.
I've got a player in my Sunday game playing a barbarian.
Yeah, I think in Hyperborea they actually have kind of a class that is a barbarian. It's like
Faffer,
almost like a scald type of guy.
Fritz Lever, his books.
Yeah, almost like a scald, kind of like Temple of the Elephant God. That is true. However,
He was actually an alien.
yeah, he was from another plane or world or something. But Conan was always dealing with people like that. And one thing about the Conan universe is all of the wizards in the universe, they're more like the modern D&D warlock, because they don't learn their magic by learning geometry and shit like that. They actually
that was a concept that came much
servitors
later.
to like dark beings.
Yeah, that was part of the whole Bible Belt culture he grew up in, and the idea of science and math and things like that being part of magic is a relatively new invention, probably honestly created by Jack Vance.
Yeah, maybe. But guess who his best buddy was?
Bestest or just Gary Gygax?
No, Ari Howard's buddy. Come on, he exchanged hundreds of letters.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Never mind. Yeah, Lovecraft. But, yeah, but
which means Ari Howard based the magic in the Hyborian world off of Lovecraftian ideas. So if you wanted to know magic, you had to find wicked evil tomes and make sacrifices to weird outer gods and demons and all that shit. As a matter of fact, in Conan, the second movie, which I know you haven't watched because you hate the movies.
I've seen them both, and yes,
the
I do.
Destroyer, right? You know how you got that one god that looks like a beautiful Greek god, and they put the horn in, but then something goes effed up and it turns into a giant fish monster?
Vaguely.
Okay. That deity is in the short story by H.P. Lovecraft about the German U-boat captain in World War I, where they all go, it's called the Temple. And
wait, what story?
The Temple. Because they find a dead man that when the U-boat surfaces to recharge batteries and shit, as they're out there walking on it, they find a dead man like clutching to the rail or something, right? And they pull him up, and in his hand there's the head of this beautiful Greek godlike man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they keep it. And basically it drives them all crazy. And then the submarine gets fucked up. And in the very end, it lands on the bottom of the ocean where he sees a Greek-style temple with lights in it. And the last German on the U-boat alive puts on his diving suit and he leaves the submarine to go into the temple, even though he knows he's never going to survive. And that's how it ends.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Wait, who wrote that?
H.P. Lovecraft. But it's not as if Ari Howard didn't steal, or not steal, but borrow half of the.
It sounds a lot like he stole that from Arthur Gordon Pym, in a way.
Well, I don't know if Arthur Gordon Pym ever wrote about a U-boat.
No, that was a story by Edgar Allan Poe.
Well, I don't know if he wrote a story about a U-boat captain finding the part of a statue of a great old one deity thing. And the thing is that most of the time can appear to look like the beautiful Greek god, but other times it turns into like a giant aquatic looking monster thing. So yeah. So the thing that Conan's fighting at the end of the Destroyer is actually that Lovecraftian deity, which I thought was pretty neat. Pretty neat. Yeah, Dagoth the Dreaming God. That's it. And he wanted the virgin sacrifice, and they didn't give it to him. In this one, strange currents drag the submarine far off course, and it slowly sinks. And the crew go insane until they all end up dying. Like some of them are actually like going up into the airlock and airlocking themselves right out into the ocean. Even though they're like hundreds of feet underwater, they're just killing themselves. But the captain, who is, of course, of superior Prussian bloodline and will, as he says, he hangs out. And at one point, he talks about looking out the porthole and seeing these dolphins following the submarine. But he thinks it's very strange because dolphins should never be as deep as they are. And he never sees them go up for air. And then eventually he lands. The submarine comes to rest right outside of this gigantic Greek temple that's deep, deep under the water. And by that time, he just says, F it. He finishes writing in his diary and says he hopes one day somebody might find the journal. And then he goes out to go into the temple. And that is basically that.
I think you'd like that story I mentioned by Edgar Allan Poe.
I love Edgar Allan Poe. So chances are you're 100% right.
Being as big a fan as you are of him, I'd highly recommend going back through
The Cask of Montebello or whatever. Monticello.
Monticello.
Whatever it is.
There's a D in there, not a CH.
It's a Monticello.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Monticello. Well, Monticello is in Virginia, I think.
I'm sure that was influenced.
No, it's a city in Virginia, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, so I mispronounced that. Good, whatever. Quote The Raven. I love listening to that being read by Christopher Lee.
John Ashton did better, I think.
You know what? You're just an argumentative old cuss. That's what I'm starting to think.
Have you ever heard it?
No, but I think you're just an argumentative old cuss. No matter what anyone mentions, you always got to mention something you think is better.
Just an opinion.
Had a CD where it was
being upset because one of my players is actually role playing their character correctly.
They're role playing a sick, twisted fuck that I would not want to or admit to.
The Cabin Mandingo. Get out of here, man.
It's not a blaxploitation film. What the hell?
What kind of cap are you talking about, too? Like one you wear on your head or a mushroom cap? What are we doing here? Yeah, you know what that is, right? A mushroom cap? It's when you smack a chick in the face with your dong and the imprint looks like a mushroom. They get mad.
No shit.
Yeah, no shit. You just
yeah. No.
And if they don't, you need to leave.
I was going to say most of them. The chick I dated that was in the Navy, she didn't get mad. But hell, I'm sure I wasn't the first one to plant a mushroom on her forehead. You know, Navy girl.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, Shadow, I'm going in this before long, but it's like part of me totally gets where you're coming from. But the other part of me kind of is like, okay, the young lady playing this character in real life is like the sweetest person ever and would never dance around in anyone's blood. Nor would she ever be an assassin. She's actually a bank clerk. So I don't think she's taking it like serious and shit. I think she's just
Obviously
worshiping
not,
the
but
god of
But
assassins.
the idea that they have that kind of a fantasy, or the thought could run through their head and they don't immediately run to church, or their Bible, it just seems really wrong.
It's not real, Shadow. She's not
Obviously.
worshiping Baal. She's
Obviously,
not talking about how her character chucks babies into an altar of Moloch.
but I mean,
completely fantastical, maybe not
isn't
even
that just
God.
isn't that just a hop, skip, and a jump down the road?
No,
at some
because
point,
this is not
the
real.
thrill of entrails is going to wear thin, and they're going to need a new plateau to get that same feeling.
You know what, Shadow? I have no argument, because
I'm saying, hey,
I just don't feel like there's anything I could say that would make you understand how wrong you are. So I'm just going to not even talk about it.
I don't know. You guys are crazy.
I just have a different, criteria for the people I hang out with. That I let into my house and know where I live.
This
and
lady
where I
is
sleep
a
at night.
sweetheart and has never done a single bad thing in her life. All right?
That you know of.
Yeah, but I've known her for like 5 or 6 years now. We've been playing games together. And she asked what deity was the deity most assassins worshipped, and I told her, and she's like, okay. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she went with it. And Haas asked me what deity was the one that Hyperboreans worship most of the time, and I told him, and he said, okay. The Sagwa, it is,
Mm-hmm.
Could be worse. She could be worship Yonde, which is basically just the name on Hyperborea they use for Shub-Niggurath, the goat of the woods. And that's some crazy shit right there. So, yeah. Which there's kind of a religious war in Hyperborea between the worshippers of
Imagine
Yonde.
me longing for the the age of what was it? What the hell was that game? The previous one? Paul, help me out here. Oh, Baptism of Fire.
Oh, man. I would love to have been able to run that.
We need to keep, we're just running a timeline of the games that you just keep gushing about.
No, the reason I don't run it is the players did not want to play in a world where real life shit was a thing. And if you play in Baptism of Fire, you are generally speaking a member of the church. You know, all of the things in history that happened in the 9th and 10th century in Eastern Europe happen. You're fighting pagans. You're burning down Krakow. I mean, all that shit's going on. And my players just didn't want to be held to that standard,
I can see why.
Because I get to be devout in public. Listen here, you heretic. You need to calm down. But if they want to worship like made up gods, their characters, it's not like they're lighting candles and dancing around like some crazy ass chick track. I don't know what in the hell you think is going on. Measured in depths, not plateaus. Hey, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Manowar's come in to save the day with a couple of quick answers. But, Shadow, I miss you.
So I've been busy, or last week and even part of this week, freaking just sick as a dog.
You ain't got to apologize.
Mm.
As I say, he's been dealing with his house almost sinking into the Pacific Ocean.
You know, the plumber is still yet to show up.
Sink or swim.
Yeah.
So we've been out without hot water except brief intervals. We're like, we'll turn the hot water on. All right, hit the shower. I'm going to do the dishes, and then turn that shit off. And,
Maynard warning you, you didn't listen.
You got to boil it up on the stove. And then,
Yeah,
I
that's
got
what I do for the dishes.
One pot for a nice sponge bath.
That's all I'm saying. Maynard warned you.
Who?
Maynard. Lead singer of Tool. The guy who sang about how he hopes California sinks into the fucking ocean.
Yeah.
And then the chorus is learn to swim because he fucking hates California. He actually don't even live in California. I think he lives in Arizona. He refuses, and he really hates L.A. Like specifically, he hates L.A.
I'm not familiar with any of the things you just said.
Cool. A Perfect Circle. He's even got another one that I can't remember. Find any Ghost Rock yet? That'll be Paul later.
Yeah, it'll be later.
He'll be out there looking for some Ghost Rock.
We'll see. I mean, the pale faces will be messing with that shit. I'm not big on that. I think I've got the drawback where I can't use anything powered by Ghost Rock because the natives know that it's bad juju.
That makes sense.
Right.
Since it was a native that caused it all to happen anyway.
Have you actually started in Bloodworth's game yet or no?
That's starting this week.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it's every other week because you guys are doing your, I think, Barrows and Borderlands on Thursday, right?
Alternating Thursdays. Tonight it's Dead Rain with Nerdy Ogre.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll be starting that up. We'll see how that goes. But yeah,
that'll be cool.
lot of games now. I used to only just have the Sunday game that was occasional and my Friday game, but now it's like, I got the every other Thursday game with Bloodworth. And then Bears got the hero game every other Monday. And then there's something else we're doing. I forget. Oh, I think he's play testing his Legends and Longswords too. And I think that's in every other week. So it's like, at least it's not every week. Otherwise, I think I would just, I don't think I can handle that many.
I honestly, I don't like every other week games. I don't. It's too easy for them. Like last week, the only game I was in, I think, was my alternating Thursday game because I knew if I missed it, it would be another 2 weeks before the next time we played, and that might as well just be the end of it. And I don't let games die easily. I ran Monday's game with only 2 players.
Shit, this guy don't let anything die.
There you go. That's how it was with Bloodworth. We were doing gangbusters, and then it was down to us, just 2 people, and then we were doing Hyperborea, and then it was down to 2, and then just me, and it was like,
how did it get down to 2 playing Hyperborea? I'd have thought you'd had 100 people banging on the door.
Well, it's like how all of them were. It was like, okay, we started with like 4 people created characters, 3 people showed up for the first game, 2 people showed up for the next 2 games, and then that last person quit, and it was just me, and I was like, okay.
This is why I sent Leth to Rich.
Yeah, exactly, Daryl.
Any game that exists in the universe, he can run, and Leth will show up.
Yeah,
it does not matter.
And I'm doing also. I think it's only 3 out of 4 Saturdays a month. I'm in Saxius as a Rogue Trader game too, which is pretty good. That guy's.
I bet that's.
What's cool? He'll go. He runs off with an idea. Like I was just rolling up a character, and he's like, "Oh, cool!" And he was just attaching all kinds of threads and plots and stuff. And I was like, "All right, cool, dude. I'll figure it out. I'll try to hit the ground running." That's about it. But yeah, he's got a lot of big brain stuff cooking. So
yeah, Saxius is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and that's how it is for that. Like the kind of game he's running, we've got an entire sector of space, and he's got it all the wheels are turning. So it's like cool. We jumped because he dropped in like 4 fresh players into his game because he was down to like 3. So now we're up to like 6 or 7. So we're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I like to joke around with him that it's because he's Danish.
Okay.
I mean, I know he lives in the UK now, but he's from Denmark, And I'm always like, you are such a freaking whatever for detail and organization. It must be because you're a Dane.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he always laughs about that. But he loves detail. And while you're playing his game, he's playing his game too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what it seems like, yeah.
Yeah, like you're playing the game and he's playing all the different factions. And if there's an orc warlord somewhere in the sector, he's worried about what that fucker's up to.
Yeah. There's 2 of those going on top of all kinds of other stuff. There's 2 orc wogs going on. So it's like, oh, and they're in like different halves of the sector. So it's like, all right, while you're busy putting out one fire, the other one's burning. You know?
I mean, I've never ever in my entire life of running games or whatever ran into a guy who was so skilled and so devoted to running factions in a role-playing game.
Yeah.
And he'll have multiple factions, not just like the king and some group of orcs. I mean, that shit goes deep. And he will freaking, I can't say enough good things about Saxis. Sax is a good guy. That's all.
Seems like it.
Oh, he is. I've talked to him off and on, even though he didn't know for the longest time, for about 15 or 20 years. But what happened is my account kept getting banned from Twitter. So when I'd come back, we'd become friends again. And then my account would get banned. And then I'd come back and I'd be like, hey, this is the Lamenter Captain or something. He'd be like, cool. And we'd be friends again. And then I'd get banned again. I got banned 4 times before they gave up. Permabanned. I don't mean like little bans.
They realized there was no stopping you. They were like, hell with it.
Well, I mean, if I really, really want to be on Twitter, they can't stop me. I can go to Walmart and drop $15 on a fucking burner phone. Make a Twitter account off of that burner phone and tell them to lick it. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing they can do about it.
Right.
They can try and ban me, but then I can go drop $15 on a burner phone. We can play that game all day. You know what I mean? But eventually I just stopped explaining to Muslims that they were demon worshipers, and that's when they stopped banning me.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, but they didn't like me explaining to them how Huzbul, which is Allah, is actually Baal, and how the Kaaba, it represents, you know, Saturnalia, Kronos, Saturn, and also Baal. So back then, this is before Elon bought it. If you got one Muslim mad at you, they would like get every Muslim they knew to report you. So even if you were only explaining like actual historical facts, they could still get you permabanned, because under no circumstances were you allowed to question the religion of peace.
Yeah, makes, yeah.
So I got banned a lot. I used to log on all the time and call RPG Pundit. I'd make fun of his freaking ascot, and I'd always tell him that he got his degree at Hogwarts and shit like that. He'd get mad. He also didn't like when I called him a neocon all the time too.
Yep.
Because he liked to pretend like he was like right wing. But then as soon as anyone had any sort of complaint about Israel, he turned into like ultra Zionist conservative guy.
Right.
So I would be like, you're just a freaking neocon. You're not America first. Get out of here. And he gets so mad he blocked me probably 10 times. But then he come out with Baptism of Fire, and I went off on what a wonderful game it was. So then he started liking me again.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
But then in Double D's chat, like a couple of weeks ago, I called him a neocon and said I hope he loved his Hogwarts degree or some shit again. So he probably don't like me anymore, even though I still love Baptism of Fire and the Viking game. I think they're fucking great. But
I know
I'm not going to make fun of him and troll him.
I know almost nothing about the guy. I watched one of his videos once.
I like to ask him if he thinks he's Freddy. and where the rest of the Scooby-Doo club is, walking around in an ascot and shit. What's that about? You know?
Yeah.
What do you think? You're Freddy? I don't see no Daphne in that house. Where is this woman? He lives in a South American country. Why ain't he got a 19-year-old Latina woman in there doing something?
It's a mighty fine question.
That is a question to think about. Because I know if I moved from Canada to freaking Uruguay, the first thing I'm doing is getting a 19 or 20-year-old Latina to do my socks and cook my fucking empanadas. And whatever else happens to come up. Yeah, Shadow, I know you feel me. I'm basically saying I would live the Shadow life. I'd roll down and get me a Latina. Be like, what's up? You're going to have to learn Russian or
It's not that it's not. I mean, you really have to be really, really weird and outwardly weird to not be able to, make that shit happen in a third world country. I mean, seriously.
You know what I'm doing for sure? I'm not even dating one of the Hispanic ladies in town. I'm going into the jungle and looking for a woman that looks just like Chell from fucking El Dorado. I want the red paint on the face and all. And that's who I'm bringing home. That's right. I'm going to get an Amazonian or something from one of those tribes. Are you looking it up, PB? Who
No.
Chell is?
No, I'm not.
You know, in that Disney cartoon, there's a scene where Cho gets caught giving the dark-haired guy oral sex.
Oh God! Knowing Disney, that probably that's probably in there.
Yep. He's laying there with this look on his face, like he's having a really good time, and the dude runs in yelling, and he jumps up, and she jumps up, but from the direction she jumps up, her head was where his lap would be.
Mm.
And it's like, she was going down on him. Fucking perverts at Disney. Crispy had a good video about prepping Western RPGs. Yeah, you know how I would prep Western RPGs, Daryl? I would read a shit ton of Louis L'Amour.
Or the Time Life West series.
Well, the thing with Louis L'Amour is, if he tells you there's a fucking rock in Arizona somewhere, there is a rock in Arizona.
This is a far better.
You shut your whore mouth. You're trying to tell me that's better than the Sackett books? Get out of here.
It's all historically accurate.
So is everything Louis L'Amour wrote, except for what his characters do.
Yeah, but I mean,
every pond, every tree, every rock, every canyon is actually there.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you don't know about anything.
You guys are crazy.
I'm sitting here trying to love on you. You're just being difficult. I'm like showing you love. You're like being like your players are evil. And I don't cotton to all that evil. And also this book is the best Western book. And fuck Louis L'Amour and the 100 Westerns he wrote.
Hundreds.
Right. Like F him. I mean, he only wrote
but his stuff is all backed by the ancient Western adage of don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
It's called fiction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was pointing to a factual, more or less.
The Sacketts never actually existed. You know who else doesn't exist? The players in your Western campaign. They never existed either.
Mm-hmm.
The Sacketts were from Kentucky, by the way.
I've never heard of them, but
yeah, after the Civil War, they moved west. Orlando Sackett was a cavalry officer for the Union, but then his brother, I forget his name, was a cavalry officer for the Confederacy. But after the war, they started hanging out again because their family had this rule where, like, if anyone messes with a Sackett, you can always call, and all the other Sacketts will come and have your back, So in one of the movies, Tom Selleck played Orlando Sackett. So, you know. But their mom had like 11 sons, and they were all like 6'2" and big burly hillbillies before they spread out all over the place. See, you should know this, Shadow. I shouldn't be telling you this. You should know this.
There's a lot of shit I should know.
Same. We got that in common. There's a lot of stuff I should know and a lot of stuff I know that I shouldn't know because it's probably wrong. That's the worst, when you think you know stuff, but you're wrong, but you're convinced you're not wrong. I think they call that being a midwit. That's people who aren't very smart, but they think they are. They're the worst kind of people to deal with. I might be one. I don't know. Sometimes I worry about it.
Everybody's got their areas of knowledge, James. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. It's like when everybody's hanging out and somebody starts yelling about racists and shit. And I start wondering if I'm the one. Because I'm looking at my friends and I'm like, they're not racist. So maybe it's me. I didn't think I was, but what if I am? I didn't know it. Anyway, I'm going to take off, guys. We've been bullshitting around for too long.
Oh shit! I gotta make dinner.
Shadow kept me waiting too effing long.
Sorry, had to get some writing done. You know.
Man's working hard.
Paul, it was
Yes, sir.
wonderful you showing up. I really appreciate
Sure.
it, homie. We had some good talks,
Yeah,
some bad talks.
it went places
It went places. It did things.
as it does.
Stay warm.
Yep.
And you, Shadow, stay dry.
It's gonna be raining for the rest of the week, as far as I know.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking more about the bottom of your house falling out.
Oh yeah.
But anywho, so yeah.
Tens of thousands of
I'll stay
dollars
warm,
later, maybe.
Shadow, stay dry, and I'll
Take
stay
care, buddy.
high.